This finding calls for attention, for during much of the 150-year period the country was virtually closed to overseas trade and the growth was distinctly pre-modern, i.e., achieved without machinery and the factory. In this respect, it is interesting to note that Table 5.1 indicates first that the tertiary sector's share was substantially larger than the secondaries throughout the Tokugawa period. Although there remain problems associated with the classification of goods produced, it appears that those engaged in trading, financing and bringing commodities back and forth were numerous probably from the very beginning of the period. Moreover, little structural change occurred despite the steady growth in the period after 1720, the secondary and tertiary sector shares did not increase noticeably. Growth of secondary and tertiary output in the final sub-period, 1846 to 74, was stronger than that of primary goods, reflecting the impact of the re-entry into international trade, but as far as the period between 1721 and 1846 is concerned, the sectoral shares hardly changed. This means that sectoral output growth was balanced. Rural industry expanded, especially in textiles, but agriculture, commerce, and services also grew more or less simultaneously. What took place was a separation of the cultivation of industrial crops from food crops, the manufacturing of intermediate goods from finished goods and the trading for producers from that for consumers. For example, the rise of silk weaving in any region meant an increase in the demand for raw silk. Under the seclusion regime, there was no option to import raw materials, thus, this went directly to sericulturists and mulberry cultivators in surrounding villages, and resulted in an increase of primary sector output. At the same time, the marketing of silk fabrics involved more transport and distribution businesses, creating more part-time or by-employment jobs. All these took place in different districts and, sometimes, in remote regions, thus taking the form of regional specialization helped by the well-functioning domestic markets. Since such regional specialization is one form of Adam Smith's division of labor, this type of economic change may be called Smithian growth. Of course, Smithian growth was not unique to Japan. What made Tokugawa Japan's experience rather conspicuous is that it was accompanied by urbanization. To borrow Thomas Smith's terminology, Japan's Smithian growth was rural-centered as contrasted with urban-centered, Smith 1973, 127 to 160. It is suggested, furthermore, that this rural-centered development did not bring any gains to both samurai and the urban wealthy, Smith 1973, 37 to 41, implying that growth had a leveling effect on income distribution. Elsewhere, by having examined wage data, I have shown that in contrast with northwestern Europe where real wages tended to decline despite output growth, Tokugawa wage trends did not diverge from per capita GDP growth, Sato 2005a. Moreover, my recent reconstruction of a social table for the Choshu region in the 1840s has revealed that interclass inequality was surprisingly low, Sato 2015b. Of course we have to take within-class income distribution into account, it was not so egalitarian and in fact much skewed in the case of the samurai case, and now that the growth rate in per capita GDP in the latter half of the Tokugawa period has been re-estimated upward, my first statement needs to be revised accordingly. That said, however, it is likely that the income level of the majority of peasants was not particularly lower than that for the median level of urban incomes or even that of lower-rank samurai stipends. In this respect, it is interesting to note that the overall levels of literacy and numeracy in Tokugawa Japan were high by early modern standards, distinctly higher than in many other Eurasian countries. In the area of numeracy, Ma notes in Chapter 6 of this volume that the basic numeracy index, which measures people's ability to report an exact rather than a rounded age, in East Asia was at a level comparable to that for Northwest European countries, and moreover, that Japan's index came close to the 100% mark throughout the 19th century, figure 5.2. As for literacy, Ronald Dorey estimated that the proportion of boys who would ever had received some kind of schooling was 43% at the end of the Tokugawa period, but 10% for girls. Bold as these estimates may sound, it seems certain that by about 1800 richer merchants and village headmen were often as learned as the average samurai, and at a lower level the spread of Japanese literacy continued, as a result of which in 1877 a Frenchman wrote that primary education in Japan has reached a level which makes us blush. 7. This advance in human capital. Investment in the Tokugawa period must have been an important legacy for the subsequent era of fully fledged industrialization. Growth acceleration and deceleration, 1868 to 2010. When Meiji Japan opened up in the wave of 19th century globalization, the attainment of economic growth by industrializing the country became the national goal. Since then Japan has been regarded as a success story of 20th century industrialization and, hence, modern economic growth. To check in what sense it was a success, Japan's growth records may be examined in relation to those of the West and the world average, figure 5.3. From 1890 to 1935, per capita GDP growth was steady, on average at 1.7% per annum, table 5.1. The First World War exerted a stimulating rather than depressing effect on the domestic economy, and the impact of the Great Depression was less prolonged in comparison with the Western countries. In the second half of the 1930s, the country enjoyed a brief period of strong growth due to military build-up, but the wartime regime soon faced an economic impasse and then experienced a precipitous decline in people's standard of living. On the wartime economy, see highlight chapter 5.1. In 1950 per capita GDP returned to the 1935 level. As is evident from figure 5.3, however, during the 1890 to 1950 period Japan's level hardly diverted from the growth path of the world. Japan was an average country in the world until the mid-20th century. Even in interwar East Asia Japan's growth performance was not exceptionally superior, either. According to Ma's estimates of average rates of per capita GDP growth between 1914 to 18 and 1931 to 36, table 6.1 in chapter 6, Japan stood at 1.4% while that of the three China Sea areas, i.e., the lower Yangtze macroregion, Korea and Taiwan, fell in a range of 1.1 to 1.5%. It was in China proper where economic development faltered. Considering this Chinese situation, Japan's growth performance over the long run was an achievement, to which human capital formation in the late Tokugawa and institution building efforts in the Meiji period may well have been conducive. Yet, if the average rate for the pre-1940 period had continued after the Second World War, as Bob Allen noted, it would have taken Japan 327 years to catch up to the US. That was not fast enough, Allen 2011, 126. The catch-up with the West took place after the World War, in a short period between 1950 and 1973, the year of the first oil crisis, during which the average rate of growth stood at 8.1%. As figure 5.3 shows, it is in this period of strong growth when Japan joined the world's club of rich countries. Since the political scientist Chalmers Johnson coined the term developmental state, an interventionist state whose raison d'etre is the attainment of economic development, Johnson 1982, Japan's economic success has often been considered a product of the state's planning and guidance. The early Meiji government's industry promotion and the post-Second World War Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI's industrial policy are said to have been particularly effective and exemplary. However, the early Meiji policy models resulted in a total failure, while many economists emphasize that competitive industries of the 1950s and 1960s grew without any government guidance. Sato 2014, 23-45, Komiya et al. 1988. Moreover, almost all those that emerged in the 1950s and 1960s were industries producing consumer durables. In the 19th century West, industries producing intermediate goods for other producers led the tempo of industrialization. In the early 20th century, therefore, Japan made an effort to promote those industries but yielded only a moderate success. After 1950 the tide changed. The emerging Japanese firms in car making and electronics, targeting an expanding mass consumer market, developed an innovative model of manufacturing methods which tended to be skill-using but compatible with the American mode of mass production. Toyota, Sony, and Panasonic, to name but a few, were such firms, and their growth owed nothing to MIT's industrial policy. Fukao and Sato 2013, 146-48. Finally, however, high economic growth was short-lived. The average rate of growth declined to 3% per annum in the period from 1973 to 1990 and further to 0.9% in the 1990 to 2000 period. This phase of deceleration was accompanied by deindustrialization. Before 1973, the proportion of gross value added of the manufacturing sector to GDP stood at 35% or over. Immediately after the 1973 oil crisis, it declined by 5 percentage points, which went down again after the so-called bubble years. In 2008, the manufacturing sector's share in output further declined to below 20%, and in 2010 the tertiary sector's share in the workforce reached 70%. Fukao and Sato 2013, 152. This process thus meant a transition to a service economy. However, the post-industrial transition was not occasioned by a rise in productivity in the tertiary sector. According to estimates of industry-specific total factor productivity, TFP, while an increase in manufacturing TFP is still reasonably steady, the tertiary sector's TFP growth has been sluggish since the 1970s. The level of labor productivity in services and construction remains low by international standards. Fukao and Sato 2013, 155-57. Conclusion. Since 2008, the country's population has begun to shrink. A several-century-long population growth cycle has now ended. In the 16th century, the country's population started to increase and thus became for the first time in history able to sustain itself. The extent of the market was enlarged, which acted as a stimulus for the division of labor to proceed. Smithian growth thus started in the early 18th century, when the population is believed to have crossed the 30 million mark. The takeoff took place without any external influences, and growth that followed was steady and comparatively stronger by early modern Eurasian standards. While this late Tokugawa development was sectorally balanced, manufacturing growth was one important component of the process. The transition from the proto-industrial to the subsequent phase of industrialization was more or less continuous, although industries of the classical industrial revolution type that rose in the Meiji period relied more on borrowed technologies and organizations. The effort of this fully fledged industrialization phase, 1870 to 1940, had only modest success, however. It was in the post-Second World War period of 1950 to 73 when Japan became able to catch up with the West, owing largely to the innovative adaptation by Japanese manufacturing firms of American technologies of mass production, which kept, rather than eliminated, skills on the shop floor. Shortly after this period of very strong manufacturing growth came the sudden onset of deindustrialization. In the domestic economy, the 3-century-long process of industrialization seems to have ended. A rapid shift to a service economy began, the trend that became even more apparent in the early 21st century. As the population is aging and fertility remains low, the domestic market is saturated, and as a number of manufacturing companies have opted for relocating their factories to China, Thailand, and other Asian countries, employment has drifted towards a less productive service sector. Japan's post-industrial economy now faces challenges totally different from the difficulties the country encountered 150 years ago. Notes. 1. Akira Hayami, the pioneer of Japanese historical demography, has long been arguing that the population in 1600 was substantially lower than 18 million, a guesstimate made a century ago, reprinted in Hayami 2009, 75-98. Hayami's estimate of C12 million is derived from an extrapolation of regional population trends in one region between the late 17th and the 18th century, but many scholars have accepted Hayami's 1,600 estimate until recently. It should be realized, however, that this acceptance of the Hayami estimate implies that given the estimated size of national population being 31 million in 1720, the average annual rate of population growth was 0.8% during the 17th century. This is considered very high by pre-modern standards, so high that the early Tokugawa economy must have come under mounting population pressure. According to Miyamoto's summary table, farm output per capita is estimated to have decreased as much as 38% from 1600 to 1720. It is odd therefore to suppose, as Hayami does, that such a century saw significant transformations, such as the development of land and labor-intensive agriculture and the emergence of a landed proprietor or cultivator seeking to increase productivity or production, taking place. Hayami 2009, 45. His estimates are summarized with other macroeconomic indicators in Miyamoto, 2004, 38. H 5.1. Japanese industry during the Second World War. Tetsuji Okazaki. The period during the Second World War was distinctive in the economic history of modern Japan, in the sense that planning and control by the government substituted for a market mechanism in a substantial part of the economy in this period. Under this regime, the government mobilized huge resource for the war, and the Japanese economy experienced dramatic changes in resource allocation both between industries and within each industry. On the one hand it resulted in a sharp decline in people's living standards, but on the other hand it enabled Japan to increase munitions production rapidly, including aircraft production, which had been at an infant stage before the war. The extent of the wartime mobilization of resources is clearly observed in the composition of real gross national product, GNP, figure H 5.1. The outbreak of full-scale war with China in 1937 had a substantial impact on the Japanese economy. Government expenditures, including military expenses, sharply increased, and private capital formation simultaneously increased. This increase of private investment reflected a policy of expanding the productive capacity of munitions and related industries. These two components, government expenditures and private capital formation, continued to absorb an increasing fraction of GNP. In contrast, private consumption and exports continued to decline. Figure H 5.1 Change in the composition of national expenditure in Japan during the Second World War. Source, Economic Planning Agency, Kokuman Shotoku Heikusho, White Paper on National Income, 1963 issue, Tokyo, Printing Bureau of Ministry of Finance, 1965, 178-79. The change in composition of GNP corresponds to the change in the industrial structure. Production of iron, steel, machinery, and coal continued to increase until the final stage of the war. It is especially notable that the rate of increase in the production of machinery, including aircraft and ships, accelerated in 1937. Meanwhile, the production of textiles declined sharply from 1938. This reflects the fact that textiles were mainly produced for domestic consumption and export. From the early stages of the war, the Japanese government substantially intervened in the economy through a system of planning and control, and then it expanded and strengthened the intervention as the war progressed. Given the general price controls imposed in 1938, a number of commodities, including rice, coal, raw cotton, iron ore, and steel, were distributed according to the Material Mobilization Plan, Bushidoing Kakaku, which was drawn up by the government, and more specifically by the Cabinet Planning Board, Kikakuin, or the Ministry of Munitions, Gunjusho, after November 1943. International trade, allocations of funds and the labor market were all government-controlled. In order to implement these economic controls, the government often used trade associations, except for the munitions industries that were directly administered by the Army and Navy. From 1941 those associations, which came to be called control associations, Tosaikai, were given legal authority to supervise and instruct the firms under their control, Okazaki and Okono Fujiwara 1999. By this system of planning and control, as we have already seen, resource allocation between industries changed substantially, which in turn had a substantial impact on each industry. Let me focus on the coal and aircraft industries to illustrate how the system worked. Because coal was an important and domestically available energy source, the coal industry was requested to increase its wartime production. Indeed, according to the Production Capacity Expansion Plan, Seisenryo Kakakuja Kakaku, of January 1939, coal production was expected to increase 1.6 times from 1938 to 1941. In contrast, the allocation of intermediate goods and capital goods, such as steel and explosives, was not augmented to the same extent, due to shortages of those goods. In this situation, the government and the Coal Control Association, Sekiten Tosaikai, made great efforts to mobilize the labor force into the coal industry, including workers from Korea. Simultaneously, they concentrated resources on relatively efficient coal mines, whereas inefficient mines were closed and their labor force was moved to relatively efficient mines. This policy of resource reallocation, from inefficient mines to efficient ones, contributed to raising the average productivity of the entire coal industry, thereby mitigating the negative impact of the degenerating economic environment. Okazaki 2014. The aircraft industry was the industry that expanded most sharply during the war. Indeed, the number of airframes produced increased 5.5 times from 1941 to 1944. As mentioned above, the Army and Navy used their powers to directly administer this industry in order to concentrate resources. The factor critical to aircraft production was the supply of parts, because aircraft require numerous parts. Hence, major aircraft producers including Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Co. and Nakajima Aircraft Co. organized a number of parts suppliers. The rapid expansion of aircraft production was achieved through this extensive outsourcing. However, U.S. strategic bombing eventually destroyed these networks and seriously damaged the industry. Okazaki 2011. 6. China. Deben Ma. In the two millennia dynastic history of China, the 5 centuries of 1500 to 2000 encompass 4 political regimes: the Ming, 1368 to 1644, Qing, 1644 to 1911, Republican, 1911 to 49, and Communism since 1949. The 5 centuries saw regime changes and dramatic ideological shifts and reversals, especially following the collapse of Qing in 1911, the last imperial dynasty, as well as the resilience of historical and political legacy. This chapter provides a brief account of major economic changes in the last 5 centuries and offers some major quantitative indicators on long-term welfare. The emphasis of the narrative is on the importance of ideological and institutional changes to China's long-term economic trajectory. Introduction. The beginning century of our study marked the final century of Ming's imperial dynastic rule. It was a century that also saw the maturing of a highly centralized, unitary political regime governed by an absolutist emperor at the top of the power pyramid, aided by a formal bureaucracy recruited through a highly structured national civil service examination rooted in Confucius classics. But whatever impersonality and neutrality remained of China's imperial regime, they were more than often compromised by the emperor's personal rule, and his personal entourage of eunuchs, consort, and other inner court staffs. Ma 2012. Beyond the borders of China, Ming and Qing reigned supreme in East and Southeast Asia throughout the so-called tributary states trade system, where neighboring small states remained in the status of near protectorate under which limited trade was conducted. China remained more or less isolated politically beyond East Asia until aggressive Western imperialism reached its shore by the mid-19th century. The claim that China was the world's leading economy in the 15th to 18th centuries was somewhat misleading based on a conflation of aggregate for the per capita terms. Madison, 2007, was credited with the claim of China being the world's leading economy, Based largely on guesstimates, he puts China's annual income at about 500 or 600 international dollars, in 1990 prices, at about 80% in 1500, and 35% in 1700, of the world's leading but much smaller economies of the time, Britain and the Netherlands. But Madison was right in trumpeting the aggregate size of the Chinese economy. Entering into Qing, China saw a doubling of territory and a tripling of population between the 15th and 18th centuries. No single political entity at the time achieved such size in both geography and population under such stability and durability unified under a single political regime. Chinese trade with neighboring Asian states and further beyond remained limited but could be critically important. With the export of silks and tea, China fueled the fetish of chinos oires in Western Europe, which formed the basis for import substitution within Western Europe. On the other side of the trade equation, inflow of Latin American silver ingots and coins greased the engine of Chinese commerce and supported the monetization of public finance from the 16th century. Introduction of New World crops such as maize and potatoes sustained the tripling of population in Qing. But it will be a far cry to claim that any of this gave the Chinese economy the leading position that it may have held in the early centuries of the second millennium as under Song, 960 to 1279. Commercial, financial, political, technological, and scientific revolutions that engulfed a fragmented, contentious Europe have largely eclipsed the states of Ming and Qing, only to haunt them by the mid-19th century. Recent new attempts at constructing new long-term gross domestic product, GDP, series, most notably by Stephen Broadberry, Han Hui Guang, and David Lee, seem to confirm largely the earlier Madison estimate, Bold and Van Zanden 2014. We can get a better glimpse of a more comprehensive profile of the evolution of Chinese living standards and human capital in the 19th and 20th centuries based on integrated estimates of real wage and anthropometric evidences. These confirm a general decline in living standards and human capital after the mid-19th century, followed by a recovery only at the turn of the century, figure 6.1, on the wage evidence, see Allen et al. 2011. Chinese heights fell back relative to Taiwan during the late 19th century, for example. Japanese stature was still much lower. The Japanese reached the Chinese height level only during the 1980s. Although, as argued by Baten et al. 2010, the level of Japanese heights cannot be directly compared to the Chinese as a welfare indicator. The real wage data also reveal that Chinese living standards were probably closer to the less developed parts of Europe but lower than northwestern Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. These reviews confirm that the divergence in living standards and per capita incomes between Europe and China already existed before the Industrial Revolution and only widened from the 19th century onwards. However, in contrast to the findings based on real wages and heights, the basic numeracy index, a measure of tendencies to report a rounded rather than an exact age, reveals a relatively high level of Chinese human capital, closer to that of northwestern Europe for the 18th and 19th centuries, than to countries with a comparable level of living standards, such as India or Turkey, figure 6.2. In comparison to the high level of Japanese numeracy, Chinese numeracy displayed a slightly lower level during the 19th century. In addition, the cohort born during the 1840s, who experienced the Taiping Civil War and famine period when they were teenagers and young adults, had lower numerical skills than the generations before and after. The 19th century, an ominous beginning. The beginning of the 19th century may have seen the turn of the tide that had once so favored the fortune of Qing. Population growth sustained by rising agricultural land productivity and the introduction of new crops may have finally stretched the limits of the resource constraint. Beginning with the White Lotus, 1796 to 1804, a series of domestic rebellions, culminating with the vast Taiping Uprising, 1851 to 64, both reflected and contributed to the erosion of the Qing regime. Externally, following the collapse of the East India monopoly in 1833, British imperialism driven by private commercial interest intensified on the Chinese trade. The rise of triangular trade, the export of Indian opium to China, reversed China's long-standing trade surplus, draining silver species out of China. This occurred in the background, and during the 16th and 17th centuries fiscal reform under Mid-Ming led to the silverization of fiscal revenue and increasing penetration of silver used as a medium of exchange in the next 2 and 3 centuries. The increasing scarcity of silver species, as reflected in the rising copper cash-silver ratio, was wreaking havoc on people's livelihoods and governmental tax collection, as well as the morale of the military. Lin 2006. Prompted by an urge to act but armed with little knowledge of the potency of the newly rising Western imperialism, Qing's military confrontation with England in the now famous Opium War of 1842 turned out to be a humiliating defeat and also marked the beginning of the world's largest and most remote empire now in the orbit of Western imperialism. British arms forced the Qing to accept the Treaty of Nanking, 1842, which ceded Hong Kong to the British, imposed a regime of virtual free trade, and initiated the treaty port system by opening 5 Chinese ports to British merchants. This agreement, which set the tone of China's international economic relations during the century prior to the Pacific War, subsequently expanded to include dozens of treaty ports where foreign residents were protected by extraterritoriality at the expense of Chinese sovereignty. The challenge of Western imperialism represented an external threat drastically different from China's traditional nemesis from her northern frontier and hence marked a watershed in Chinese history. The challenge was economic, political, institutional, and ideological. Political accommodation and institutional adjustment to 1895. The new era marked by China's forced opening under Western imperialism started off disastrously for the Qing, who were brought to the brink of collapse by the devastating Taiping Rebellion, 1850–62. The Qing under the so-called Tongzhi Restoration, 1861–75, also engineered a remarkable economic recovery through the revitalization of traditional institutions, the reinstatement of Confucian orthodox, the restoration of the national civil service examination, largely interrupted during the Taiping Rebellion, and the initial exemption of land taxes to lure cultivators back to war-torn agricultural regions. Neither did the Qing remain entirely passive to Western incursions. As a natural extension to the Tongzhi Restoration, powerful regional bureaucrats such as Li Hongzhang and Zhang Haidong sponsored the self-strengthening movement, 1860–94, a program that aimed to expand Chinese military strength by developing a small number of Western-style, capital-intensive enterprises financed by the state and directed by prestigious officials who possessed the highest credentials awarded under the Confucian academic system. Although these enterprises, which included arsenals, factories, and shipyards, were fraught with inefficiency and corruption, they did manage to record modest achievements. Nonetheless, the overall ideological orientation during this period remained conservative. In contrast to the concurrent Meiji reform in Japan, there was no introduction of any reforms that touched the fundamentals of the traditional regime, no introduction of modern constitution or commercial law, no reform in the currency system, modern banks or modern infrastructures such as railroads were expressly prohibited, and steamships were limited to major riverways such as the Yangtze River. The direct impact of the treaty port system, where Chinese trade tariff was restricted to a modest 3 or 5%, was the expansion of China's international trade. China's maritime customs data show real imports more than doubling in the 2.5 decades prior to 1895, and exports increasing by half of this. Trade statistics suggest slower growth of real trade in the range of 2 to 3% per annum after 1895. Despite its modest scale, trade gradually pulled major domestic commodity markets into close alignment with exchange throughout the Pacific Basin. The treaty system accelerated the arrival of new technologies, initially to the treaty ports themselves, which in both the 19th and 20th century versions of global entry became staging points for the spread of technologies into the domestic economy. However, it was in this area where we see industrialization lagging far behind the opportunities opened up by the inflow of trade and technology during this era. Attempts by Chinese and European entrepreneurs to take advantage of new opportunities linked to new technologies and new trade arrangements reveal the presence of powerful obstacles to innovation within China's late Qing economy. These barriers were, among others, low investment activity of the government on the one hand, which limited the expansion of key public infrastructure such as modern railroads and inland steam shipping. The second barrier is the resistance of existing vested interests in the form of traditional mercantile and handicraft guilds, who, in connection with local government, defended their traditional monopolistic privilege and obstructed introduction of new technologies and new business arrangements in the processing of agricultural commodities like soybeans and silk larvae. For details on these obstacles, see section 4.2 in Brandt et al. 2014. The onset of China's Industrial Revolution 1895 to 1949. China's defeat in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 95 by a nation long regarded as a student rather than an equal marked the end of the self-strengthening movement, which events revealed to be feeble and ineffective. This ignominious military failure inflicted a profound mental shock on Chinese elites and the public at large. The immediate economic impact followed the 1896 signing of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, which granted foreigners the right to establish factories in the treaty ports. Eliminating the prohibition against foreign factories in the treaty ports sparked a rapid expansion of foreign direct investment. This new arrangement indirectly legitimized Chinese modern enterprises. Despite some setbacks from the repression of the 100 Days Reform centered in the southern province of Hunan in 1898, followed by the subsequent debacle surrounding the Boxer Rebellion in 1900, the Qing constitutional movement of 1903–11 was far more comprehensive and ambitious. It aimed at steering China towards a constitutional monarchy by drafting a formal modern constitution with national, provincial, and local level parliaments. Military modernization was high on the reform agenda. Administrative reforms sought to modernize public finance and adopt a national budget. The reform initiative gave birth to new ministries of education, trade, and agriculture and encouraged the founding of local chambers of commerce. There were policy initiatives aimed at currency reform, efforts to establish modern banks and to expand railroads and other public infrastructure, tables 6.1 and 6.2. Beginning at the very end of the 19th century, activity in mining and manufacturing accelerated sharply from its small initial base. Overall industrial output showed double-digit real annual growth during 1912–36, a phenomenal result for that period, especially in view of China's turbulent political scene and the impact of the Great Depression. Factory production, initially focused on textiles, food processing and other consumer products, concentrated in two regions, the lower Yangtze area, where both foreign and Chinese entrepreneurs pursued factory expansion in and around Shanghai, and China's northeast or Manchurian region, where Japanese initiatives predominated, see Map 6.1. By 1935, Chinese factories, including some owned by British or Japanese firms, produced 8% of the world's cotton yarn, more than Germany, France, or Italy, and 2.8% of global cotton piece goods production. Despite the importance of foreign investment in Shanghai and especially in Manchuria, Chinese-owned companies produced 73% of China's 1933 factory output, growing production of light consumer and industrial goods. This combined with the accumulation of experience in operating and repairing modern machinery, which generated backward linkages that spurred new private initiatives in machinery, chemicals, cement, mining, electricity, and metallurgy. Official efforts, including semi-official Japanese activity in Manchuria, also promoted the growth of mining, metallurgy, and arms manufacture. Roski 1989, ch. 2. Map 6.1 Regional Economic Specialization in China 1895–1949 Source, see Map 1.1. China's economic prospects acted as a magnet for trade and investment during the pre-war decades. China's foreign trade rose to a peak of more than 2% of global trade flows in the late 1920s, a level that was not regained until the 1990s, on China's presence on world exhibitions, see Highlight Chapter 6.1. Between 1902 and 1931, inflows of foreign direct investment grew at annual rates of 8.3%, 5%, and 4.3% for Shanghai, Manchuria and the rest of China. By 1938, China's stock of inward foreign investment amounted to $2.6 billion, more than any other underdeveloped region except for the Indian subcontinent and Argentina. Although estimates of pre-war capital flows often blur the distinction between direct and portfolio holdings, it is evident that China played a substantial role in global capital flows. The 1938 figure of $2.6 billion for China's stock of foreign investments amounts to 8.4% of worldwide stocks of outward foreign investment and 17.5% of outward foreign direct investment in that year. By contrast, China's 2001 share of worldwide inward foreign direct investment was only 2.1%. Domestic investment also showed substantial growth. Modern-oriented fixed investment, calculated from consumption of cement, steel, and machinery, grew at an average annual rate of 8.1% between 1903 and 1936, outpacing Japanese gross domestic fixed capital formation in mining, manufacturing, construction, and facilitating industries, which advanced at an annual rate of 5%. Despite the effects of the Great Depression and political tumult, economy-wide gross fixed investment exceeded 10% of aggregate output during 1931-36, Brandt et al. 2014. Transport development contributed substantially to economic expansion. China's railway track length grew from 364 kilometers, km, in 1894 to over 21,000 kilometers by 1937, and newly constructed north-south lines slashed economic distances across a landscape dominated by rivers flowing from west to east. Completion of railway and telegraph connections linking Peking, now Beijing, and the central China River port of Wuhan in 1906 reduced the time needed to ship commodities between these cities. In a remarkable triumph of a free banking version of the silver standard, privately held Chinese banks, often cooperating with foreign financial institutions and traditional money shops, transformed the financial face of China by persuading households and businesses to transact with paper banknotes that were convertible into silver on demand. This monetary transformation reduced transaction costs. The expansion of branch networks allowed major domestic banks to attract deposits from all regions and recycle them to the areas of greatest demand, contributing to the emergence of an embryonic national market for funds. These forces resulted in increased per capita output and structural changes of the sort associated with Simon Kuznets' concept of modern economic growth in two major regions, the lower Yangtze, where private domestic and foreign investment in and around Shanghai served as the key driver, Ma 2008, and the northeast, Manchuria, where Japanese investment and eventual takeover provided key momentum. All in all, these developments in industry, transport, and finance precipitated an episode of modern economic growth at the national level during the early decades of the 20th century. Beginning in 1929, China's economy faced a succession of shocks arising from the Great Depression and falling export demand, the severance of Manchuria in 1932 by the Japanese, rapidly rising silver prices triggered by Britain's decision to go off gold and the United States Silver Purchase Act of 1934. Considerable debate persists over how well the Chinese economy weathered the storm and the severity of the combined impact of these events on aggregate economic activity. There is little controversy about what followed. 12 years of war, with large-scale civil strife following the defeat of Japan's invading armies, battered China's economy and rolled back much of the progress achieved during the preceding decades. Roaring inflation crippled China's financial sector and corruption hobbled the public sector and embittered the populace. People's Republic of China in 1950 to 2000. The broad contours of economic change following the establishment in 1949 of the People's Republic of China, PRC, are well understood. 4. The new communist government quickly implemented an orthodox mix of fiscal and monetary policies to restore fiscal balance and quell hyperinflation, steps that helped facilitate recovery from damage inflicted by 12 years of war and civil strife. Following violent campaigns that expropriated the assets of urban and rural elites, the PRC moved to implement socialist planning. The new regime swept away the remnants of several Qing-era institutional constraints on growth, completing a process that had begun prior to the Second World War. The new government vastly expanded state control over resources, rapidly eliminating the long-standing shortage of fiscal revenue that had prevented earlier governments from financing aggressive development initiatives. China's plan system, introduced with Soviet advice during the early 1950s, bore strong resemblances to its Soviet counterpart. But starting in 1958, China distanced itself both from Moscow's political leadership and from Soviet economic strategy, as Mao Zedong embarked on a daring campaign to accelerate the pace of development by amalgamating rural households into large-scale collective units, or people's communes, and by promoting rural industrialization. The communes proved to be a costly failure: poor incentives, false reports of rising crop output, excessive grain procurement, and a massive reallocation of labor from agriculture to industry inflicted an immense famine on China's peasantry that cost tens of millions of lives in the so-called Great Leap Famine of 1959-61. Efforts to revive forward momentum in the early 1960s met with some success, but the economy suffered further setbacks in the mid-1960s when a new political campaign known as the Cultural Revolution sparked a new reversal in economic policies and incentive mechanisms. Mixed economic outcomes characterized China's quarter-century of socialist planning under Mao and his colleagues. The plan era brought notable expansion of industrial and technological capabilities, as well as major improvements in literacy, school attendance, maternal and infant survival rates, public health, and life expectancy. Real annual GDP growth of roughly 6% aggregate, and 4% in per capita terms surpassed gains in India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Egypt, Brazil, and other large low-income nations, often by large margins. These successes were accompanied by shortcomings and setbacks, which occurred in part because the PRC government, while eliminating institutional barriers inherited from the past, used its unprecedented administrative capacity to implement a succession of anti-economic policies, including an assault on individual and firm-level incentives, persecution of intellectuals and educators, forced collectivization of farming, and a destructive regimen of local self-reliance. In addition, unsuitable technological innovations diffused in both agriculture and industry, and cross-border flows of trade, investment, people, and information were severely constricted. A substantial gap emerged between the living standards of urban and rural households. Overall, food supply measured as a percentage of the total population scarcely increased between 1958 and 1978, Brandt et al. 2014. The death of Mao Zedong, 1893–1976, was widely recognized as the end of an era for both the PRC and for China's economy. China's reform initiatives of the late 1970s focused on 4 areas: rural liberalization, expansion of foreign trade and investment, policies aimed at enlivening state-owned enterprises, and fiscal decentralization. Despite obvious limitations, we can see in retrospect that China's initial reforms represent a watershed in Chinese economic history. For the first time, China's economy avoided most of the Qing-era institutional constraints as well as the most restrictive of the fresh obstacles imposed by the PRC. The greatest success occurred in the rural economy, where the explosive response to implementation of the household responsibility system banished the specter of food shortages and sparked the largest episode of poverty alleviation in human history. Rural economic revival, however, went far beyond an intensification of effort in response to the restoration of individual incentives. The reform unleashed a torrent of entrepreneurship in rural areas and later in the cities. Rapid expansion of international trade and investment eliminated long-standing shortages of foreign exchange, began to tap the wealth and expertise of overseas Chinese and multinational corporations and introduced a long-absent element of economic rationality into investment policies by channeling resources into labor-intensive export production that matched China's resource endowment. Efforts to upgrade state enterprises were far less successful, and losses mounted despite massive direct and indirect subsidies. China's economy throughout much of the 1980s was a halfway house combining elements of old and new. Although the reform process spawned episodes of social unrest, the 1989 Tiananmen protests in part reflected public anger over inflation and corruption. Overall, the first 15 years of reform produced no substantial group of losers, a rare outcome in episodes of substantial socio-economic change. Naughton 2007, Su 2011. Despite 15 years of GDP growth averaging 8% per annum, China was at a critical crossroads during the early 1990s. Growth had become highly cyclical, with successive periods of liberalization and reform accompanied by high growth but also higher rates of inflation. In the mid-1990s, China's policymakers attacked these difficulties with a remarkable sequence of policy changes. These included a sweeping overhaul of the fiscal system, a reorganization of the financial system, a comprehensive restructuring of the enterprise sector, including the furloughing and eventual dismissal of over 50 million redundant employees, most in the state sector, substantial privatization of both state and collective enterprises, along with further reforms, including virtual elimination of planned allocation of materials, and broad embrace of globalization that reduced tariffs and other trade barriers in advance of its 2001 entry into the World Trade Organization. These reform efforts were far more systematic and aggressive than during the early years of reform. They contributed to China's enormous growth spurt from the 1990s, setting China on course to first surpass the Japanese economy and to possibly become the world's largest economy in due course. The Chinese economic miracle has stimulated efforts to define a Chinese model of growth or to establish a Beijing consensus of development-enhancing policies. However, China's recent economic success should also be seen by the deep historical roots of China's current institutional structure and the central role of China's unusual legacy of human capital. While historic accumulation of resources and capabilities deserves recognition as an important contributor to China's recent growth, historical legacy may well become a burden to China's economic future as it had impeded China's response to challenges in the past. Despite 3 decades of near double-digit economic growth and wrenching social transformations, the Chinese political system remains highly centralized, authoritarian, lacking in transparency, rule of law but rife with corruption, with restrictions of public opinion and freedom of information or expression. How the Chinese economy would fare under this political regime in the face of rising expectations and increasing globalization remains to be seen. Conclusion. The 500 years of Chinese economic history are marked by both continuity and radical departures, accompanied by long periods of inertia and stagnation as well as dramatic historical breakthroughs and fundamental transformations. While it is difficult to describe 500 years in any simplistic categories or terminologies, 2 features stand out. First, change, or lack therefore, in ideology and political regime are critical to the long periods of economic change and episodes of historical transformation. Second, the rise of mid-19th century Western imperialism proved to be a watershed that shaped and reshaped the Chinese search for a new response and ultimately a new identity in the name of modernization in the centuries to follow. Third, while external influence or shock, such as the Western imperial challenges from the mid-19th century, were critical, given both the immense size of China and the highly authoritarian and centralized nature of the traditional Chinese polity, collective political and institutional responses were often staggered and required significant mobilization of indigenous political capital. A better reading of the Chinese past helps us better understand the enormity of the Chinese transformations in the road ahead, even though China's future may still defy any easy prediction. H6.1. International Expositions and East Asia's Participation in the Modern Era. Ma Min. The idea of international expositions was born in the UK during the Victorian period. In 1851 the UK hosted the unprecedented Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of all nations, which showcased its overwhelming power to the rest of the world. In the following over 160 years, more than 120 international expositions were hosted by different nations. Among them, the biggest one, participated by all nations, was called World Exposition, and usually held every 5 years. After its emergence in Europe, the exhibition exerted great influence on East Asia with the trend of eastward spread of Western culture, while the responses from the East Asian countries varied from each other. Japan gave the promptest response. In 1862, when the Second World Exposition was held in London, the visiting delegation was invited to the opening ceremony, which was the first attendance by the Japanese. When it came to the 1867 Paris World Exposition, the Tokugawa shogunate sent its representatives to participate and exhibit porcelain, lacquer and copper utensil and local craft works. Japan's first large-scale participation began at the 1873 Vienna World Exposition. During this exposition, the Japanese delegation achieved exceptional success with 9 Taito medals. During the Meiji period, Japan held 5 domestic industry exhibitions, each larger than the previous one and with more visitors. In 1965, Japan won the bid for the Osaka World Exposition and became the first country in Asia to organize a world exposition. The Osaka World Expo achieved unprecedented success and became one of the best world expositions in history. It surpassed the previous ones both in terms of the number of visitors and the economic revenue, with 64 million visitors and $150 million. Osaka World Exposition became a milestone in its history of development, technology, and culture in contemporary Japan and gave direct boost to the dramatic rise of Japan's economy. Chinese participation in the World Exposition began in the late Qing dynasty, officially also with the 1873 Vienna Exhibition in Austria. Although initially less active than the Japanese, the Chinese government, together with businessmen, participated in more than 20 international expositions including the World Expo of 1876 Philadelphia, 1878 and 1900 Paris, 1885 New Orleans and 1903 Osaka. After the 1911 revolution overthrew the Qing dynasty, participation in the World Expo had been highly valued, aiming at rejuvenating Chinese industry. Particularly, Chinese media reported some sensational news about the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco, which raised unprecedented exposition enthusiasm. The newly founded government of the Republic of China sent an over 40-member delegation to participate in this exposition. Their main attraction, the China Pavilion, imitated the architecture style of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and embodied distinctive national features. In that World Expo, China achieved great success with 56 medallions, 67 awards of excellence, and 196 gold medals. However, after the 1933 Chicago World Expo, China took a different path. Under the circumstance of its reform and opening up, China reappeared in the 1982 Knoxville World Expo. China showed unprecedented vigor and creativity in that expo, where the China Pavilion mainly displayed arts and crafts. In addition, in order to cater to the theme energy, new energy technology was presented by displaying the delicate and convenient solar-powered dinnerware outside the China Pavilion, which drew most of visitors' attention. And the Great Wall bricks and terracotta warriors placed under one picture of splendid Great Wall were greatly hailed. During the following years, China had an increasingly important role in making the World Expo splendid. For example, in the 1992 Seville Expo, the China Pavilion integrated ancient culture presentation with modern technology to keep up with the pace of modern international exposition, being awarded 5-star pavilion for its innovative and rich content as well as unique design. Finally, China won the right to host the 2010 Shanghai Expo, which fulfilled Chinese people's centennial dream of World Expo. And to Chinese people's pride, Shanghai Expo received the most participating countries, 242, and the most visitors, over 70 million, which made itself the most brilliant international exposition worldwide. Other countries in East Asia and Southeast Asia also actively participated in the international expositions either by sending delegations or renting exhibition areas. For instance, in the 1900 Paris World Expo, there were also Korean and Siam, Thailand, pavilions. The 1993 World Expo was held in Daejeon, a South Korean science city, attracting over 14 million visitors. For more than 160 years, countries in Eastern Asia had switched their roles from observer to participant, from a supporting to a leading role, which enabled them to catch up with other countries. The secret lies in the unique way of Eastern Asia modernization and the common characteristics in Eastern Asia Confucianism culture community, which is quite a broad academic issue and beyond the range of this highlight chapter. I5/6 Trade and Poverty 1820 to 1913, when the Third World fell behind. Jeffrey Williamson. Before Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan had completed their post-Second World War growth miracle, before China, India and the rest of Asia joined them with double-digit growth rates, and as Africa gained independence from their European colonial masters, there was a world economic order in place that had been 200 years in the making. One in 1960, income per capita in Asia and Africa was less than 14% of that of Western Europe. Thus, one characteristic of the 1960 world economic order was the wide gap in living standards between the rich industrial core and the poor pre-industrial periphery. The second characteristic of the 1960 world economic order was that the poor periphery exported primary products, while the rich core exported manufactures. Indeed, 85% of the poor periphery's exports were either agricultural or mineral products. Commodity exports and poverty were closely correlated. The 1960 gap between the West and the rest lingers on even today. What accounts for it? Some economists stress institutions, some geography, and some culture, but all agree that we must go back 5 centuries or more to find the sources of the gap. Let's start by identifying exactly when the great divergence between the West and the rest emerged. In 1820, when the Industrial Revolution was just warming up in Europe, GDP per capita in the poor periphery was only half that of the West European leaders. So, whatever explanation one hopes to find for the appearance of the gap must search for it before the Industrial Revolution. And we see it as early as 1700, when the periphery per capita incomes were only 56% of the core. However, the most notable fact is that the gap rose only very slowly over the centuries before 1820, but rose extremely fast over the century ending at the First World War. Two things happened between 1820 and 1913. First, the gap between the rich industrial core in the West and the poor commodity exporters in the rest widened dramatically as we have seen. Second, it was also the first global century, featuring a world trade boom, soaring international financial flows and mass migrations. The correlation between the world trade boom and accelerating divergence during the first global century is suggestive. A world trade boom had never happened before and it would not happen again until after the Second World War. The European economies went open, removing long-standing mercantilist policies and lowering tariffs. Their colonies did the same, and gunboats forced many others to follow suit. Much of the world integrated their currencies by going on the gold standard and other currency unions, lowering exchange risk. Led by new steam engine technologies, the world also underwent a pro-trade transport revolution. As the cost of trade fell dramatically, the ancient barriers of distance began to evaporate. The telegraph stimulated trade still more, lowering uncertainty about prices in distant markets. Most importantly, the Industrial Revolution in Europe raised GDP growth rates many times faster than what had been common over the previous 2 millennia, and the demand for everything soared, especially traded goods. To give world trade another nudge, Pax Britannica brought peace. The first world trade boom occurred at the same time as the acceleration in the Great Divergence, and correlations like this invite causal interpretations. Did globalization contribute to the Great Divergence? Before we answer that question, some important issues must be laid to rest. First, Asia and the rest of the periphery did not suffer a fall in GDP per capita during the first global century. Furthermore, their GDP per capita growth rates actually rose from 1820 to 1913. However, the rates were much lower in Asia and the rest than in the core. Second, no economist has ever found any evidence or argument that rejects the belief that all participants gain from trade. By exploiting specialization and comparative advantage, trade raises GDP. But in the long run, maybe some countries gain more from trade than others. Trade can be growth enhancing. After all, it can be a conduit for knowledge, modern industrial technology, pro-growth institutional reform and political liberalism. It can also enhance agglomeration and scale economies in manufacturing, and foster capital flows and accumulation in capital-deficient countries. Modern economists call this trade-driven endogenous growth. But were these growth-enhancing forces weaker or even absent in poor countries exporting primary products? Did it cause deindustrialization there? Did commodity price volatility retard their growth? Did trade booms augment the incomes of rent seekers in poor countries, thus suppressing accumulation there? It turns out that the answer is yes to all of these questions. During the first global century, the growth gains from trade were huge for the West and minuscule for the rest. How should we measure trade booms? In exploring the correlation between openness and growth, economists often measure the former by trade ratios, that is, exports plus imports divided by GDP. But trade shares may be high simply because income is high, and trade shares may rise simply because income rises. Thus, a country's openness should be measured by the height of the trade barriers around it, barriers that include tariffs, non-tariff barriers, distance from foreign markets and the cost of transportation to and from foreign markets. All of these fell dramatically between 1820 and 1913, especially in Asia, and it is changes in the trading environment that induces changes in the domestic economy. How might the trading environment have improved for Asia and the rest? Two ways: by a decline in those trade barriers, and by an improvement in world market prices for their commodity exports. Both of these induced a rise in their net barter terms of trade, NBTT equals the price of exports over the price of imports. So, if we are looking for ways that trade might have fostered or inhibited growth in the rest, we need to look at the magnitude and duration of improvements in their NBTT. Figure I5/6.1 shows just how dramatic the rise in the NBTT was in the rest as their commodity export prices soared and their manufacturing import prices fell. It rose in all poor regions, and it rose very fast. The net result may have been short-run gains from trade, but much lower long-run growth gains compared with the West. The first global century fostered trade and growth, but the latter happened mainly in the West. In short, part of the great rise in the income per capita gap between West and the rest was due to globalization. 7. Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. Remaganum and Joerg Baten. In recent years, the Middle Eastern region has been characterized in newspaper reports by its many conflicts between religious and political groups. To understand the present situation, it is important to study the region's development over the last few centuries. The first impression of Middle Eastern history is the great heterogeneity of its development. We cover the geographic region between Morocco and Afghanistan, including the former Soviet republics in Central Asia and the Caucasus that have a substantial Muslim population. These countries have experienced multifaceted development over the past 5 centuries. However, prominent economic historians of these world regions, such as Charles Isai, 1982, have distilled some common features that characterized many of the Middle Eastern countries. One common factor was contact with Europe during the 19th century, which Isai described as a challenge. Just before the First World War, European merchants, and sometimes their governments, had taken over many important positions in Middle Eastern economies outside agriculture. In contrast, Isai interprets the developments during the 20th century as a reaction in which many Middle Eastern political leaders aimed at reducing the European influence. They also tried to mitigate the role of religious minorities in economic core positions of their countries. Since Isai, 1982, and Owen, 1993, wrote their famous overviews in the 1970s and 1980s, some progress has been made in the quantitative analysis of long-run economic trends of the Middle East. Most famously, Şevket Pamuk has presented his estimates of urban real wages and national income estimates for a number of countries in this region. Kostjal and Ergeni, 2012, have studied the development of early modern inequality based on tax registers for northern Anatolia and additional sources. Others have focused on complementary issues that are discussed below. Another theme that was studied with considerable effort was the development of the biological standard of living. The development of human stature can serve as an indicator of two key welfare components, nutritional quality and health. This development was reconstructed for a number of Middle Eastern economies. The Middle East actually had a relative advantage over Europe during the middle of the 19th century, Stegel and Baten 2009. Since the 1880s, however, there has been a dramatic change in the biological standard of living relative to Europeans. It seems plausible that this shift in relative welfare also influenced a deep feeling of injustice in the Middle Eastern population. Finally, we draw on new research about trends in education and human capital. Though education in the Middle East was quite developed during the High Middle Ages, various available indicators suggest that Middle Eastern governments and families underinvested in this core determinant of economic growth and competitiveness during the period beginning with the late Middle Ages. Additionally, the differences among countries within this region of the world were substantial, and interesting to study in themselves. Medieval and early modern period. During the medieval period, the technology of the Middle East was superior to that of Europe and knowledge was flowing from the former to the latter. A good example is medical knowledge. Not only was the ancient knowledge kept in libraries of the Middle East, but physicians also developed it further. This early progress is visible in urbanization rates. Bosker et al. 2013, recently estimated the urban share for the geographic area of the Middle East compared to Europe, figure 7.1. Clearly, urbanization levels were much lower in Europe. They increased at roughly the same pace as in the Middle East until approximately 1100. Even if the Middle East remained more urbanized until 1700, its urbanization apparently reached a plateau after 1100. During the late medieval Mongolian invasion and plague episodes, it even temporarily declined. In contrast, Europe was converging during the period 1500 to 1800, and finally overtook the Middle East in 1800, but note that the later Russian Empire and Scandinavia are excluded, which would reduce European urbanization. Figure 7.1 Urbanization rates in the Middle East and North Africa, compared with Europe. Note, the geographic definition is used, which categorizes the Byzantine Empire as a Middle Eastern economy, though Christian, and Sicily and Muslim Iberia as European, though Muslim in some centuries. Excluded are Russia, the Caucasus, Scandinavia, Iran, and Afghanistan. Only cities with population 10,000 included. Source, modified from Bosker et al. 2013. As it is typical for world regions that have achieved technological and economic leadership in a certain period, the Middle East saw the formation of large empires, beginning with the Arabic ones of the early medieval period. The Ottoman Empire massively expanded in the 15th century toward the Balkans and southeastern Europe, and in the 16th century towards the East and North Africa. In the 17th century, it stretched from Bosnia to Iraq and the Arabian Peninsula. In North Africa, only Morocco remained independent. For determinants of imperial expansion, see Highlight Chapter 7.1. The quantitative evidence on the economic history of the Middle East during the early modern period is quite limited. Many historians have speculated that it was a period of decline. They came to this conclusion by noting that the Islamic empires of the High Middle Ages were powerful and their scientists very progressive, while travel reports from the 18th century largely portrayed an image of backward technology and poverty. However, it is not clear whether the development was really an absolute decline rather than a relative one. It might have been that the level of 18th century development was simply somewhat lower than in northwestern Europe, that had developed enormously, because the latter was the basis of comparison. Trade routes between medieval Europe and Asia that had passed the Middle East shifted. This was one of the major events in Middle Eastern economic history, Findlay and O'Rourke 2007, 142. During the Middle Ages, the Middle East earned monopoly profits from the trade of Asian spices and luxury goods with Europe. In the early modern period, these monopoly profits flowed first to the pockets of the Portuguese, then to the Dutch, and finally to the British and French. However, the merchants of the Middle East also found additional sources of trading income such as the trade of Yemenite coffee, Raymond 1973, cited from Owen 1993, 5, see map 7.1. This change in trade routes could not have had a very large influence on Middle Eastern economies because trading income affects only a small part of the population. Beside the effects of shifting trade routes, there were medieval and early modern demographic shocks. Borsch, 2005, argued that the late medieval plague events and the Mongol invasion hit the Middle Eastern irrigation economies in Iraq and Egypt particularly hard because they needed a critical mass of population density to keep up the irrigation systems. The Mamluks who were ruling Egypt in a predatory way, Findlay and O'Rourke 2007, were even less willing to invest in the public works that were necessary for irrigation, as the number of peasants and hence the rents for the Mamluks dropped after the Great Plague. While the plague increased real wages in Western Europe, it might have had detrimental effects in the irrigation agricultural parts of the Middle East. In spite of these interesting hypotheses, information regarding early development in the Middle East is based on quite fragmentary data. Pamuk and Özmüker developed more solid evidence on real wage developments in Istanbul and other large cities. They found that, in general, the development of urban craftsmen's wages was on a level similar to southern and central Europe during the 16th to 18th centuries, figure 7.2. Clearly, the rich European Northwest had already left Istanbul behind. However, compared with other European cities, Middle Eastern urban centers maintained a similar welfare level. Özmüker and Pamuk stressed the fact that their estimates referred to a specific social group, and it might not be so clear how other groups of society were developing. However, we would interpret this evidence as plausible support of the view that living standards were at least equal to most of Europe until the 18th century. Figure 7.2 Real wages of unskilled urban workers notes, for European cities, they used Robert Allen's estimates for unskilled construction workers, wages, in gram silver, divided by CPI, in gram silver. North Europe, Amsterdam, Antwerp, and London, Central Europe, Leipzig and Warsaw, Southern Europe, Valencia. Source, calculated from Özmüker and Pamuk, 2002. Nevertheless, the scant evidence that we have on human capital formation suggests that the Middle East did not participate in the European human capital revolution. Evidence regarding 16th century Maghreb suggests that basic numeracy equaled only 10% in the late 15th/early 16th century, and reached approximately 50% in the period between the late 16th to early 18th century, Joerg and Baten 2013. For 18th century Turkey and Syria, we have estimates in the range of 10 to 50%, Baten and Ghanem 2014. In the same period, numeracy in Europe grew from approximately 50 to 90%. Hence, Europe emerged as a dramatically strong competitor. Limitations to the rule of law at the beginning of the 19th century. What characterized the Middle East at the beginning of the 19th century? Many contemporary observers noted the complicated institutional structure and sometimes the missing rule of law, reviewed in Curran 2011. Taxation capability was low and rulers often were exploitative. In many cases their ethnic background differed from those of the ruled, in Iran and Egypt, for example. However, some regions actually benefited from low levels of the rule of law, such as the Maghreb pirates. In Algeria and Tunisia, an important additional element was the pirate economy of the 17th and 18th centuries. Originally created by a tradition of holy war against the Christians, privateering was developing into an industry for the Algerian and Tunisian port cities. Two ships whose owners were not willing or able to pay a substantial fee were captured, and the surviving personnel sold on slave markets if no ransom was paid. Some Christians who accepted conversion also joined the corsair fleet as renegades. Contrary to the reputation of privateering, corsair activity was a well-organized business. It involved many different actors. As for Tunis pirates, a pirate crew consisted of at least the ship owner, captain, naval crewmen, and armed warriors. The latter were mostly former hostages. Although the hostages were violently taken, many later joined the pirate business and benefited from it. Through the trade of booty, they not only acquired wealth but also rose in social rank. Tunis as an expansionary city of that time welcomed foreigners in its midst and, in return, gained economic profits. Algerian pirates sailed as far as northwestern Europe for slave raids. In the irrigation economies of Egypt and Mesopotamia, clear property rights and the rule of law would have been most important, because irrigation agriculture is particularly dependent on clear institutional settings. But even here, property rights were not always clearly defined. It is very important to understand the structure of property rights to land in the Middle East, and in Egypt and Iraq in particular. 3. In general, land rights were very complicated. Owen 1993, 33. In principle, the state owned most of the land except for some gardens, orchards, and the real estate on which the houses and the villages stood. However, many families had already begun using some legal tricks to imitate something like private family ownership at the beginning of the 19th century. Generally, the most secure property rights were established in the Mount Lebanon area, and partially so in Anatolia, Lower Egypt, and parts of Syria. In contrast, in southern Syria, Upper Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Palestine, we have communal redistribution of land. Each peasant received a new plot of land after the harvest season. Quasi-private ownership was impossible in this communally organized land tenure system, of course. Only towards the mid-19th century was there a tendency towards imitating private ownership in these regions. While most of the land was owned by the state, local rulers could obtain a large part of the tax revenues. In principle, the rule said that between 10 and 50% of the production should be taxed, plus some additional duties. However, this was only a theoretical tax rate. In practice, a peasant's skill in hiding part of the production was very important, and those who were more skilled at hiding were able to achieve a higher standard of living. Tax evasion was quite common, and taxpayers considered this to be legitimate because they received almost no public goods in return. For example, there was little protection except perhaps against other local lords. Therefore, the peasants protected themselves in fortified villages. 4. The roads and other infrastructure were in a relatively poor state at the beginning of the 19th century, and the irrigation systems were not centrally surveyed. Iran, with its long history of early cultures and empires, had suffered particularly hard during the late Middle Ages and the early modern period. Many invasions of nomadic tribes, whose leaders became rulers in this country, affected it negatively. The relationship between these rulers of nomadic origin and the peasants and merchants of Iran was always difficult, therefore, their ability to raise regular taxes was low. Hence, arbitrary confiscations were often used. Relatively unsecure property rights and governmental preference for nomadic tribes resulted in a reduction of irrigated land and an increase of pastures and wasteland before 1800. 5. Urban craftsmen and transport infrastructure around 1800. In contrast to Western European proto-industrial production in the countryside, industrial production in the Middle East was mostly concentrated in the cities, see map 7.2. Trade in the famous souks, as well as administration, were the other main functions of the urban centers. With the exception of Istanbul, the cities themselves were all situated next to a substantial area of cultivatable land with reasonable soil quality, see Owen 1993, 45. Textile production was the most important industry, complemented by food processing, furniture and specialized industries in some places. 6. Even though technological progress in production was slower than in Europe, some industries, such as Turkish armament producers and shipbuilders, could produce goods at similar levels of quality to those produced by Europeans, Owen 1993, 46. Obviously, the military interests of the Ottoman Empire required such exceptions. Most other industries, with fixed price systems and guild systems in which old masters typically commanded younger apprentices, were not conducive to innovation, even if a certain quality of craftsmanship was preserved. Map 7.2 Regional economic specialization and export products in the Middle East during the 19th century. Source, redrawn and modified after Tübinger Atlas de Vorderen Orients, Volume AX, Economy during the 19th century, ed. By SFB 19, Wiesbaden, Reichert, 1980. Another very important urban function was to organize caravan trade. Complemented by coastal and river-based trade, the main caravan routes within the Ottoman Empire connected Syria and Mesopotamia, and from there led to Persia and in some periods to China. A caravan artery went east, west in southern and northern Anatolia and from there to Central Asia. Trade goods comprised textiles and spices from India and Southeast Asia in exchange for European manufactures, African ivory, skins, ostrich feathers and similar items, as well as a limited variety of Middle Eastern goods, such as Syrian cotton thread and yarn, and Lebanese silk. 7 Black slaves from Africa were traded northward, and white slaves from Russia and the Balkans were traded southward. Trade within the Ottoman Empire consisted of grain, sugar, cotton, and other products from Egypt in exchange for textiles, soap, dyes, tufts and processed food from Syria and Anatolia. Imports and exports of Mesopotamia were relatively limited, but there was quite some transit trade, and Persia exported opium, carpets and other products. For overland transport, in addition to the regular costs for camels and personnel, safety costs were often large. Bedouin tribes required dues that could be as large as 3 times the normal transport cost, Owen 1993, 54. In conclusion, the Middle East at the beginning of the 19th century showed complicated property rights and little economic dynamism, although there were exceptions. The systems of production and taxation did not encourage development, nor were land resources completely used. Reform period, the early 19th century. During the early 19th century, the situation in the Middle East changed dramatically. We will focus on 3 development paths of the 19th century: mild reforms and problematic openness in the Ottoman imperial core, forced development in Egypt and direct colonization in Central Asia and Algeria. 1. The famous Tanzimat reforms in the Ottoman core, mainly from 1839, fundamentally changed the law, administration, military and economic situation. Although many fields were affected by the reforms, equality of the citizenry was perceived as one of the most important. Previously, the Jewish and the Orthodox and Armenian Christians had a particular status with both advantages, as Muslims saw it, and disadvantages, as the minorities saw it. After the reforms, all citizens of the Ottoman Empire should have been treated equally, in theory at least. As an additional component of the reforms, military service was regulated to a maximum amount of 5 years. Tax farming, which had been a problematic economic institution, was successively abolished during the reforms. Previously, a rich tribal leader, merchant, or feudal lord could obtain the right to collect taxes after paying a fixed amount to the government. This caused substantial overtaxing, leading to conflict and inequalities of real tax burdens because some tax farmers were more effective, and sometimes violent, in their tax collection efforts, but see Kostel and Ergeny 2012. Finally, an important point was the opening of the Ottoman economy to imports. European governments also influenced the reforms. It soon became clear that in many fields of industrial production, the Middle Eastern craftsmen could not compete with their European counterparts, as trade with Europe was intensified. 8. 2. Egypt had a special and remarkable development during the 19th century, mainly stimulated by political changes initiated by Muhammad Ali Pasha. Since Roman times, Egypt had always been ruled by persons born abroad or with parents from outside of the country, and the Albanian Muhammad Ali Pasha was no exception. During the 42 years of his reign, Muhammad Ali reformed the Egyptian state and economy in a radical way. One of his main aims was to build a strong army that would be able to protect his new state. Reforms were also applied in the education system, again with the motivation to provide the army with educated leaders but also to train Egyptians in the skills demanded by modern industry, trade, and administrative positions. Many factories were built and new industries developed during the Muhammad Ali period. Plans for the construction of ships, the production of chemicals, weapons, and other important products were realized. Apart from factories for military purposes, the textile industry also flourished during this period. Imports and exports were severely controlled because much of the government budget stemmed from trade revenues organized by marketing boards. Agriculture was the focus of the reforms. By changing the land property system, building new dams and watering channels, developing the irrigation system, introducing new crops and controlling planted yields, agricultural production increased substantially during the early 19th century. Muhammad Ali also created a law of mandatory military service to expand the army. In the end, it included almost 4% of the population. Egypt had become a military state and participated in many wars during the 19th century, such as in Hijaz, Sudan, Greece, and Syria. Ali used his oversized army to develop a power position for Egypt. He also intended to provide more raw materials to Egyptian industry. The forced development of military power, agriculture, and new industries has similarities to Soviet strategies, but without communism. Muhammad Ali died in 1848, and his successors adopted different strategies. His son Ismail Pasha encouraged science and agriculture, and decided to ban slavery in Egypt. During the early 1860s, when U.S. cotton producers dropped from the world market due to the American Civil War, Egyptian cotton production flourished. During the following period, however, Egypt began to suffer from many disasters including epidemic disease, flood, and wars. Ismail Pasha had to rely on foreign debt to solve these problems, and he could not find a solution to pay back the increasing foreign debt. The Egyptian economy weakened, and the English and French colonial powers started to increase interventionist policies, until England transformed Egypt into a protectorate in 1882. 3. Direct colonization took place in Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Algeria. Russia began a territorial expansion, first to the northern steppe of the Central Asian region, during the mid-18th century when several Kazakh tribes called Tsarist troops for support. While the Kazakhs interpreted this event more as a temporary alliance under Russian supremacy, the Tsar now considered the northern steppe to be part of the Russian Empire. However, the imperial administration started to integrate the Kazakh steppe only during the early 19th century. Between 1822 and 1848, the three main Kazakh leaders, the Khans, of the minor, middle, and major horde were suspended. A number of Russian forts were built to control the conquered territories. Russian settlers were provided with land, reducing the area available for nomadic tribes in the Kazakh steppe. Many of them were forced to adopt sedentary lifestyles. As a result, in the various regions, between 5 and 15% of the population were immigrants. This Russian colonization was accompanied by many conflicts between the 1820s and 1840s, during which the Slavic settlements were often attacked. Russian troops only succeeded in ending the series of rebellions in 1846. If we consider the numeracy of Kazakhs, it was quite remarkable, figure 7.3. During the early 19th century, Kazakhs were actually more numerate than were Russians. However, Russia experienced a human capital revolution during the 19th century, and the colonized Kazakhs could not keep pace. Still, numeracy was higher than that of the more urbanized Central Asians in what later became Kyrgyzstan, for example. Figure 7.3 Numeracy in Central Asia. Source, based on Prayon and Baten, 2013. What could be the reasons for this remarkable early numeracy level? The settler share can most likely explain part of this, although Russians were a minority in the Kazakh steppe. 9. Another factor could be the relatively good nutritional situation in Kazakhstan. Protein malnutrition that plagued many other populations living in more densely populated settlements was absent in Kazakhstan. Additionally, in later stages of the process of Russian human capital development, Russian settlers of the 1870s and 1880s might have stimulated so-called contact learning, Prayon and Baten 2013. As the Kazakhs observed that Russians were successful with higher investment in human capital, the Kazakhs tended to adopt this strategy as well. While the northern steppe only had population densities of about 1 to 2 persons per square kilometer, the southern part of Central Asia was more densely populated. Its urbanization rate was as high as 15 to 20% during the late 19th century. This was the region of the Old Silk Road, which had connected China with the Middle East and Europe since ancient times. Famous urban centers such as Samarkand had a remarkably developed merchant culture. Politically, the region had experienced many different rulers during the early modern period, such as Mongols, Persians, and Arabs. Soon after its cities had been conquered and sometimes destroyed, the income of merchant trade and intensive irrigated agriculture allowed reconstructing them once again. The Russian Empire invaded the Khanates of Kokand, Bokhara, and Khiva during the 1860s, i.e., much later than it invaded the northern steppe. One motivation was to prevent the British colonial empire, which had captured Afghanistan, from further expansion northward. In addition, the intensive cotton agriculture was attractive even more during the 1860s, when the U.S. Civil War led to the cotton famine that also affected the textile factories of St. Petersburg and Moscow. In contrast to Kazakhstan, military resistance was more limited in the Silk Road region. Similar to the northern steppe, however, some regions lost considerably in numeracy relative to Russia, figure 7.3. The later region of Uzbekistan with its capital Samarkand was the most numerate of the whole region and better educated than Russian or Kazakh regions. However, even before the Russian conquest, numeracy stagnated. During the colonization and accompanying military destruction in the 1860s, numeracy fell dramatically. After modest recovery, the famous center region of the Silk Road was only 75% numerate in the 1880s, almost 20% lower than was Russia. 10. In Algeria, numeracy was also quite high initially but stagnated until the 1870s, Baten and Ghanem 2014. In contemporary travel reports of the mid-19th century, the indigenous farmer population is described as unusually industrious and hard-working, Deutsches Staatswörterbuch 1857. The military conflicts between the French and the indigenous Arabs and Berbers were heavy and long. Only after the mid-19th century was Algeria really a French colony. Algeria was, apart from 20th century Israel, the country most heavily settled by Europeans in the Middle East. During the late 19th and early 20th century, the European share was almost a fifth of the population. The French government aimed at making Algeria an assimilated part of France, and this included substantial educational investments especially after 1900, figure 7.4. The indigenous cultural and religious resistance heavily opposed this tendency, but in contrast to the other colonized countries' path in Central Asia and the Caucasus, Algeria kept its individual skills and a relatively human capital-intensive agriculture. In summary, we perceive three types of fundamental change: the Tanzimat reforms that opened many economies to European competition, and deindustrialization, the infant industry strategy of Muhammad Ali in Egypt, and the direct colonization, which led to a relative decline in human capital in the Silk Road region and stagnation on a high level in Algeria. Why did the Middle East deindustrialize during the 19th century? Pamuk and Williamson, 2010, note that during the 18th century, the Ottoman Empire was completely self-sufficient in textile production, which represented a large share of traded industrial goods. There were even small exports of carpets, silk and textiles. The share of the textile market that would be covered by domestic producers in the Ottoman Empire was still close to 100% in 1820, however, between then and 1910, it fell to less than 20%. Pamuk and Williamson 2010. Pamuk and Williamson, 2010, offer a trade-based interpretation of the process during which the Middle East deindustrialized. They argue that not only were imported British textiles during the 19th century outperforming many local producers, but another important point was the improving terms of trade of cash crops. Raw cotton prices increased substantially, for example. This change in terms of trade tempted the Middle East to specialize in this area of production. In spite of deindustrialization and the shift to agriculture, real incomes were actually growing during the 19th century, albeit much slower than in Western Europe. Pamuk 2006. When the terms of trade for these goods declined again during the 1930s, there already was a high degree of path dependence, which kept Middle Eastern economies in the cash crop specialization. One could imagine that deindustrialization and concentration on agriculture discourages the development of skills. 11 other scholars searched for institutional factors that might have weakened the Middle Eastern economies, leaving them less competitive. Curran, 2011, for example, argued that institutions of Islamic law that were appropriate for early periods tended to become handicaps for growth during the 19th century. He criticized the stability of 1. Inheritance laws because they did not allow capital accumulation, 2. The lack of legal frameworks for capital firms, and 3. The religious trusts called waqfs, which locked capital resources into relatively inflexible institutions. Curran was convinced that it was not colonialism or religious attitudes per se that was growth retarding, but the excessive stability of these law concepts. Another institutional interpretation was given by Rubin, 2011, who also criticized the view that Islam per se tended to generate less growth-conducive institutional design. For example, if interest constraints are considered, both the Christian Church and Islam aimed at restricting interest during the Middle Ages. This is an obvious example of an institution that limits capitalist development by constraining credit. In the early phase, Islamic bankers and merchants were actually more successful than Christian ones in circumventing this religious constraint. Rubin 2011. For example, Rubin reports about the Muqaddara institution known in Medina during the 8th century. One person bought a good for a certain price, but the other one bought it back immediately for a higher price to be paid later. However, later on, the development of credit institutions that circumvented religious constraints was more rapid in Christian Europe. Rubin argues that this was caused by the need of rulers to be legitimized by religious leaders. This factor became more important in the Islamic sphere. During the early period of Christianity, the first followers of this religion lived under Roman rule. Christian religious leaders developed doctrines that implied separated religious and governmental power. This was comparable to Jesus' insistence on giving Caesar what belonged to him and God what was his. In contrast, during the early years of the Muslim religion, political power was weak and the first caliphs gained their legitimization from being relatives of Muhammad. The leaders that later followed them felt legitimized by obeying religious rules very strictly. Although Christian popes and bishops also tried to influence politics, and kings used religion as legitimization, in Christianity, there was always more tension and sometimes competition between religious and political leaders. Rubin 2011, 1316-17. Another factor that limited industrial competitiveness in the Middle East might have been the interaction between economic segregation and human capital development. Some minorities were considered to be predetermined for occupations in finance and trade in the Middle East, therefore, talented individuals of the majority might have had fewer incentives to develop trade-related skills. This limited human capital development. An important social factor in the economic development of Middle Eastern economies was the minorities of Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and Christian Arabs. They were active in the trade sector and played a role in finance, export-oriented agriculture, and the modest beginnings of modern industry. European merchants and colonial bureaucrats cooperated with them and partly protected them because these minority members were often more interested in learning foreign languages and developing technical skills. 12 In Turkey, Greeks, Armenians, and Jews were most important. In particular, the Galata bankers dominated Turkish financial development during the early 20th century. Armenians and Greeks were also active in internal trade, industry, crafts, and the professions. In Iran, minorities played a smaller role, except for Jews, who were active in both Iranian industry and trade. In Egypt, Copts held a remarkable share of the land, and they worked in the professions as well as government services. In Lebanon, Christians began to dominate foreign trade and the silk industry beginning in the early 19th century. This group also took over the traditional Jewish role in Syria in finance and industry. The importance of these minorities was largest in the period at the beginning of the 20th century. After that, the growing national aspirations of the majorities had the effect of more and more majority members starting to cover positions previously held by the minorities. However, the motivation of talented Arab, Iranian and Turkish majorities to invest in trading skills developed late, partly because the minorities had a low social reputation in their eyes and imitating them was not desirable. Living standards. Pamuk, 2006, found that gross domestic product, GDP, development trend upward, but growth was relatively slow in the Middle East. He estimated that GDP grew from only $611 per capita in 1820, measured in constant $1990, to $1,023 in 1913, covering Turkey, Egypt, Arabia and Iran. As a percentage of the US/Western Europe national income value, this meant falling back from 49 to 25%. The Gulf region developed even more slowly than did the core region of the Ottoman Empire, with Lebanon being the richest country in 1913. Does this lag in production capacity imply that the overall standard of living was lower relative to Europe? Osmuker and Pamuk, 2002, pointed to the fact that real wages were actually equal or greater in the large Middle Eastern cities. As real wages reflect urban unskilled and skilled craftsmen's welfare, it seems that the richer strata such as merchants and professionals were lagging compared to Europe. Another approach to analyzing welfare is to look at human stature. This reflects health and nutritional quality, which are important components of the standards of living of a population. This is especially informative in data-scarce regions such as the Middle East and North Africa. For the Middle East, some recent estimates have been based on anthropological measurements. A number of famous anthropologists traveled in the Middle East in the 18th and 19th centuries, systematically measuring many individuals. 13 The height measurements are organized by birth cohort, and a sufficient number of observations allows assessment of the period from the mid-19th century onward. 14 Stegel and Baten, 2009, choose a sample of 8 Middle Eastern countries where height data were available for the studied period, figure 7.5. Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine/Israel, Turkmenistan, and Yemen are included. They compare the average heights of these countries with a sample of Central and Southern European countries. Stegel and Baten showed that people born between 1850 and 1870 in Middle Eastern countries enjoyed on average a favorable nutrition compared to Europe. However, in 1880, the average heights of Middle Eastern people decreased suddenly. European human stature began to exceed it, although with only a small difference for 3 generations. This difference increased over time, reaching more than 7 centimeters, cm, for the generation born in 1980. Compared with the world height average, the initial lead of the Middle East population vanished during the 20th century, figure 7.6. There were also strong differences between regions within countries. These regional differences shed light on the explanation of the height trend. In Iraq, for example, the average height differed between desert inhabitants and the other inhabitants, both urban and rural. The desert Bedouins were on average 0.85 centimeters taller than were other Iraqis. The reason behind this difference is the low population density in the desert, where people could benefit from the meat and milk of the stock breeding in which the desert tribesmen engaged. In Turkey during the late 19th century, Stegel and Baten, 2009, find the shortest population in the western coastal areas, which are now the richest regions in the country, while the tallest people lived in central Anatolia. A likely explanation is again the low population density in central Anatolia. The population specialized on cattle farming. For example, Isai, 1980, analyzed tax returns and reported that animal husbandry was most important in the relatively dry inland regions. In this central area, low population density and a partly nomadic lifestyle allowed protein-rich nutrition. Egypt is a dry country in general. The agriculture depends mainly on Nile water. Only in the northern coastal region is the rainfall level slightly elevated. The inhabitants of this area had the advantage of obtaining enough rain for their crops, and their height values were greater than were those of other Egyptian areas. The desert inhabitants of Egypt also had a height advantage in comparison with the urban population. For neighboring Libya, Danubio et al. 2011, found that the heights of nomadic Tuareg born in the 1880s to 1900s were 3 centimeters greater than the heights of other Libyans. On average, they were even 8 centimeters taller than were Libyan oasis inhabitants. In general, between 1850 and 1870, the inhabitants of the Middle East showed a high average stature according to 19th century standards, figure 7.6. This good level first dropped in the 1880s. One potential immediate cause of the 1880s height drop might have been the cattle disease, which originated in Asia in the 1880s and then moved through the Middle East to the eastern part of Africa, which was severely hit in the 1890s. 15 However, there were additional underlying forces affecting the relative decline of Middle Eastern heights. During the 19th century, parts of the Middle Eastern population still benefited from the so-called proximity advantages to animal husbandry. Bedouins and other inhabitants of the Middle East who lived close to goats, sheep, and cattle could enjoy more protein from milk and meat. Not only rich people could buy this, poor tribesmen also obtained their share, especially of the less popular parts of the animal. In contrast, Europe with its densely populated urban centers did not have good access to protein sources during the mid-19th century. In the 20th century, the situation changed. Even perishable foodstuffs such as milk could now be transported, thanks to refrigeration transport technology. European inhabitants of large cities could provide their children with good nutrition, and urban populations became taller than rural ones. Europe also made strong and early progress in public health and medical development. Their GDP level was much higher than in the Middle East during the 20th century, hence, they could afford good nutrition and health during this later period. Summing up, the interesting and slightly astonishing fact of this section was that during the mid-19th century, Middle Eastern populations did not necessarily suffer from poor nutrition, relative to Europeans. The fascination of European travelers and writers for the inhabitants of deserts might have originated partly in the special economic situation of nomads during this period. Also, life expectancy slightly improved in Turkey from 27 to 31 years between 1820 and 1870, Baten and Pamuk 2007. The strong relative decline during the 20th century might have stimulated perception of severe injustice among these tribesmen, who still trained themselves in military activities. The Middle East in the 20th century. Isai, 1982, concluded that, For the period just before the First World War, almost all powerful positions in Middle Eastern economies had been taken over by Europeans or minorities such as Armenians, Greeks, other Christian minorities and Jews. He interprets the following century as an attempt to reverse this development. Europeans and entrepreneurial minorities were forced or encouraged to leave, or sometimes killed, such as many Armenians in Turkey. The two world wars that devastated Europe allowed the Middle Eastern reaction to abolish privileges, such as immunities for European merchants, and to nationalize railways, banks, petrol stations, and other utilities. The ideology of the interwar and post-war years further promoted government-owned mining and industries. However, even if nationalized industries might have been able to satisfy consumers with relatively simple products during the mid-20th century, this way of organizing industries tends to be weak in the quality of goods produced, and in the long run, new investments were missing. For example, countries such as Yemen lost their minority tradesmen, who might have developed into entrepreneurs later on, and the relatively low status of human capital development made it difficult to develop its own Yemenite entrepreneurial groups. Turkey was more successful in developing its own entrepreneurs, given that the status of education had always been higher and the Ataturk reforms placed particular emphasis on education. In addition, Turkey also benefited from the slightly more equal gender distribution of education after the Ataturk reforms. In Turkey during the time of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk in the first half of the 20th century, many reforms were initiated in different fields such as politics, economics, and culture. Ataturk's reforms can be summarized mainly as abolishing the Sultanate and afterwards the Caliphate system in the country and converting the Republic of Turkey into a secular state. That is, Turkey, although having a Muslim majority, changed from being an Islamic state to a laic country. Ganem, 2014, assessed whether separating the religion from the government had a positive influence on human capital in Turkey. The results confirm that the secular state of Turkey led to a clear increase in numeracy levels in the different Turkish regions. New schools were built and primary schooling became mandatory and free. In addition, Ataturk replaced religious education with a national education system. Turkey did not change to an atheist state, the freedom to worship and follow religions existed. However, the idea was to concentrate on Islam in the mosques and religious places. What mattered at school was science and education, Ganem 2014. After the Middle East had deindustrialized during the 19th century, the situation started to change during the 20th century. Political movements in the Middle East not only demanded a political renaissance, but many of its leaders also saw the need for reindustrialization, ISAI 1982. The two world wars also made clear that European imports of industrial goods were not automatically available. The exceptional situation during the wars also allowed experimentation with new production methods within the Middle Eastern countries, even if these were not yet competitive. Already before the First World War, some industries were growing again in Egypt and Turkey, for example. Soon after the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire, Turkey started to develop more active industrial policies. Indirectly inspired by the Soviet Union, Turkey decided to set up two 5-year plans during the 1930s, making clear that the state would play a strong role in this reindustrialization attempt. All Middle Eastern economies lacked entrepreneurs. As suggested by the ideologies of the time, the state was expected to fill the gap. In addition, socialist ideas were important in countries such as Syria, Iraq, Algeria, Afghanistan, Egypt, and obviously Central Asia, then a part of the Soviet Union. One different approach to industrial development was taken in Palestine and later Israel. The Sykes-Picot Agreement in 1916 divided a part of the Middle Eastern region, which was previously part of the Ottoman Empire, between England, Palestine, Iraq, Transjordan, and France, Syria, Lebanon. The former Ottoman territory of Palestine became a British mandate in 1920. In 1922, the League of Nations decided that in this territory, a national home for Jews should be established, while still guaranteeing the civil and religious rights of all the inhabitants. Following this political decision, and reinforced by anti-Semitism in Germany and other countries during the interwar period, a strong immigration of Jews from different world regions resulted. Their population share rose from 9% in 1919 to 32% in 1947. Many Jews brought skills and entrepreneurial traditions. Given that the British mandate aimed at restricting land purchases of previously Arab-owned land by Jewish immigrants, the Jewish population group was initially more urban and had a higher share in industrial occupations than did the Arab majority. This particular development in Palestine, which had terrible political and humanitarian consequences later on, resulted economically in one of the few growth miracles of the region. In addition, the structure of firms was determined much more by private entrepreneurs than by the government, as in many other Middle Eastern economies. Why were 20th-century firms in other countries so often run by the government? Three main reasons come to mind. We already mentioned above that entrepreneurial elites were often foreigners or minorities, and that, in the view of Arab, Iranian, and Turkish politicians, the influence of both groups was to be reduced during the 20th century. The other two main reasons were the lack of human capital and skills and the peculiarities of oil production economies. We first discuss the skills and human capital levels during the 20th century. Basic numeracy was generally not very high during the 19th century and did not converge rapidly to neighboring European levels, figure 7.4. Only during the early 20th century can a strong improvement be noticed. This deficit in the educational component, numeracy, is equally visible in the other components of education, such as literacy. Isai, 1982, 113-14, notes that literacy was only 7% in Egypt in 1907, for example. The governments spent little public funds on education. The 1860-61 Ottoman budget on education was only 0.2% of total expenditure. In Algeria, it was slightly higher at approximately 2%, 1890 to 1914. Even during the early 20th century, the number of school years was quite low, except in Israel, where it was substantially higher. Barrow and Lee 2013. The most extreme was Yemen, where children received almost no schooling, figure 7.7. In the Gulf states, the situation was slightly better. Similar statements could be made about secondary and tertiary schooling. Such a low level of numeracy and school education made it very difficult to develop a class of entrepreneurs because this type of occupation requires substantial abilities to work with numbers. The function of entrepreneurs was, therefore, taken over by the state. Another reason was the amount of oil revenues. If the Middle Eastern economies reinvested the government share of oil income, they often did this in the form of state-owned companies. In 1908, oil was discovered in the Middle East. This discovery completely changed the landscape of its economies. Oil had always been used in small amounts, for example, in the form of seepage for rubbing of camel sores. In two places in Iraq, crude oil was already extracted in the 1870s with quite primitive methods. However, real development started in the 1900s. The Iranian government decided to give a concession to a British company. Other countries also gave concessions to European and American firms, ultimately resulting in an oligopoly structure of less than 10 large oil mining firms that has persisted until today with varying actors. In Iran, the British monopoly concession was soon debated with great dissatisfaction among the Iranian population. However, Reza Shah again signed in 1933 an unpopular agreement under British pressure. The question about the nationalization of its oil reserves became one of the key issues in the social and political conflicts in Iran during the 1940s and 1950s. During the pre-Second World War period, most oil extraction took place in Iran and on a much smaller scale in Egypt. Only during the 1940s did Iraq also become a major exporter. To a much smaller extent, Bahrain and other Middle Eastern countries also increased exports. Up to 1940, Middle Eastern and North African oil production was still below 5% of world production. However, it then exploded to 26% in 1960, reaching a maximum of 42% in 1975. Initially, the Middle Eastern countries did not receive much of this new wealth. However, between 1950 and 1975, direct payments from the petroleum companies to the governments rose from $240 million to $81 billion, and to $163 billion in 1979. The renegotiation of contracts with the petroleum companies and the formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in 1960 resulted in dramatic change. OPEC's cartel policy during the Arab-Israel conflict of 1973 and later in the 1970s generated a flood of revenues for the oil states Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Bahrain, and Oman, and also Syria, Israel, and Turkey had quite small revenues. What was the effect of oil production on the economies? Isai, 1982, 207, concludes after carefully weighing many pros and cons that the initial period of the 1950s and 1960s was quite beneficial. In particular, some of the least developed countries receiving oil revenues served as a stimulus for their economies. In general, only a small part of the population worked in oil production, normally less than 2%, but in the Gulf states, it could be up to one-half. Many persons who left oil companies also created their own firms. Training on the job allowed developing the necessary entrepreneurial skills and the spirit. However, the 1970s oil price increase and production expansion brought an enormous amount of wealth that resulted in mixed blessings for at least three reasons. 1. Some of the classical curse of resources phenomena occurred. Isai, 1982, speculated that it was difficult for the Middle Eastern people to find agreement on how to distribute the wealth, partly because it was subjectively not earned by the individual population groups in the oil countries. 16. 2. In addition, the view that anything could be imported was shared by many Arabs and Iranians, which was poison for reindustrialization efforts. 3. The high expectations of income generated by the seemingly inexhaustible stream of revenues became unrealistic. Rising inequality between those who benefited and those who perceived themselves as losers created so much dissatisfaction that it could even lead to civil war, as in the case of Algeria, or at least extremist political attitudes in other countries. What could the government do about all this? The only feasible strategy was to try to reinvest much of the oil revenues into firms that would generate income after oil income ended. The owner of those firms was often the state. A major problem was, however, that the state-owned firms tended to be highly inefficient. A government bureaucrat was not necessarily the ideal person to maximize productivity and to reduce costs. When problems of competitiveness appeared, managers demanded import protectionism and monopolies, rather than improving the production side and looking for new markets and new technologies. Only in recent decades have these issues been partly improved and structural reforms initiated. However, perceived injustice in some of the countries was already widespread. In addition, possibilities for democratic participation and improving the situation were limited, which reinforced dissatisfaction. Finally, some of the industrial countries performed interventions to secure oil resources for themselves in recent decades. All these factors resulted in a series of wars and internal conflicts that have had terrible consequences for the Middle East until even today. To what degree are these developments of the 20th century reflected in GDP trends and living standards? Figure 7.8. If we consider the development of GDP per capita in the Middle East between the 1950s and today, we can rely on some informative statistics which are of course not beyond doubt, especially not for the early periods. Some of the governments also had a strong preference for window dressing of indicator variables. However, in general, we can gain some insight from looking at GDP as an indicator of productive capacity. Given that we have a large number of countries in the Middle East, we reduce the set of the countries we examine in detail to 13 because, for example, some of the Gulf countries such as the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain developed similarly to Qatar. If we look first at the 6 countries which represent the center and the north, Lebanon, Turkey, Israel, Iran, Afghanistan, and Iraq, we see that Israel had a relatively favorable development. Given the relatively good educational status of the Israeli population, this is not astonishing, even though the country did not benefit from oil resources. This is quite different in the cases of Iran and Iraq, both of which had a substantial GDP increase from the 1950s to the 1970s. The oil price explosion and expansion of oil production was clearly a driver here. Especially during the early 1970s, oil prices were at an enormously high level. Later on, Iran had some modest decline during the intensive war of 1980–88 with Iraq. In Iraq, in contrast, we have a substantial decline of GDP per capita in the 1990s following the Kuwait crises and the 2 Gulf Wars with the US. GDP in Iraq has most likely experienced the strongest decline of any of the larger countries of the Middle East. The poorest country in this region is Afghanistan, which always had a very low development level. Also, the country's educational values were usually quite low. Interestingly, the second highest level of GDP was initially reached by Lebanon. Despite not having oil reserves, Lebanon, as the banking center of the Middle East and one of the trading centers, had a high national income in the 1950s. Moving to the Arabian and Gulf economies, we see again a strong difference in the early period between countries with and without oil. For example, Yemen was very poor, whereas the small oil economies in the Gulf like Qatar started with a quite high GDP per capita. The small population of Qatar combined with very large oil reserves resulted in an enormously high GDP per capita. Saudi Arabia and Oman benefited from the oil increase. In the 1990s to 2010s period, the 3 richer countries of this world region had relatively similar GDP values. Finally, we consider 3 countries of the North African area. 17 We see that Libya shared the strong increase in oil revenues between the 1950s and 1970s. When oil was not a driving force anymore, Libya experienced a decline in GDP per capita up to the 1990s and stagnated since then. There was a gradual increase in Egypt and Algeria. Even during the period of the Algerian Civil War, 1991 to 2001, the GDP level did not plummet catastrophically because it was offset by other factors. Because GDP per capita is strongly dependent on oil revenues and availability, it is important to consider life expectancy as an additional welfare indicator for this period, figure 7.9. If we compare trends in life expectancy for the same countries, we first observe a steady increase in all the countries, which is mainly driven by worldwide medical progress. Everywhere in the world, we had a strong increase in life expectancy during this period. However, looking a bit more closely, we see some interesting differences in life expectancy. First, slightly different from GDP development, Lebanon develops much better. It starts again at the second highest level directly behind Israel, but in contrast to GDP developments, it stays at a high level, even during the civil wars of the later 20th century, 1975 to 76, and sporadically thereafter. The other countries typically developed from values between 35 and 45 years of life expectancy in the 1950s to values of approximately 65 in the 2000s, but some countries deviate from this pattern. The most obvious deviation is Afghanistan, which started at a very low level of approximately 27 years of life expectancy. During its history of civil war and underdevelopment, there was only very modest progress in Afghanistan. Modern technology was not able to diffuse in this country. Even in the 2000s, we still only have values of approximately 45 years of life expectancy. In contrast, in Iran, which started even slightly lower than Afghanistan according to these estimates, we see substantial progress in the 1950s to 1970s. Even during the Iran-Iraq War, which many observers compared to the First World War in terms of violence and number of victims. Iran and Iraq did not experience a decrease in life expectancy. 18 In Iran, parallel developments of improving health and nutrition most likely counterbalanced the war effects, although the value of 65 is slightly below what most other Middle Eastern countries achieved during this period. In the Gulf region, Qatar was always slightly ahead of Oman and Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, we do not have estimates for Yemen during this period. In North Africa, we see a somewhat parallel development in the three countries under study up to the 1970s, after which Egypt had slightly less progress. Conclusion. The economic history of the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia offers a great amount of variety. Although urban cultures may have lost the world-leading role they had in the High Middle Ages, the urban centers of the region continue to be highly important. Istanbul was the largest city in Europe from around 1600 until 1750. At the other extreme, nomadic economies of the deserts and half-deserts display some surprising characteristics. For example, nutritional status was substantially higher in the Middle East than in Europe during the mid-19th century. This can be partly explained by the good access of nomadic people to protein. Only after the cattle plague period of the 1880s and 1890s did health and nutrition development become worse than in Europe. During the 19th century, the Middle East became the object of colonialist influences from Western European powers after the Ottoman Empire gradually decreased in influence and became the sick man of Europe. In the northeast of the Islamic world, the Russian Empire expanded to include the previous Khanates of Bokhara, Fergana, and other Islamic Central Asian territories. Cash crop economies developed, such as cotton in Egypt and what is today Kyrgyzstan. During the 20th century, the first substantial oil revenues were earned in Iran and other countries. The economic history of the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia was also a struggle with the curse of resources both during the 19th and the 20th centuries. Pamuk and Williamson, 2010, demonstrated that, ironically, favorable development of export prices for Middle Eastern cash crops, such as cotton, lured the region into deindustrialization. Positive price signals had negative long-run consequences. Another reason why Middle Eastern economies found it difficult to compete with European industrial goods was that human capital and skills to compete with European producers were lacking. The Ottoman Empire had invested almost no public funds in schooling during the mid-19th century, nor did families or religious schools teach abilities useful for industrial development. In addition, low governmental abilities to tax were a factor, as well as institutional developments that interacted with traditional laws and rules of the world region. The curse of resources, of oil in particular, also had the effect that many revenues were reinvested in state-owned firms that became inefficient burdens on the economies. A number of studies have discussed whether oil and other natural resources often result in specific types of political economies in which small groups obtain great wealth while a large part of the population considers their share of income and political participation to be insufficient. I-7. Women in Global Economic History. Sarah Carmichael, Selin Dilley, and Akritma. The existing social relations between the two sexes, the legal subordination of one sex to the other, is wrong itself, and now one of the chief hindrances to human improvement. John Stuart Mill, The Subjection of Women, 1869. The unequal treatment of women is not only intrinsically problematic, but also detrimental to society. Research shows widespread negative effects of an unequal position for women, including being detrimental to children's educational attainment and economic growth. Carmichael et al. 2014. Improving gender equality, therefore, plays an important role in the development process. The comparative study of gender equality, particularly from a historical perspective, is key to understanding current-day gender and development outcomes. For instance, in the Middle East and North Africa, MENA, a woman at the age of 30 is likely to be healthier and more educated than her mother, having benefited from massive investments in the education and health sectors in recent decades. However, she is likely to face greater obstacles in finding a job and playing an active public role in her society than her contemporaries face elsewhere in the world. World Bank 2004-14. The MENA region also features unequal inheritance rights of women and has the lowest percentage of female parliamentarians in the world. Carmichael et al. 2014. Economic development alone does not seem to sufficiently explain gender inequalities. After accounting for national differences in income, women in the Islamic world are still socially and politically disadvantaged relative to men. Fish 2002, Coffey and Dilly 2014. A handful of cross-national studies take the historical position of women into account. 1 Alzina et al. 2013, for example, show that societies that traditionally practiced plow agriculture have less gender equality today. Similarly, Dilly et al. 2015, conclude that the institutional arrangement of countries, particularly in terms of historical institutions, is as important as economic development in determining gender equality outcomes. With gender inequalities today the result of historical processes, a historical perspective on the issue is required. One of the first issues in understanding gender equality is how to capture such a multifaceted concept. Women can be discriminated against in diverse ways, for instance prohibitions on working outside the house, unequal pay, gender-based violence, and forced child marriages. Capturing women's position in society thus requires multiple indicators. To create a summary picture of the position of women within a given society, 6 of these are combined into a composite index by calculating a weighted average of each indicator as a ratio of female to male achievements. Figure I 7.1, details in Dilly et al. Forthcoming. This historical gender equality index shows that progress on a world scale has taken place. However, the gap between high and low performers remains. South and Southeast Asia, SSEA, along with the MENA region are still at the bottom of the pack. Figure I 7.1 regional averages of the historical gender equality index, HGEI, 1950s to 2000s. Note, scaled 100 equals equality, greater than 100 female advantage. Source, www.clio-infra.eu. Figure I 7.2 the average man and woman in 1900, 1950, and 2000. Turning to the underlying components of the index, the next section illustrates the development of marriage ages of women, sex ratios, and the percentage of women in parliament for countries and regions across the world over the course of the 20th century. Marriage ages. Marriage ages of women can be used as an indicator of the position of women in society. Hagenel, 1965, first suggested a distinct historical difference between marriage ages in Western Europe and the rest of the world and linked this to the possibility for women to work in service before marrying. He proposed a division between East and West along a line from St. Petersburg to Trieste. Marriage ages to the west of this line were traditionally higher, with women marrying above the age of 24 and closer in age to their spouses, while Eastern Europe displayed lower ages of marriage, and yet further east marriage ages of Asian women indicated the prevalence of child marriages. De Moor and Van Zanden, 2010, argue, using evidence from early modern Europe, that women's age at marriage influenced economic development, partly because women marrying at higher ages had more opportunities to acquire human capital. Recent scholarship has demonstrated that the line Hagenel proposed is too stark, showing a continuum with a shift towards lower ages from Poland's western to southern border, Zaltisek 2012. On average, across the world, marriage ages of women have been rising, figure I 7.3. However, countries such as China, Mexico, Russia, and Egypt have shown a smaller increase in this measure of female empowerment than, say, Japan. India's low ages at marriage are particularly striking, see Gupta 2014. The changes over time in the marriage ages of the UK and the Netherlands both show a similar dip after the Second World War, concomitant with the baby boom and the golden age of the housewife when women retreated into the household. Figure I 7.3 Singulate mean age at marriage, SMAM, in selected countries and world average, 1900s to 2000s source, www.clio-infra.eu. Sex ratios. Sen, 1992, observed that globally there are 100 million women less than the natural ratio at birth, 1.05, and survival rates in countries without excess female mortality would suggest. Sen linked this to traditional culture and values, as well as the economic status of women. Work by McNay et al. 2005, showed that for 19th century England and Wales excess female mortality varied regionally and depended on demographic conditions and what employment opportunities were open to women. Here, the so-called sex ratio is calculated as the ratio of girls to boys aged 0 to 5 to capture discrimination against female infants and sex-selective abortion, Carmichael et al. 2014. China and India are among the countries with the most biased sex ratios today, huge countries that impact the global trend. Strikingly, both countries have seen a recent worsening of sex ratios from normal levels in the 1950s, India, and the 1970s, China. This is due to the combination of cultural preferences for boys and, in China, the one-child policy, combined with ultrasound technology enabling sex-selective abortion, Claisen and Wink 2003. This example shows that there is not always linear progress towards gender equality. Political representation. Although significant progress has been made regarding the political rights of women in the last 2 centuries, women are still underrepresented in the political decision-making processes, figure I 7.4. In 1907, Finland became the first country in world history to elect a woman to parliament. More than a century later, women hold 22.3% of parliamentary seats globally. Countries display very different patterns of growth and decline over time. Sri Lanka has always had less than 5% female parliamentarians, whereas older democracies, such as Denmark, Sweden, and Norway show steady increases in female representation, reaching 30% in the 2000s, Pakistan et al. 2010. While it took them almost 100 years to reach this threshold, countries like Rwanda and South Africa introduced gender quotas to hasten women's political representation, thereby quickly reaching Scandinavian levels, Dahlerup and Lyonar 2013. The removal of such quota systems can also have consequences, as is the case in the countries of the former USSR. Once near the top in the world rankings of female representation, the fall of the Berlin Wall brought the removal of the quota system, and now most countries of the region rank far behind Northern Europe and many developing countries, Saxenberg 2000. Figure I 7.4 ratio of female to male parliamentarians in selected countries and world average, 1900s to 2000s source, www.clio-infra.eu. Explanations of the causes of gender equality can be grouped into 2 strands. The first, modernization theory, attributes gender disparities to countries' levels of development, arguing that as countries become more economically developed, democratic and educated, women can improve their bargaining position, Engelhardt and Norris 2003. However, this link is not straightforward. Boserup, 1970, was among the first to argue that some stages of industrialization worsen gender equality. Golden, 1995, showed women's labor force participation to be U-shaped, declining in the first stage of development, but improving later. Moreover, looking at the low level of parliamentary participation of women in many Western European countries, worsening sex ratios in China, or the limited labor force participation of women in the MENA, casts doubt on whether development always translates into gender equality. A second strand of literature therefore focuses on the long-term norms and values as the deep causes of the persistent gender inequalities. Family structures, legal traditions, religion, and agricultural practices have all been shown to have long-term effects on current gender equality outcomes, Dilly et al. 2015, Ailzina et al. 2013. It is clear that the position of women has improved since 1900. However, substantial differences remain between regions and countries. Moreover, there has not been much catch-up in gender equality, and no country in the world has achieved absolute equality between the sexes. This suggests that improving women's position in society is an area where work remains to be done. Understanding the historical roots of gender inequalities is an important step therein. H7.1. Imperial expansion of the Ottoman Empire and its cultural determinants. Remaganum and Joerg Baten. The reasons behind the geographical expansion of the Ottoman Empire have been studied in recent research from a new perspective. Joerg, 2013, analyzed the directions of imperial expansion based on the cultural influences of the Ottoman ruler's family. While male lineage was mostly predetermined, the Sultan mother was typically a former slave, often a convert who was born in Europe. Because the Sultan's mother educated the prince, she provided her son with some cultural preferences that influenced the direction of territorial expansion. For example, 15th century mothers were of Turkish origin, with only one female slave from Albania in between. The ethnic backgrounds of the Sultan's mothers during the 16th century were different, as one Polish and two Italian women became concubines and later princes' mothers. During the 18th century, the pirates of the Western Mediterranean provided French female slaves, as well as Italians and women from the Balkans. Some of these later became sultans' mothers. Joerg, 2013, argues that this composition influenced the direction of territorial expansion, specifically the shift away from Christian target territories between the 15th and 16th centuries towards the regions of the East, and back again during the 17th century. 8. South Asia. THIRD-WORLDISM. The region now known as South Asia consists of 5 large nations: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and several smaller nations. Most debates and controversies in the economic history of South Asia usually relate to the area and population under India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, which together formed a large part of the territory of the British Indian Empire between 1858 and 1947. This area is geographically very diverse, containing the Himalayan mountains in the north, the huge fertile floodplains of the 2 great Himalayan river systems, the Indus and the Ganges, the world's largest delta, a long coastline, arid uplands, tropical dry forests and savanna, and the Thar Desert in the west. It is also socially very mixed, consisting of many language groups, almost all religions of the world, and social practices in one region that are vastly different from those in another. Politically, too, the region was never united. The densely populated floodplains and deltas were territories where several large empires formed and disintegrated from before the Christian era. These empires lived mainly on land taxes. The seaboard and the arid zones, on the other hand, were controlled by smaller and poorer states, usually more dependent on trade. A loose integration of these worlds was achieved during the reign of the great Mughal emperors, 1526 to 1707, but it did not last. The empire fell apart in the early 18th century, giving rise to a cluster of semi-independent successor states. With its geography and history being as varied as just described, it is surprising that the economic history of South Asia should exist as a coherent discourse at all. The reason that it does has to do with the trajectory that unfolded after the fall of the Mughal Empire. 2 developments imparted a certain unity in the pattern of economic change thereafter. First, the British Empire in South Asia, which rose to power between the mid-18th century and the mid-19th, achieved a degree of political, bureaucratic, and military centralization that the region had not seen before. The process of centralization built upon a different system of taxation and, in turn, a different relationship between the state and the elites from before. The current political boundaries of the 3 nations, as well as persistent problems of achieving a peaceful federal setup in all of them, are both to some extent a result of the way the empire had forced a union in an otherwise diverse land. Second, thanks to its prehistory as a trading zone and later the colonial status, colonial India experienced a deep economic integration with the world. Trade, investment, and migration rose to higher levels than before. Curiously, the market integration produced paradoxical effects. Colonial India was the only tropical country to have industrialized in the 19th century on a truly large scale. Employment in factories increased from less than 100,000 in 1860 to 2 million in 1940. The rise of factory industry owed something to the many-sided links India forged with Britain. On the other hand, South Asia lost a part of its rich craft heritage, and its major livelihood. Agriculture continued to generate small average income, subsistence wages, poor yield, and overall gained little from growing export crops for the world market. The paradox of modernization amid persistent poverty is the origin of many debates in the economic history of South Asia. It will naturally occupy a large part of the present survey too. In order to manage a large scholarship contributed by specialists on many branches of history, I will concentrate on only one segment of it, the one that has handled quantitative data. To this paradox, a new theme has been added in the last 10 years. This is the divergence debate of the 2000s. Whereas older discourses on the origin of international economic inequality tended to focus on Europe, the divergence debate foregrounded Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Inspired by the new positioning of Asia, and the quantitative nature of the discussion, scholars specializing in India have constructed new estimates of levels of living in the region. The result has been a firmer integration of South Asian history with world history. This second theme will also form a part of the present survey. The chapter consists of 4 sections. The next section presents a very brief outline of the major historiographical debates on pre-colonial and colonial South Asia. The section that follows summarizes the literature assessing the impact of the empire. The third section focuses on the living standard research in the context of modern debates on inequality. The fourth and the final section deals with post-colonial India, and presents a survey as well as an interpretation of continuity and change between the colonial and the post-colonial times. A quick tour through the big questions. That the power of the ancient and medieval empires flowed from control over land is almost an axiom in the literature on pre-colonial South Asia. The most powerful of these had formed, or tried to control the lands at the intersection of the Indus and Ganges floodplains. This was a strategically important territory, being at the crossroads of routes out of South Asia into the territories held by powerful states and military tribes in Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Iran. It was also near enough to the highly fertile agricultural tracts along the Ganges. The two rivers, especially the Ganges, provided access to the northern deltas and the Indian Ocean. Large towns formed in these geographical zones. The most famous of these sites were also the capitals of powerful states. How did property right in land and military privilege combine to maintain such power? Why did such arrangements begin, last a long time and disintegrate? How did politics affect the merchants and artisans? The pioneering work of William Morland, D.D. Kosumbi and, later, interpretive works by the feudalism school led by R.S. Sharma, and the Aligarh historians led by Ifran Habib, address some of these questions with different material. One proposition that finds a great deal of favor now is that these empires relied on a decentralized system of tax collection and military service. By implication, they were vulnerable to simultaneous outbursts of rebellion by many local agents. Parallel to the set of works interested in the relationship between the land and the state, another set looks at the thriving commercial world of the seaboard. Here Indian and Arab merchants, and from around 1,600 Europeans, took part in the Indian Ocean trade in textiles, spices, horses, silks, and other commodities. See Map 8.1 showing the centers of South Asian industrial production. The relationship between the maritime world and the land-based world of the interior, however, remains an unsettled issue. Map 8.1 Trade and manufacturing in South Asia under the Mughals in the 16th century source, see Map 1.1. One of the post-Mughal successor states was Bengal, where effective political and military power was transferred from the old regime to the British East India Company around 1757 to 65. Between 1765 and 1818, the company acquired new territories in western, southern, and northern India. These territories passed on to the British Crown in 1858. The link between the land and the sea becomes a major problem in explaining the rise of the company. The great land-based empires of earlier times, the Mughals and the Sultanates near Delhi, Satavahana or Vijayanagar in the peninsular, the Gupta of central India, the Maurya in the east, had only tenuous control upon the seaboard. The company was not land-based, it was a merchant firm located on the hitherto politically marginal seaboard. And yet, it formed the most powerful empire the region had seen. Why did such a dramatic turn happen? Surely, a proximate cause of its success was a standing army maintained from central treasury, and a suppression or marginalization of feudal elements of support. But how much did that revolutionary step owe to the company's foreign origin, commercial origin, or pure chance? What role, if any, did the company's own internal organization play in its transformation from a multinational trading firm to a territorial state? Questions like these animate the economic history of early modern India. The core of the discipline, however, is engaged with modern India, or the era of the British Empire, and the long-term legacy that colonialism left upon the modern nations of South Asia. These years saw a number of momentous changes. India's status as a trading partner of Britain changed in this time from an exporter of artisanal textiles to an exporter of agricultural commodities and consumer of British textiles, aided by the railways, steamships, and the telegraph. The abolition of slavery encouraged New World plantations to organize the import of South Asian labor. The empire was readier than any previous regime to set up laws governing commercial, financial and labor transactions. From the time of the Mughal collapse, Indian capitalists migrated from the interior world to the port cities established in the 17th century by the company, giving rise to a new cosmopolitan capitalist milieu based on Indo-European partnership and competition in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. As a state, the British Empire in India functioned as if it saw itself as the guardian of a system of connected markets maintained by means of military power, business legislation, and monetary management. The flow of goods, money, and skills that this order enabled came as an opportunity for Indian capitalists, and generated an industrialization that was quite offbeat in world history. Indian merchants of the port cities, for example, could access British know-how and services with little difficulty and find it feasible to set up cotton mills in direct competition with Manchester. But having defined its role as a guardian of markets, the empire withdrew into passivity. Its contribution to infrastructure and welfare was limited. Its only direct contribution was maintaining peace, construction of irrigation canals and running the railways, and even the last two commitments it met fitfully. Most South Asians lived in a village, and if that village was located far away from a canal or a railway line, the land produced just enough value for a bare subsistence. The state did little to transform lives in the remote countryside. To this failure, another one was added late in the interwar period. The political drive to keep India and Britain linked became a blunder in the post-Depression years when the British economy faltered and fewer Indians wanted the dependence to continue. The cynical persistence with the policy led to a fierce backlash among wealthy Indians, who then funded the nationalist movement. Disgruntled peasants in many regions joined in, turning nationalism into a mass movement. With such a mixed record, was there economic growth during the 100 years of British rule? Was there increasing inequality in this time? Was the legacy of the empire to be seen in terms of lasting modernization or lasting retardation? The debate around these questions became highly politicized and emotionally charged from before independence in 1947. The nationalist movement in the final years of colonial rule had popularized a vision of the past according to which there had been little economic growth and a rise in inequality in the previous century. The early nationalists suggested that India was forced to buy services from Britain that it did not need in exchange for export receipts. This unequal exchange showed up as a net deficit on the services account of the balance of payments, against a net trade surplus with its main partner Britain. The drain, it was said, was a politically manipulated payment that compromised India's capacity to make investment. In the 1960s and 1970s, Marxist historians added a second mechanism linking the empire with Indian underdevelopment. The 19th century globalization induced a pattern of specialization wherein India turned into a net exporter of agricultural goods and an importer of manufactures. The process led to deindustrialization, or unemployment among the artisans, on the one hand. And it failed to benefit the peasants on the other hand, because high taxes and excessive risks led to accumulation of rural debts and transfer of landed property from producers to money lenders. The drain explains stagnation, and the impoverishment or immiseration of the peasants explained inequality. The main body of statistical research in the field directly or indirectly tests this paradigm of underdevelopment caused by colonial policy. It is only in the last 15-odd years that there have been attempts to explore other themes. The colonial economy. Early statistical work tested the paradigm by means of measurement of production, income, and prices, construction of the external accounts, labor force reconstruction to test for deindustrialization and estimates of public saving and investment. Sivasubramonian 2000, Heston 1983, Guha 1992, Banerjee 1962, Thorner 1962, Bugchi 1976, Thavaraj 1962. Gross Domestic Product, GDP, data will be dealt with more fully below. Balance of payments reconstruction produced good estimates of the outflow on the services. And labor force reconstruction showed a fall in the employment of artisans during the census years, 1872 to 1931. Overall, however, the evidence for the immiseration model was neither conclusive nor uncontroversial. For example, labor force data revealed an unexplained difference between male and female participation in manufacturing. A decisive fall in participation characterized women more than men. In the 19th century, the outflow on the Invisibles account contained payment for useful services procured from Britain, which should have contributed to domestic income. If there was deindustrialization in the 19th century, the process slowed or even disappeared in the 20th century. While credit transaction in volume increased in the countryside, the extent of transfer of land ownership was very small. Distress sale of crops, a supposed sign of peasant indebtedness, was questioned in studies that found supply sufficiently responsive to prices, and therefore, profits. Narayan 1965. Recent work has returned to some of these themes, in a more dispassionate way than in the halcyon days of nationalism and global Marxism. Using prices, one of these works pushes back the date of an industrial decline into the 18th century, thus attributing its onset to domestic issues rather than trade. Clinging-Smith and Williamson 2008. Consumption is the point of interest in new research on the artisan, showing that artisanal production and consumption of craft goods revived after an initial shock. Roy 1999. Labor force and balance of payments are indirect tests of the hypothesis that the empire impoverished India. Trends in GDP should supply a more direct test. What does GDP show? National income of colonial India. National income estimates based on official statistics are available consistently from 1900 onward, and more unevenly between 1860 and 1900. National income estimates for colonial India, 1857 to 1947, establish 5 propositions about the process of economic change in these years. A. GDP, total and per head, increased at modest rates between 1860 and 1914, and at near zero rates between 1914 and 1947, Table 8.1. B. Agricultural income imparted the strongest effect on GDP, Table 8.1. Agriculture grew by expanding the land frontier between 1860 and 1914. Land became scarce after 1914, and in some of the older agricultural tracts, land was losing natural fertility. C. Industry imparted a positive effect on GDP, Table 8.1. This effect was a combination of 2 distinct processes, a robust growth of modern factories and a slow growth in artisanal industry, which achieved this growth while changing over from traditional household-based production to wage-based production. D. Income from the services imparted a positive effect on GDP, Table 8.1. The services too saw a structural change. Traditional non-wage services such as bonded labor in villages declined, and modern wage-based services, such as banking, insurance, and foreign trade, expanded. E. Labor productivity growth was small throughout, especially so in agriculture, see also Table 8.2. This feature is best summed up in a recent work. During the late 19th century, labor productivity growth was fastest in industry, as modern industry developed in India, and slowest in services, despite the modernization of the transport network. During the first half of the 20th century, although there was respectable labor productivity growth in industry and services, labor productivity growth in the economy as a whole was held back by stagnation in agriculture, Broadberry and Gupta 2014. The real drag on GDP per head was not lack of industrial development, but labor productivity, especially agricultural productivity. With manufacturing and services doing well and agriculture doing badly, did inequality increase? Inequality. The head of the 1891 census remarked that a population spread over such a variety of conditions, cannot be treated statistically as a whole, Baines 1893. Inequality measures, therefore, are important as descriptions of development, and also as a means to test models of growth or stagnation. Colonial India did see increasing inequality, but not the kind identified by the immiserating model. There is little evidence of land transfer and class polarization in rural India. On the other hand, rise in inequality almost certainly was an effect of the globalization process, which favored the resource-rich agricultural tracts and the port cities. For example, average wage in industry and services increased faster than the average wage in agriculture. Compare also the productivity growth rates. Labor markets were not integrated, and agricultural laborers could rarely access the urban labor market. The urban-rural wage gap also points to a sustained trend towards increasing inequality. 4. Was inequality increasing within agriculture? The extent of actual transfer of land was rather limited, and if the Madras Presidency is representative, inequality in land holding did not change, Kumar 1975. Peasants were famously averse to parting with land. Inequality could still increase in the countryside by another process. Increasing elasticity of labor supply, due to institutional and demographic changes, could depress wages. This effect was present locally in many areas, though wage convergence in the aggregate was a slow process, Collins 1999. A mild rise in inequality does show up when we use the wage-GDP ratio in agriculture, which declined between 1873 and 1939, Roy 2007. Fred Atkinson's estimation of national income by occupational classes for 1875 and 1895 is capable of generating a Gini coefficient of personal income inequality, if we are prepared to make the assumption that peasant incomes were distributed equally or almost equally across classes, Atkinson 1902. The only possible defense for such an assumption would be that inequality in agriculture was of low order in colonial South India as well as in the 1950s, by which date consumption surveys became available. Further assuming that agricultural workers were employed for part of the year, we derive Gini coefficients for India in 1895 in the range 0.26 to 0.32. This is well below the levels Simon Kuznets reported for the 1950s, which ranged between 0.4 and 0.5, Kuznets 1963. Revision of his analysis of Indian data claimed that Kuznets had overestimated inequality, and produced ratios that ranged between 0.3 and 0.4, Ayha and Butt 1964. Again, a slight, but only a slight, increase in inequality is plausible. Atkinson's dataset suggests one further conclusion. Even though urban-rural wages diverged, the distance between the top income and the lowest income narrowed somewhat between 1875 and 1895. Some of the highest individual earners in 1875 were the European officers in the army and the civil service. As the officer corps in the army, the police, and the railways Indianized, the number of those earning middling incomes expanded. Outside the government, the growth of a middle class was represented by the rising number of merchants, contractors, bankers, moneylenders, doctors, lawyers, managers, clerks, and many middle to richer peasants who had surplus to sell, could sell it easily, and thus gained from agricultural trade. If the hypothesis that rising inequality owed to globalization is correct, then we should see increasing regional inequality as well. This is so because India was exporting mainly agricultural commodities and natural resource-intensive manufactures. Two recent exercises on regional inequality produce slightly contradictory pictures. One of these observes provincial incomes from reconstructed data set. The other measures inequality in a mixed set of benchmarks, but not income, based on an actual survey of district data, Caruana-Galizia 2013, Roy 2014. The latter finds support for a rise in inequality during 1850 to 1900, the former does not, for a later time span. Given the different methodology, the two results are not necessarily contradictory, but both are indirect measures at best. Few historians would conclude from this evidence that the Marxist paradigm of stagnation and inequality has failed. But many would consider that the paradigm has more explanatory power in local contexts than as a global theory of colonialism and development. In any case, current research has moved away from this debate, and has approached the colonial economy by other routes than drain, deindustrialization, or rural credit. Labor productivity and public goods are two of these new themes. Other themes. The older research on growth and inequality more or less bypassed the issue of productivity trends. An important recent development, led by Susan Wolcott, looks closely at quality and productivity of labor. These works foreground efficiency and work ethic in a discussion on comparative economic growth. An early application of the idea suggests that the Indian cotton mill workers had a cultural norm of low effort. This is reflected, for instance, in high worker-to-machine ratios in textiles. This evidence is viewed differently by others, who see high worker-machine ratios as the profit-maximizing response to the low cost of Indian labor. Wolcott and Clark 1999, Wolcott 1994, Gupta 2008. The low cost of labor is indirectly linked to low agricultural yield. The older political critique of the colonial state was preoccupied with its role in sustaining unequal exchange. More recent research has explored another dimension, public goods and welfare. 5. That the British Indian state made limited investment in infrastructure and welfare is well known. But the public goods and infrastructure that it did produce was also regionally variable. Map 8.2 shows the highest density of railways near the production centers of wheat in Punjab and along the Ganges. A cluster of recent papers explore the reasons, and emphasize institutions, local autonomy, and fiscal resources. Banerjee and Ayyar 2005, Ayyar 2010, Chaudhry 2010. The major field of public-private investment in British India, the railways, has been the subject of fresh research, and the verdict of this research is rather favorable to the state. 6. A broader notion of efficiency as tradability is explored in two papers on market integration, one on agricultural labor in the colonial period, and the other on grain markets for an earlier period, Collins 1999, Studer 2008. Both papers find the level of market integration relatively small in the aggregate. Partly, the motivation to seek new research questions in the recent years comes from a desire to integrate India with current discourses on comparative economic development. Institutions, public goods, worker efficiency, all of these themes do this in different ways. But the divergence debate of the last decade achieved a deeper integration. Living standards in the long run. The divergence debate is significant, among other reasons, because it asks the question of when India started falling behind Western Europe. Making a useful contribution to that question requires going further back in time than an empire-focused economic history of South Asia normally does. The major contribution by Kenneth Pomeranz studies early modern China and shows that around 1800 China was like Western Europe in many respects, Pomeranz 2000. A similar point was earlier advanced by Prasanese Parthasarthi with Indian data, Parthasarthi 1998. These works, as well as independent advances in the use of anthropometric data, encouraged research on the measurement of living standards in the long run. The material can be divided into 4 clusters: real wage, height, consumption, and morbidity mortality. Of these clusters, the second, height, is omitted from the current chapter because it is discussed more fully elsewhere in the volume. See the interlinking chapter I8 by Baten and Inwood, and the introduction. Wage. Using wage data in tests of the welfare implication of colonial rule is not a new practice. The oldest tradition in quantitative history among Indian scholars made use of wage series. But then as now, the wages used were of questionable value because of unresolved sampling bias issues. The long-term wage series used most often come from 2 early 20th century Indian economists, Narayan and Radhakamal Mukherjee, Narayan 1929, Mukherjee 1967. Both start from c. 1600, and both rely for their earlier wages on English and Dutch East India Company records. For example, based mainly on Dutch reports of wages paid out to unskilled and semi-skilled labourers in the Mughal establishments, 3 to 10 rupees per month, and what the Dutch factory paid out to a similar class of workers, one of these authors concluded that the most common rate of wages for ordinary unskilled work at the time of Jahangir 1605 to 27 was about 3 rupees per month, Narayan 1929, 13. With wheat selling at 84 kilograms to a rupee, and spring millet at half that price, the wage converts into a quantity of grain that would amount, at 2011 retail prices of wheat or millet, to 4 to 8 times the poverty line in 2011. The then and now comparison enabled Narayan, a nationalist, to contend that manual workers in Mughal India were lavishly well off compared with his own time. Mukherjee reached a similar result using similar data. These results are questionable. The labor market the Dutch company accessed in this time could not be a representative one. Being foreigners, they had little bargaining power, and being the biggest merchant firm, they had deep pockets. It would be unrealistic to expect that these rich and tiny coastal enclaves were in any way representative of any general pattern. The same point would apply to the princely establishments. The market in Delhi or Agra was not integrated with the rural markets, as the Aligarh historians suggest. Migration of peasants and laborers to the Mughal cities, for example, was rare. The city wages would not be comparable with city wages in, say, 1900, when workers did circulate between the village and city more frequently. Parthasarthi shows that, around 1800, real wages were relatively high in the Kaveri River Delta thanks to high productivity of agricultural land, Parthasarthi 1998. With these wages as benchmark, the 19th century would have seen a significant regress in conditions of labor. The coastal wages again form a special high-wage sample. How greatly wages could vary between the coast and the interior was illustrated in the evidence of a Madras officer, Thomas Coburn, who collected data on the wages of Madras labourers from around 1800, British Parliamentary Papers 1812 to 3, 270. The per-head annual expenditure of a labour family was 77% or higher than agricultural wages in the interior, confirming his own conjecture that in the interior price of labour must of course be much lower than in Madras. These differences reflected yield differences between irrigated and dry land agriculture. The variation was so large when sample surveys were first available that it should be factored in as a fundamental condition of labour markets at all times. Few wage studies acknowledge the point. In subsequent work using mainly Mukherjee's dataset and reworked prices, Silver and millet values were more stable than wheat or rice in the long run. A fall in real wage and welfare is confirmed, but its extent was relatively modest. Allen 2005. Also, some classes of urban wages increased in the long run. Chandra 1983. The general fall is consistent with a global trend in the 3 centuries outside of England and Holland. But given the quality of the wage data, we should keep an open mind about the extent of the fall over 1600 to 1900. The density of agricultural wage data improves greatly around 1800, enabling us to test if the fall happened in the 19th century or earlier. Not all of these data have been used yet. Around 1800, the first survey of wages and living conditions that is known to exist was conducted by Thomas Munro, the architect of the Ryotwari peasant property system in South India. Munro studied a region of the south the British knew especially well. This was the so-called ceded districts, a semi-arid tract of land the Nizam of Hyderabad gifted to the company to pay for military protection. Soon after possession in 1796, Munro instituted a survey of living conditions. Details of the survey are unavailable, except Munro's own words, that a great number of statistical tables were drawn up, containing the price of labor and subsistence, British Parliamentary Papers 1812-3, 124. Tables were also drawn showing the average consumption of 3 classes of inhabitants, the relatively rich, the middling, and the poorest class of people. Again, the precise definitions are not available. But from Munro's description, the numbers relate to a notion of subsistence consumption for the poor, including food, shelter, and clothing, and average or sufficient consumption for the other 2 classes. These data are shown in Table 8.5. The wage is available by month, and converted into annual assuming a full year of work available. This was never the case, but annual wage contracts were common in the area in this time. With 4 members to a laboring family, and 1 earner, one can see why Munro believed that the wage was not more than adequate to the subsistence of a laborer and members of his family. Francis Buchanan Hamilton was another company employee to have carried out something like a systematic wage survey in Bihar in 1809-10, Majumdar 1934-35. Some of the figures are too low to be believable, possibly referred to adolescents and helpers. The modal number fell in the range 12 to 15 rupees per year, after converting grain wages into cash. This is more or less identical with Munro's peninsular wages, adjusted for grain price about double that in Bihar. These numbers are remarkably close to many others that we find elsewhere, for example, 12 to 14 rupees in eastern India c. 1785, and 16 to 22 rupees, again in eastern India c. 1810, Roy 2011. Converting money wages of agricultural workers into annual entitlement of grain in weight, and adding present-day averages, we get Table 8.6, which suggests that the purchasing power of an agricultural laborer wage did not change in any direction from 1784 until the Green Revolution of the 1970s. The one short-lived spike in 1784 to 1810 can be attributed to the fact that Bengal wages were recovering from the depopulation caused by the 1770 famine. If in the middle decades of the 19th century there was a mild increase in real wage, the effect disappeared quickly because of changes in labor supply. What did this wage mean? The long-term average of about 2 kgs per day per worker is equivalent to barely adequate caloric needs for a family of 4, assuming 80% of the wage is spent on food. 7. However, it is a precarious adequacy. A slight fall in employment intensity or slight rise in prices could induce disaster. Consumption. Conjectures on the long-term trend in consumption would be more difficult to make. The first large-scale family budget surveys did not become available before the interwar years. These surveys, however, produced a startling fact. Nutrition experts who used these surveys set the norm of carbohydrate consumption by an Indian at 437 to 500 grams per adult per day, Thomas N. Ramakrishnan 1938, 405-6, Bombay 1940, 69-70, Ackroyd 1940. A family of 4 in 1800 just reached the lower threshold assuming it consumed only grain. Such a diet might generate the required energy in an adult, it was not sufficient to ensure the physical development of children. There is ample evidence that cereals did dominate the Indian diet even when there was money to buy other things. Descriptions of Indian diet we find in European travelogues of the 1600s were consistent with this picture. In the 1920s, surveys of agricultural laborers in Bihar noted their very simple diet consisting practically of rice, pulse, and some vegetables. Their children are hopelessly undernourished inasmuch as they do not get practically any milk at all. Thakur 1937, Mehta 1938, Sarkar 1948-49, Hossain 1938-39. In South India, excessive rice consumption slowed down protein absorption, and low levels of vegetable and milk consumption led to the prevalence of subacute forms of scurvy among working classes and rickets among the working class children, the former a result of vitamin C deficiency, and the latter of vitamin D deficiency. Indian Government 1927, 732. In 1936, 94% of the daily calorie intake by an adult male in North India came from grains, 4% from roots and vegetables and 0.7% from animal protein. The corresponding percentages in China were 99 and 1, and in the US, 39, 9 and 39. Dietary habits differed between regions of India. But the high preference for cereal and low protein intake was the norm. This was changing in the 1930s in one respect, cereal preference diversified. Two surveys of the same village in South India, 1917 and 1938, revealed a substitution of high-calorie grain, rice, for coarse grains, increased consumption of milk, clarified butter, sugar, coffee, and tea. But the consumption of meat and vegetables rose only slowly. One contemporary study postulated that the preference for cereals was increasing on account of relative price shifts, in turn an effect of the conversion of pastures and commons into grain-producing land. Vegetarianism, according to this author, was reinforced by an ecological imbalance, Mukherjee 1936-37. Poverty does not explain why Indian food consumption was unhealthy, that is, why it was marginally adequate for working but inadequate for bodily growth. Cultural preference was important too. For example, in the comparison between India, China, and US, the reference group came from Punjab and were well off enough to buy meat, fish, or milk. Post-colonial public health picked up the point for discussion. How little nutritional status changed in the next 40 years shows the persistence of dietary culture. The Green Revolution did not solve the nutrition problem. An analysis of food balance sheets concludes that, over the entire 1937 to 95 period, energy supplies increased by only 18%, and protein supplies by only 4%. It is a poor performance by international standards and by comparison to other nearby Asian countries, Hopper 1999. If we look outside of food, there was much sign of dynamism. Cotton cloth consumption per head increased from about 6 yards in 1795 to 15 yards in 1938, Roy 2012c. The increase in the consumption of clothing was subdued during 1795 to 1880, but very rapid during 1880 to 1940. Iron manufactures, not counting railway material, were among the fastest growing items of import. The trade statistics do not permit an estimate of volume. In value, iron articles increased from £0.1 million in 1840 to £5 million in 1914. Some of these articles were used in construction, but some of it went into consumer durables like cooking utensils and cutlery. Consumption of services and many other household articles also increased and became more diverse in quality, Kumar 1987. Like consumption and wages, and possibly heights, mortality and child mortality changed slowly between the early 19th century and the early 20th. Mortality and morbidity. Towards the end of the 18th century, it was a custom among the European residents of Calcutta to gather together on November 15 every year. The occasion was to congratulate each other for staying alive one more year. The custom was not practiced by 1835. But the conditions remained bad. There is no city in the world which contains within itself more numerous or deleterious agents prejudicial to health. A Bengali doctor was quoted in an 1850 paper published in the Journal of the Statistical Society of London, Finch 1850. He does not see in the town of Calcutta any children that are in perfect health. The source of these statements is a survey done around 1836, certainly the first of its kind, of disease and death rates in India, Finch 1850. The data presented suggest that Calcutta had an average death rate of 51 per 1,000, and an infant mortality rate of 240. In the first census decade 1871 to 81, the corresponding numbers were 41 and 260 respectively. Of course, the reference areas are completely dissimilar. But there may have been a rise in infant mortality due to the effects of the 1876 famine and the inclusion of northern and central India in the latter figures. On the other hand, the fall in the death rate could reflect some improvement in adult survival rates, at least in the port cities such as Calcutta. In any case, the levels were high, and any change marginal until 1921. The 1836 survey also brought out one remarkably persistent feature of the population, variability of health status between communities. The death rate among the English population was 35, among the Armenians and other Europeans 40 to 60, among the Indo-Portuguese 125, among Hindus 65 and Muslims 28. To some extent, these differences arose due to the presence of more households among the Portuguese and the Hindus. These figures suggest that the Europeans were not any more vulnerable to the Indian environment than the Indians themselves. In fact, they coped better than some locals. These conditions did not respond to man-made intervention until the expansion of public health around 1921, suggesting that their source was partly environmental and cultural. In 1901, India belonged in a class of countries, along with Chile and Egypt, with exceptionally high infant mortality rates, Chandrasekhar 1959. Net food availability would have improved between 1836 and 1921, but famines increased the risk of death from epidemics, industrialization and migration to the cities increased the risk of contagion, and neonatal deaths due to avoidable causes such as asphyxia and malnutrition continued to be high. The factory labor settlements and labor colonies in the plantations had above-average infant mortality, among other reasons because of congestion. 8. The overall pattern of the colonial era experience was therefore that of poor, uncertain, and almost unchanging lives for many, and highly dynamic commercial and industrial cities on the margins. Did it change after 1947? Did post-colonial India bridge the gap between these two images? Post-colonial India, revolution or involution? Despite the much greater density of statistical data in the period after independence, 1947, economic historians have rarely tried to connect the post-colonial pattern of change with colonial or pre-colonial patterns. Most time series, such as GDP, prices, or cost of living, have a break around 1947 and the comparability between datasets before that date and those after is not perfect. One obstacle to long-range history is the radical departure of state policy after 1947. But, this section will show, deeper continuity can still be found. In 1947, the South Asian mainland was partitioned into two countries, India and Pakistan, and in 1971, a further division took place with the birth of Bangladesh. Despite these far from peaceful changes in the map, the transition to a national economy in each case, especially in India, occurred with relatively little friction, owing to substantial continuity in institutions and an indigenization of the bureaucracy effected in the final years of the empire. The measures included the legislative reforms of 1919 and 1935. After independence, the Indian Union chose to carry out import substitution and state-directed industrialization. The strategy, which was a departure from the market system of the empire era, received immediate support from the nationalist critics of drain and free trade discussed before, the export pessimists ruling the world in the 1950s, and socialist lobbies within the Congress that advocated central planning. It was reinforced further in the 1960s by global Marxism and its offshoots, Dependency and World Systems School, who rediscovered the Indian nationalist texts. The underlying historiography suggested that free trade had harmed India, that British colonialism extracted surplus value from India and transferred it to Britain, and that in order to carry out this activity colonialism needed collaborators, thus increasing inequality in India. The lesson learnt was that India needed to insulate its economy from trade and investment and build a strong state and closely regulated markets. There was a large increase in government expenditure and investment. Protection was raised to very high levels and reinforced with non-tariff barriers. Commodity export was discouraged. The fear of a recurrence of famines and shortages led to state control over grain trade. Independent India, thus, set out to replace the empire's legacy of a small state, free market and open economy with a large state, public control of markets and assets and an insular economy. Faced with a series of macroeconomic crises, the development regime from the 1990s reduced the dominance of the state and reduced barriers to trade and foreign investment. The subsequent period, however, is still too recent to fit into the present chapter, so that the search for deep continuity will stop more or less at the time import substituting industrialization was partially dismantled, the end of the 1980s. The differences between the two periods, 1857 to 1947 and 1947 to 85, are obviously very large. The essential data are shown in Table 8.7, in the same format as in Tables 8.1 to 8.4, to enable easy comparison. The comparison shows an enlargement of the state, and significant increases in GDP growth rates across the board. But there was limited success in overcoming the productivity barrier. The subsection on GDP growth earlier in the chapter sums up the colonial experience in 5 propositions. Let me now add 5 more, exactly parallel, propositions to capture the experience of post-colonial India. A. GDP, total and per head, growth rates in 1950 to 2000 were well above those in the previous 90 years, Tables 8.1 and 8.7. B. All 3 sectors of the economy, agriculture, manufacturing, and services, registered acceleration, Tables 8.1 and 8.7. In agriculture, the acceleration owed to the Green Revolution which took shape in the 1970s. The main difference with the colonial period was that extensive growth utilizing surplus land in 1860 to 1950 was replaced by productivity-led growth thanks to high-yielding variety seeds, chemical fertilizers, and more intensive application of water. The state subsidized all 3 inputs, seeds, fertilizers, and water. C. In industry, too, the proximate sources of growth changed. The colonial period had seen an expansion of the relatively labor-intensive sectors financed by private capital. During 1950 to 85, manufacturing was more capital-intensive, financed significantly by the state and foreign aid, and took place partly in state-owned firms. D. Within the services, there was a retreat of foreign trade-related services as the economy became partially closed, whereas a large expansion occurred in the government. E. On productivity, a similarity emerges between the colonial and the post-colonial eras, Tables 8.2 and 8.7. The finding confirms the conclusion of a recent study on long-range growth in India. During the second half of the 20th century, respectable labor productivity growth in industry and services has again been offset by slow productivity growth in agriculture, Broadberry and Gupta 2014. A balanced comparison between the colonial and the post-colonial periods cannot just look at GDP and conclude that the post-colonial statist regime did a great job, but should also look at the productivity problem, and at sources of GDP growth. GDP growth after 1950, though higher than before, was achieved at great cost. The greatest strength of the colonial period growth was that it was funded entirely by private capital, the state merely overseeing the capitalistic system that created opportunities for private accumulation. The post-colonial industrialization and the Green Revolution, by complete contrast, were largely funded by the taxpayers' money and foreign aid. Economic growth in 1950 to 85 needed a larger state, and involved a redistribution of taxes from public goods to private goods, mainly subsidies to farmers and state enterprises. Note the gap between government expenditure and government investment. The policy involved restraining private investment, a retreat from world trade and foreign capital markets, tables 8.4 and 8.7, crowding out and a neglect of healthcare and education. The period after 1985 can be seen as a course correction at many levels. It has, however, created its own problems. For example, while private investment and foreign trade revived, subsidy to peasants increased, and a partial withdrawal of the state from infrastructure saw agriculture sink back to slow growth. To sum up, any comparative assessment of the two periods of history using national income data should confirm that the long-term constraint on Indian development lies in agricultural productivity. Conclusion. The economic history of South Asia started more or less as a discourse serving political ends, and one preoccupied with the British Empire in the region. Empirical work has shed some of the political drive and diversified research away from politics towards resources, institutions, efficiency, choice, and welfare. For historians groomed in a nationalistic tradition in India, or influenced by the neo-Marxist immiseration paradigm, the empire was the most fundamental force of change, and 1947 represented the end of a dark age and the break of a new dawn. With attention shifting towards a wider range of themes, quantitative economic history suggests that neither was the colonial era a dark age, nor was the post-colonial India a new dawn. In the former era, even as rural wage, GDP, and food consumption were stagnant, urban wage rose, there was diversification in consumption, demographic transition, and industrialization financed by commercial profits. In the second era, despite much faster GDP growth, there was stagnation in productivity, efficiency, and nutrition, and the growth process, being funded by foreign aid and taxpayers' money, was not sustainable. The 1990s liberal economic reforms confirm that point. I8. Human stature as a health indicator in colonial empires. Joerg Baten and Chris Inwood. There has been considerable debate about the impact of European colonial empires on other world regions. Karl Marx in the 1850s argued that colonialism had a modernizing function and prepared the countries for later communist takeovers. Modern Marxist writers, Sender and Smith 1986, tend to support this view, as do some economists at the other end of the ideological spectrum, Ferguson 2003. In contrast, most historians identify disadvantages to colonial status including adverse social and economic effects as well as the lack of political freedom, Wheelery 2014. Adult stature reflects childhood health and nutrition and thereby provides fresh new evidence for colonial living standards. One admittedly, stature is not the whole story, it reflects important but particular aspects of living standards among the young. A number of recent studies present a nuanced view of living standards during colonialism. For example, Frankema and Van Weyenberg, 2012, Moradai, 2009, and Kano and Rowanet, 2011, find evidence in Africa of public health improvements and relatively high real wages, in comparison to Asia at least, under colonial administration. However, the evidence is limited to the colonial period, whereas it would be important to mobilize evidence for the period before colonialism in order to assess fully its effects. Anthropometric evidence may be helpful in this context. What are the sources of evidence about human stature before, during and after colonialism? The anthropological sciences developed during the 19th century, the study of human stature was one of its priority fields. Some European anthropologists undertook extended journeys to Africa, Asia, and the Americas, during which they measured the height of many indigenous people. 3. Evidence of this nature sheds light on the development of Africa during the infamous scramble by European powers for African colonies during the 1880s and 1890s. In Figure I-8.1 we report the average stature recorded in various countries according to their colonizing country. Figure I-8.1 African stature by colonizing country of c. 1900 source, based on Baten and Bloom, 2014, note for example, German colonies had later other metropoles. Before the 1880s, most African countries were either uncolonized or the colonial power held only small trading posts. Only the Portuguese colonies, South Africa, and the plantation island economies, Mauritius, Réunion, etc., had been colonized earlier. Hence the majority of Africans born during the 1860s and 1870s grew up before the advent of direct colonization. We see in Figure I-8.1 that their heights were declining during the period of the scramble, reaching a low point during the 1890s. Thereafter, we observe a mild recovery and more or less stagnating height until the 1930s. From the 1940s onwards heights in the colonies of the British and French empires expanded until the 1960s. In contrast, the Portuguese colonies had been established earlier and show a different profile of stature. Initially heights were low here, but in the period from the 1880s they reached a somewhat higher level. The 1920s were a low point. Unlike the British and French colonies, stature in the Portuguese colonies did not improve during the 1930 to 60s period. Thus, the first decades of the new colonies of England, France, and Germany experienced declining health and nutrition. Towards the end of the colonial period, however, the investments in basic public health and at least basic education bore fruit, Moradi 2009. In addition, African rural capitalist peasants achieved higher income in some colonies, see Chapter 10 in this volume. In contrast, the Portuguese colonies probably suffered from this colonization shock much earlier. Further, the Portuguese did not invest as much in public health and education during the later 19th and 20th centuries and did not see the same growth of stature in this period. Yet another experience is revealed in Figure 8.2 and Figure 9.3 in Chapter 9 on Southeast Asia by Shanahan in this volume. Stature was large before colonization in Cambodia, colonized 1863, and Myanmar, colonized 1886. Both populations experienced a reduction in stature in the decades following colonization. Thailand, which was never colonized, consistently had the greatest or second largest stature in the region. Subsequently, after the Second World War, stature rose throughout the region in spite of setbacks originating in military conflict, example the Vietnam War, and severe political regimes, example Cambodia. A direct comparison of Thailand and Iran with India is interesting because the latter was controlled by Great Britain while Thailand and Iran remained independent, Figure I-8.2. Before the 1920s Iranians were taller on average than Indians who were somewhat taller than the Thais, with no tendency for increase or decrease in any of these countries. After the Second World War, however, the two countries that retained political independence were able to realize considerable improvement in stature. India, on the other hand, in spite of gaining independence in 1947, increased stature more slowly. The experience of colonialism may have contributed to a stagnation of Indian stature in the later 19th and early 20th centuries, Brennan et al. 1994, just as its legacy may have limited the gain in stature after independence. 4. Figure I-8.2 Height development in India, Iran, and Thailand, male, source, based on Baten and Bloom, 2014. An entirely different experience of colonialism is visible in the settler colonies, which attracted European immigrants on a large scale in the 19th century. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa inherited similar British institutions in diverse biophysical environments. Their immigrant populations were largely similar, although the indigenous peoples of course were distinct. Europeans moving to the settler colonies enjoyed a fundamentally healthy environment with high incomes, cheap food, and low population densities. Not surprisingly, the migrants and their descendants were tall, on average. New Zealand and South African whites were among the tallest in the world, although in both societies the indigenous population fared much worse. Inwood, Oxley, and Roberts 2010, 2015, Inwood and Masakure 2013. There was considerable inequality of stature even among the whites, Cranfield and Inwood 2015a, 2015b. Colonial status did not impede the realization of good health, on average, although equally there is no sign of rising stature despite strong economic growth in the 19th century. Except in particular colonies such as Tasmania, Cranfield and Inwood 2007, Inwood, Maxwell Stewart, Oxley, and Stankovic 2015. Thus, we see a variety of colonial experience. Colonization hindered the development of stature in Africa, although, towards the end of the colonial period, there was some recovery of heights reflecting the impact of medical progress and, in British and French colonies, favorable public policy. In Central and Southeast Asia, countries retaining their independence fared better than their neighbors who were colonized. The settler colonies were able to realize good health and impressive stature, but there was considerable inequality, and for the most part stature did not increase as might be expected given the fast rate of income growth. The diversity of experience of stature under colonialism reflects the diversity of the European colonists and the overseas territories into which they expanded in the 18th and 19th centuries. H8.1. Did brain drain from India cause underdevelopment? Numeracy of Indian migrants and the Indian population, 17th to 20th century. Joerg Baten. Brain drain is a crucial economic problem of many countries today. If the most educated and entrepreneurial people leave their country, the remaining population will be less likely to achieve rapid development and growth. For example, in the late 20th century many Europeans with university education migrated to the US, as skill premia were substantially higher there. See the review in Stahls and Baten 2012. For high mortality countries in Africa, the recruitment of medical doctors has been severely criticized, up to the point that this recruitment activity was suggested to be treated as a criminal case. Was brain drain also a development obstacle for poor countries in the 19th century? One candidate for such an effect could be India, as between 200,000 and 600,000 Indians emigrated every year between 1870 and 1930, Roy 2000, 290. Within the British colonial empire, Indian agricultural laborers and artisans were recruited to work in plantations and mines in other parts, such as Mauritius, South Africa, the Pacific, and the Caribbean. How educated were these migrants? Was there brain drain from India? In figure H8.1, we see the basic numeracy of two groups of emigrants and the total Indian population born in the 1830s and 1890s. In addition, some early estimates of Indian numeracy are added to the figure. The selectivity of migrants during this period was quite mixed. Those who were recruited for Natal, in today's South Africa, were typically slightly more numerate than the Indian average, whereas indentured laborers recruited for the Fiji Islands were initially less, later more numerate. 2. Figure H8.1 Basic numeracy of Indian migrants and the Indian population, 17th to 19th century source, based on Baten and Fourie, 2014, www.clio-infra.eu. Another interesting fact is the stagnation of Indian numeracy. Between the period around 1700 and the mid-19th century, Indian numeracy values remained at around 30 to 40%, which is relatively low in global comparison. During the 1500 to 1800 period, Europe experienced a numeracy revolution, growing from around 50% to over 90% numeracy. It should be noted that the early estimates for India rely on very small numbers of observations and have to be considered as being preliminary. Nevertheless, they appear not as unrealistic, and the fact that the evidence comes from very difficult institutional contexts, but still yields similar levels, is reconfirming. The earliest estimates are based on Inquisition court registers. 3. In the period around 1,700 slaves were brought to South Africa, and the census-type registers in Sri Lanka also confirm the picture of stagnating human capital. Finally, the wage evidence presented by Roy in this volume is also compatible with the long-run stagnation of numeracy if we assume that it tends to correlate with wages. This finding has potentially large implications for understanding the issue of competitiveness of the Indian economy with Europe after the transport costs had begun to fall in the 19th century. Returning to our initial question of migrant selectivity, the evidence is also mixed for the early forced migration to South Africa. In addition, an important impact of brain drain is also less likely, because the majority of Indian labor migrants returned to their home country, Roy 2000. In a similar vein, the number of around 200,000-600,000 per year might seem large, but it has to be taken into account that South Asia had between 250 million, around 1,880, and 340 million inhabitants, around 1930, see Roy 2000, 283. In sum, brain drain was probably not a major issue for India. However, the stagnation of numeracy in the early modern period and during the first period of British colonization might have been a major development obstacle. 9. Southeast Asia and Australia/New Zealand. Martin Shanahan. Some of the countries included in this chapter present the highest living standards in the world, Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore, while others stand as the poorest, Papua New Guinea and Timor-Leste. It also includes several middle-ranked countries that even half a century ago were considered to be developing, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and others that remain in that category, Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. The chapter includes countries that, in the past century, have transformed their societies, overthrown colonialism, endured wars and invasions and undergone extensive economic change, and others that have developed in comparative peace. The diversity of economic and social conditions in this region, and the problems and opportunities these countries face, serve as a microcosm of the issues facing many countries around the globe. For most observers, a distinguishing feature of this region has been the rapid economic transformation of a select handful of Asian tigers in the second half of the 20th century. Remarkable though these changes were, it is worth recalling that all of the nations in this chapter possess deep social and cultural origins, many with foundations in long-existent and ancient civilizations that flourished centuries ago. A second factor shaping the economies of this region has been their histories of turbulent, often violent, political, institutional, and social change. In some countries this began with the domination of European nations, especially after 1800, and continued in different forms until as late as the beginning of the 21st century. The consequences of colonial rule and in some cases war, and struggles for independence, still influence economic attitudes and policies of these countries. A central theme running through this chapter is the importance of trade and its impact on living standards. Many of the countries of Southeast Asia have a long tradition of trading with others. The marked rise in gross domestic product, GDP, per capita, life expectancy, and heights, all of which are indicators of improving material well-being, after the Second World War reflect the importance of trade for a country's living standards. A second theme that emerges is the need for institutional and political stability, and an absence of violence, to advance economic outcomes. Countries with the lowest levels of violence clearly demonstrate higher material outcomes, and those most recently scarred by war lag behind those that have had more time to rebuild. Finally, it is worth reflecting on how economic improvement can be self-reinforcing. Populations whose living standards improve devote more resources to education, and enjoy a longer life expectancy. In this respect, the economic histories of Southeast Asian countries provide a significant body of evidence and a range of outcomes. Geography and latitude. Geographically, it is convenient to cluster the area under discussion into three main regions: mainland Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Malaysia, and Singapore; Australasia, which includes Australia and New Zealand, and those island nations that lie essentially between the two sub-regions, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea and the Philippines. Historically and culturally, three of these last four countries are typically viewed as part of Southeast Asia, while the fourth, Papua New Guinea, is more aligned with the Pacific Islands. The land masses, population size, and density of inhabitants differ greatly. At one extreme, the city-state of Singapore, home to 5 million people, is around 700 square kilometers in size, while the land mass of Australia, at almost 7.7 million square kilometers, hosts 23 million. The population of Timor-Leste, the newest and smallest country, contains fewer than 1.2 million people. Indonesia, its adjoining neighbor, has a population of more than 250 million. The geographical region covered here stretches over 75 degrees of latitude, from northern Myanmar to the South Island of New Zealand, and through 86 degrees of longitude. It contains deserts and tropical forest, marshlands and stony desert, rolling plains, and snow-covered mountains. Mainland Southeast Asia is heavily shaped by north-south basins surrounding the Irrawaddy, Salween, Chao Phraya, Mekong, and Red, Hong, rivers. Mountain ranges such as the Truong Son and other high ground and separate regions such as Thailand and Burma. The physical contrast is thus typically between low flat regions along riverine and alluvial plains, and the uplands, a distinction that also identifies different communities. A single river, the Mekong, influences large parts of Vietnam, Burma, Laos, Thailand, and Cambodia. While the Timor Peninsula and the continent of Australia are geologically stable, the island bands of Indonesia, Papua New Guinea and New Zealand are all in areas of volcanic activity. The countries of Southeast Asia and Australasia occupy around 8% of the world land mass, but receive around 15% of the world's renewable water resources. This water, in the form of rainfall, rivers, and surface water, is unequally distributed, as are the approximately 660 million people, just under 10% of world population American Samoa measured in 2013. This large variation in population density, landforms, soil fertility, water availability and climate also means that the type of plant life and agricultural forms also vary. The types of agriculture that are currently supported range from dairy farming in New Zealand, through open low-density cattle and sheep farming and cereal cropping in Australia, to plantations in Indonesia and Malaysia and intensively farmed rice fields in parts of the Philippines, Burma, and Vietnam. The influence and mix of cultures in Southeast Asia is also evident in the mix of religions and governance found across the region. India influenced Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos, and the mixture of Hindu and Buddhist traditions shaped their institutions and supported a semi-divine monarchy. The Vietnamese, by contrast, were influenced by the Chinese and Confucian values. Islam, dominant in Indonesia, parts of Malaysia and many coastal areas, is evidence of the interaction of traders with the Middle East. The Philippines, whose Islamic influences were also influenced by traders, were to be dominated by Christianity only after the arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century. On the early history of this world region before 1500, see Highlight Chapter 9.1. The pre-colonial period 1500 to 1800. While the period before 1500 saw the rise and fall of empires, the upheavals of wars and peaceful settlements and the continuation of long-distance trade, as well as the usual natural disasters and local change, it was, in comparison to the events of the next 300 years, a period of relative stability. Before the arrival of the Europeans, the people, empires, and cultures of Southeast Asia comprised a complex mixture of simple and sophisticated societies. The difference in standard of living between the majority of subsistence farmers and elite rulers was great, as was the mix of languages and religions. While peasant farming predominated, there was a small administrative and religious elite in some societies as well as groups of artisans and traders. There was no real middle class. In short, it was not that dissimilar to the European society of the same period. Only in Australia, and to a lesser extent New Zealand and Papua New Guinea, were the levels of technology, governance, property rights, and institutions so different as to be almost unrecognizable for Europeans when they were first encountered. Maritime Europeans were already familiar with the commercial trading ports such as Cambay, in Gujarat, India, Chittagong, Bengal, Pegu, Lower Burma, Malacca, Malaysian Peninsula, Palembang, Sumatra, and Macau, China. For their locations and the centers of spice production, see Map 9.1. The Europeans' increasing contact with these and other trading regions over the next centuries began slowly, and its effect was most likely confined to the port regions and hinterlands. Even as the Portuguese began to build a chain of fortifications to the Spice Islands in the 16th century, in an ultimately failed attempt to monopolize the spice trade, the majority of the indigenous populations would have been comparatively unaffected. The quantity of spices traded via the European-controlled routes in the 16th century grew comparatively slowly and does not appear to have greatly differed from the amounts traded the century before. Map 9.1 Trade in Southeast Asia during the 17th and early 18th century source, see Map 1.1. While trade quantities increased slowly up to the 18th century, or even decreased slightly in the case of some commodities like pepper, the doctrine of mercantilism resulted in a significant expansion of European interests competing to capture control of trade with the Far East. Ultimately, mercantilism saw national interests aligned with trade, so that state power was enhanced through the accumulation of precious metals and trade surpluses. Just as the Portuguese increased their interests in the 16th century, the Spanish also began their colonization and religious conversion of much of the Philippines. Despite their early dominance, and in their explorations, the probable European discovery of Papua, by the 17th century Portuguese interests were being eclipsed by the Dutch. The Dutch East India Company focused particularly around Malacca and Batavia. The Dutch discoveries of Australia and New Zealand in the 17th century were also an indirect consequence of their efforts to find trade routes to the Spice Islands. It was not until the 18th century that the British, having established their interest in India via the British East India Company, turned their attention to colonizing Penang and Singapore. Figure 9.1 presents one dimension of this trade, an estimate of the tons of pepper exported from Southeast Asia from 1500 to 1790. Figure 9.1 Southeast Asian pepper exports, 1500 to 1790, tons, source, based on Bulbeck et al. 1998, Table 3.7, cited in Findley and O'Rourke, 2007, 203, 282. Despite these expanding trade links with European interests, it is also true that for the majority of the populations in each country, there was comparatively little interaction with Europeans. Some of this was simply because many people lived away from the ports and main points of contact. It was also because, even after European interests had settled in regions for decades or even centuries, as with the Dutch in Java, they had comparatively little interest in local affairs. The 300 years after 1500 in many ways saw the continuance of traditional social routines and relationships for the majority of people. For most, life was still hard, with subsistence-level agriculture, fishing and, in less developed civilizations, hunting and gathering. Typically a country's lowlands were the regions most connected to society, the uplands were less inhabited and far less connected, socially or economically, to settlements. Some countries had dominant ethnic groups, Vietnamese in Vietnam, Khmers in Cambodia, the Thais in Thailand. Others, including Burma and the maritime countries, had numerous ethnic populations. In further flung regions, such as parts of the Philippines, the outer Indonesian islands, Australia, Papua New Guinea and New Zealand, there lived numerous tribes who descended from the earliest inhabitants of those regions. New imperialism and the colonial period. The transformation of ideas that saw European nations shift from mercantilism to empire building occurred across the 18th and 19th centuries. In Europe, war and industrial transformation had reshaped attitudes and capabilities. For the rulers in Southeast Asia, this meant increasing pressure on their negotiations, treaties, and other forms of compromise with European interests. For example, the 18th century saw Burmese rulers, whose country had not previously been of particular interest to European traders, seek to maintain their traditional influence in the western areas of Assam, Manipur, and Arakan. Pressing them, however, was the British East India Company, which was expanding its interests eastwards over the same territory. Over the next 60 years, diplomacy, raids, treaties and compromises continued until, after 3 successful wars, Britain proclaimed control over most of Burma. In Vietnam, it was the French who invaded in 1850, ostensibly to protect religious missionaries but not unaware of the imperial gains to be had from possession. They also took possession of a weakened Cambodia. While Thailand remained a buffer between British and French interests, and through skillful diplomacy was never colonized, the French also took control of Laos in the late 19th century. In Indonesia, the influence of the Dutch East India Company had been transferred to the Dutch government and its influence was to spread across the Indonesian archipelago and New Guinea, with a small neglected Portuguese colony in Timor-Leste. The Spanish had taken possession of the Philippines much earlier, in the 16th century, driven by the desire to convert but not unaware of potential economic gain. Their hold was frequently challenged with some islands and their inhabitants resisting conquest and conversion for centuries. Ultimately the Spanish lost possession to the US in 1898. By the end of the 19th century the British had taken over effective possession of the Malay Peninsula from the Dutch through their expanding settlements in Singapore, Penang, Malacca and various provinces. They had also taken possession of Australia and New Zealand in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. While the effect of this imperialism was to transform the social, political, and cultural experiences of these countries, it also transformed their economies. One of the most important shifts was in the production of commodities. The creation of the dairy farms of New Zealand, the sheep farms and wheat fields of Australia, the rubber plantations of Malaysia, Java, Sumatra, Vietnam, and Cambodia, the tin mining of Malaya, the rice fields of the Mekong Delta, Mekong River, Thailand, and Irrawaddy River Delta, Burma, were a response to powerful market demands. In aggregate, millions of acres of land and millions of people were drawn into supplying markets around the world with commodities of all kinds. Production techniques changed. Large-scale production required more intensive use of factor inputs. Much of the capital and finance for this transformation was supplied from outside Southeast Asia and Oceania, while labor too was sometimes imported, mostly from other parts of Southeast Asia, to augment local workers. In some cases only land and labor were the locally supplied factors of production. The period between the Napoleonic Wars and the First World War also saw a revolution in transportation technology, from sail to steam, animal-drawn carts to railway, and communication. The resulting fall in costs enabled the expansion of trade from regions that from a North Atlantic perspective were at the periphery of global finance and industrialization. In exchange for manufactured goods, used in both production and consumption, the periphery supplied many of the raw commodities and foodstuffs sought by industrialized countries whose affluence and middle classes were growing rapidly. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 served to lower costs further between Europe and Southeast Asia and strengthened the role of trading ports and especially Singapore. Map 9.2 shows some of the main export products of the Southeast Asian countries c. 1920. In addition to the transformation in production, and the transportation of goods around the world, the 19th century also saw an increase in migration. While large numbers of people moved from the Old World to the New, including Australia and New Zealand, especially after the discovery of gold, there were also movements of people through Southeast Asia. For example, many Chinese moved rapidly into Singapore shortly after its founding in 1819. The presence of the Chinese and their business skills were encouraged by the French in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. The Chinese also supplied much of the labor for the tin mines in Malaya. Other groups, such as Indians, moved in numbers into Burma and Malaysia-Singapore. One legacy of colonialism was the shaping and defining of many of today's national boundaries. Another was the standardization of record-keeping, and internationally recognized, to European eyes, laws, administrative processes and property rights. Colonialism also starkly increased local populations' awareness of the outside world, as they had less control over their own affairs. It also changed the aspirations of the local elites as they grew aware of the need for a more Western education to access positions associated with the growing trade economy and political administration. Although the economic consequences of improved trade meant increases in the measured production and consumption of goods, it did not necessarily translate into a more equitable distribution of resources for all members of the country. The political consequences of this differed significantly between regions. Increased market access could advance growth, but it could also increase the transmission of external economic shocks. The nature of these impacts, however, differed between regions. In Australia, but less so in New Zealand, because of the Treaty of Waitangi, the original inhabitants were ignored, marginalized or killed. The majority of the benefits of global market expansion were captured by the European colonists. In the 19th century, the result was to raise the measured standard of living of the colonists in both countries to among the highest in the world. Even by the early 20th century, and after significant immigration, there was, compared to many Southeast Asian countries, a relatively peaceful political transformation from being a series of colonies to becoming the separate nations of Australia, in 1901, and New Zealand, as a dominion in 1907 and fully in 1947, as the mostly European immigrants gained independence from the British motherland. In Southeast Asia, by contrast, the path to independent nation status, and a political, social, and economic system controlled by native inhabitants was more difficult. The size of local populations and the disenfranchisement of most natives meant any transition to a different political system would require colonial powers to transfer control to non-European local inhabitants. The late 19th century and especially the First World War impacted on the perspectives of nationalists in many Southeast Asian countries. The tensions over who benefited from economic growth, colonial attitudes to local people and growing levels of education, if only among elite local members, saw the emergence of increased aspirations for independence. The 1930s depression and subsequent retreat from global trade had significant consequences for those supplying commodity markets, especially those with the least means. Burma and parts of Indonesia were badly affected. As in Europe, economic pressure could produce political change. In Thailand, for example, the deficits caused by the depression saw a military coup to replace the absolute monarch. The Japanese conquests during the Second World War further reinforced the resolve of local people for independence, while demonstrating that European authority was not unsurmountable. Each country, however, followed a different path to ultimate independence. Thailand negotiated its fate with multiple European interests and, unique to Southeast Asia, managed to avoid major colonial interventions. Burma, now Myanmar, negotiated its independence from Britain in 1948, but was ruled by a military dictatorship from 1962 to 2011. Malaysia negotiated independence from the British in 1957, although not without the violence of the Malayan emergency that was then followed by the initial union and separation from Singapore, in 1965. The Philippines' transition to independence under the Americans was seen as relatively inevitable, but did not occur until 1946, and even then with the remaining strong American presence. Vietnam only gained independence after extended bloody wars against a series of foreign invaders including the Japanese, French, Americans and their allies, that lasted from 1940 to 1975 and extended into border wars with neighboring countries for many years. Cambodia gained independence from France in 1953, but was involved in the Vietnam War, and later endured a genocidal regime from 1975 to 91. Indonesia needed 4 years of fighting with the Dutch, 1945 to 49, before gaining independence. Laos, too, gained its independence from France between 1945 and 1949 but endured decades of civil war thereafter. Papua New Guinea ceased to be administered by Australia in only 1975, while Timor-Leste was finally released from Portuguese interests in 1975 but endured significant destruction by the Indonesians, who had invaded in 1973, before achieving independence in 2002. Table 9.1 provides one representation of this turbulence, with the nation's form of governance being scored on a scale from -10, representing absolute autocracy, to +10, representing full democracy. In contrast to many of the other countries of Southeast Asia, it reveals that Australia and New Zealand had long histories of stable and democratic government institutions while several other countries in this region endured institutions well below full democracy. With the exceptions of Laos and Myanmar, institutions and processes in these other nations tended to improve, albeit sometimes slowly, in the second half of the 20th century. These varying paths to independence, the significant differences in human and capital destruction endured in each country and the different social and economic responses to these challenges, also serve to explain some of the variation in living standards that emerged after the Second World War. Post-Second World War. While the individual countries of Southeast Asia and Oceania found themselves in quite different situations after the Second World War, globally the period was to be marked by a return to more open trade and international cooperation. Despite the fact that wars and civil strife were significant elements of Southeast Asia, in particular the areas of Indochina covering Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, there was, in other regions, considerable improvement to trade and living standards. This is perhaps less surprising when one considers the long legacy of international trade that existed throughout Southeast Asia from the preceding centuries. It is also worth noting that, with the exception of Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines, earlier European colonial ties did not appear to have much influence on the direction of trade links. By the 1960s, Singapore was emerging as one of the four Asian tigers along with Hong Kong, South Korea, and Taiwan. Between 1965 and 1995, growth rates for these four economies averaged around 6% per annum, transforming the living standards of their populations. Also in the group of high-performing Asian economies, HPAE, were Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Of particular interest was their ability to achieve rapid growth, with mostly equitable outcomes, while using quite interventionist government policies. Their unique growth trajectories prompted a range of explanations. Researchers identified several factors including trade openness, and especially export push policies, financial stability, both macroeconomic and in the banking sector, and international cooperation, particularly in an increasingly globalized world, technology, increased physical and human capital per worker, improved health and education, demographic changes that increased labor supply but also demand for consumer goods, a shift toward manufacturing, cheap energy, and interventionist governments. Together these created a golden age of growth. Countries that were able to attract investment to utilize their plentiful, cheap, and increasingly educated labor and embrace trade openness were able to grow. A closer focus on the individual HPAEs reveals a more diverse story. Indonesia's post-1960 economic improvement was quite remarkable when one considers how few indigenous Indonesians in the 1950s had received a formal education under Dutch colonial policies. Political, social, and military instability in the early 1960s had resulted in a military coup in 1965. The following 40 years, however, saw a military-backed government focus relentlessly on uniting and developing the ethnically and culturally diverse archipelago of several thousand islands, using anti-communist, pro-market policies. The sheer size of the population and the diversity of the country meant even small gains would be difficult but, if achieved, that many millions of lives were improved. Remarkable too was Malaysia's economic development, given its troubled beginnings in the early 1960s and the ethnic partitions that were inherited from centuries of segmented economic development. With an extended period of political stability, however, the government developed a series of policies focused on economic growth. It followed a relatively open economic policy and encouraged the influx of foreign capital. A series of policies and economic targets, such as the new economic policy, import substitution industrialization in heavy industry policy, and the national development policy, combined with a massive shift to enhance access to education in the mid-1960s, resulted in large advances to Malaysians' standard of living. In the case of Thailand, the growth path was less straightforward. Significant investment in education in the 1930s, and again in the 1950s, laid the basis for economic growth, as did a liberal approach to trade and investment. Manufacturing, which was given impetus by American requirements for the Korean War and Thailand's ability to supply primary products, also served as the platform for the post-1960s increase in living standards. Nonetheless, the country's proximity to warring states and its own political instability saw multiple devaluations of the currency over several decades. While periods in the late 1980s saw large growth, other decades saw periods of currency speculation, high interest rates and, at different times, a lack of foreign capital. In the region, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, was formed in 1967. Initially including only Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, it gradually expanded, as political tensions and differences eased, to include Brunei, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. Papua New Guinea currently has observer status and Timor-Leste has applied for membership. Other regional interests, including Australia and New Zealand, are part of the associated ASEAN Regional Forum, which now includes 27 countries. This period of industrialization and growth also saw a massive shift of people from the countryside to the cities. This had occurred early in the case of Singapore, Australia, and New Zealand, where half the population lived in cities by 1900. By the 1970s the figure was 80 to 100%, Singapore. By contrast, while millions of people have shifted from the country to the cities since the 1960s, especially in Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia, only in the 1990s did the percentage living in urban settings reach 50%, and only in the Philippines and Malaysia. Population size matters in these comparisons. While over 100 million people live in cities in Indonesia, today this still represents less than 50% of their population. By comparison, the poorest countries of Papua New Guinea and Timor-Leste also have the lowest rates of urbanization. This reflects their lack of the classic pull factor, industrialization, and the movement of people in response to work opportunities. While the move into cities is associated with increased material wealth, industrialization creates more wealth than subsistence farming. It also produces large concentrations of unskilled labor. Cheap labor is critical to basic, large-scale manufacturing, but it is also associated with the difficult social issues of poverty, overcrowding, crime and substandard infrastructure. Thus, while the shift towards increased urbanization, industrialization, and improved aggregate material wealth is a form of catching up with the living standards of more developed economies, it brings with it some of the problems of overly rapid and unconstrained development. Some aspects of the economic development of these countries are captured in the figures and tables that follow. While none of these figures can reveal all the critical elements impacting on economic growth, they do highlight critical points of similarity and difference in the growth paths and economic outcomes of this widely diverse group of countries. The long-term transformation of the living standards of these countries can be expressed in a number of ways. The most common measure, GDP per capita, is represented in Figure 9.2. The top panel in Figure 9.2 reveals the high living standards of Australia and New Zealand, throughout the 19th and 20th century. It also shows the rapid improvement to Singapore's material standard of living. One of the four Asian tiger economies, Its spectacular increase in per capita GDP began in the 1960s and has increased to a level that equals, and since 2005 exceeds, that of Australia and New Zealand. Far less spectacular, but also significant, are the improvements in Malaysia and Thailand. Their per capita GDPs are now around those of Singapore in the 1970s. The lower panel reveals their growth since the 1960s, as well as the later improvement in Indonesia and the more disappointing increase in the Philippines over the same period. By comparison, the measured standards of living in Laos, Vietnam, and Myanmar are only now approaching those of Singapore when it began its take-off over half a century ago. Collectively, however, all of these improvements have meant a transformation in the lives and opportunities of millions of people, and at a rate that was undreamed of a generation ago. The 1997-98 Asian financial crisis provided a check to both the growth rates of many Southeast Asian countries and their populations' living standards. Caused by a combination of excess borrowing, declining returns and overheating economies, the shock saw growth rates drop dramatically. National responses to the crisis diverged. Politically, the shock had a significant impact in Indonesia, for example, where many companies were unable to repay their foreign borrowings and several banks collapsed. These events helped precipitate the fall of the government and saw a shift in economic policy, with cuts to projects financed by the government and many import tariffs. Malaysia, on the other hand, responded to the crisis by intervening in its markets, fixing its exchange rate and subsequently expanding government expenditures and refusing aid from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. In contrast, Thailand restricted capital outflows and quickly sought IMF assistance. While national growth rates subsequently improved, the crisis is now seen as marking a turning point in the region, with the slowing of Japan and the emergence of China, and to a lesser extent India, as new sources of growth. While both China and India had been improving their economic performance for several years before the crisis, the subsequent dominance of China, both globally and as a hub to many of its neighbors' supply chains, has been marked by many as dating from this event. Subsequent to the Asian crisis, there was a rapid expansion in bilateral trade agreements, regional capital markets and macroeconomic reforms, as well as significant currency integration. These all enhanced economic growth. Much of this economic pressure served to integrate the economics of Southeast Asia and Australasia even further. While the mainland Southeast Asian countries have been linked to China both in the process of manufacturing and as importers of China's manufactured goods, Australia and New Zealand have been mostly exporting commodities and agricultural products. In contrast, the poorest countries in this comparison, Timor-Leste, Papua New Guinea, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos, remain minimally engaged in trade, often having little to export to others. The reasons behind this vary, although the impact of war and civil unrest are common threads. Timor-Leste, for example, only separated from Indonesia in 2002 and immediately faced the challenge of rebuilding the 70% of homes and schools destroyed by the withdrawing Indonesians. Despite World Bank estimates that countries require 15 to 30 years to overcome post-conflict trauma, Timor-Leste has been laying the foundations of education, healthcare, institution building, and infrastructure for the past decade, despite significant poverty. Oil reserves off its coast offer the possibility of an important future export commodity. Nonetheless, on all measures, it remains extremely poor. Self-governing since 1975, Papua New Guinea contains a large number of tradable commodities. Its mountainous geography and tropical climate, fragmented tribal populations and the legacy of previous colonial cargo cult development, have meant that it has not yet developed the level of economic, social, or educational infrastructure needed to advance living standards to those of middle-ranked countries. Myanmar's current levels of poverty and lack of economic progress reflects the impact of decades of violence, military rule, martial law, and civil unrest. In stark contrast to the HPAEs, there has been no sustained focus on improving the living standards of the population, but instead the nation has been consumed by the struggle between people of different political and economic ideologies. The result has been the neglect of the basic human, social and economic infrastructure required to advance individual living standards. A similar, though even more violent, set of historical events explains Cambodia's current levels of impoverishment. After modest economic improvement in the early 1960s, Cambodia was drawn into the Vietnam War. While the damage this caused was extensive, the destruction of the Khmer Rouge during the 1970s was the complete antithesis of building factors associated with economic growth. The focus on creating collective agriculture and a nationalized economy was, however, ultimately less destructive than the mass murder of all individuals with any form of education, even including those who simply possessed reading glasses, that occurred throughout the country over several years. After the fall of the Khmer Rouge in 1979, fighting continued at varying intervals and with varying intensity for more than a decade. The result is that, even today, only agriculture, some simple manufacturing, services, tourism, and construction serve as the basis of the economy. The post-Second World War history of Laos, like Cambodia, is inextricably tied to the Indochina Wars and Vietnam. Like Cambodia, the wars resulted in massive destruction of natural and human resources over 2 decades. Like Vietnam, the economy had also become greatly dependent on external, mainly American, investment which was withdrawn when the Communists came to power in the mid-1970s. For several years a traditional command-based economic system was adopted, although since the late 1980s this has been modified to permit increased international trade and more private sector activity. Nonetheless, agriculture and tourism remain critical to the economy while industrial development plays a relatively minor role in advancing living standards. The economic consequences of fighting the Indochina Wars for over 3 decades, as well as other border wars, has meant that Vietnam has had far less time than other countries to rebuild. Not only did the human and capital destruction of war need to be addressed, the massive economic distortions caused by a war economy, high levels of aid, in the 1950s and 1960s, and post-war, economic embargoes all created barriers to advancing living standards. As with Laos and Cambodia, a centrally planned economy has dominated, although since 1986 Vietnam has pursued a mixed strategy of socialist planning and market signals. The result has been an increased level of economic growth as the nation has combined private sector growth with planned targets and infrastructure. On several of the indicators described below, Vietnam now outstrips Laos and Cambodia. Vietnam joined the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 2007. The Philippines, although not suffering the same extremely low average living standards as the above countries, has also struggled with poverty and extreme differences between rich and poor. Before the Second World War, government expenditure on education was higher than in several other Southeast Asian countries. For several decades following the Second World War it followed a relatively open trade policy, but with a policy of import substitution, rather than export growth. Heavy government regulation combined with corruption also discouraged external investment. Subsistence agriculture and lowered levels of investment in education slowed improvements to living standards, while inequality and lack of investment in social infrastructure meant only relatively few areas of export growth. In more recent years, while economic indicators have improved, the distribution of improvements to living standards has remained a significant problem. In addition to measures of GDP per capita, another way to represent improvements to living standards is by examining the average height of the population. As discussed elsewhere in this book, the average height of the population provides a measure of human well-being that summarizes the total set of factors, economic, social, and environmental, that bears down on individuals. The sensitivity of this measure to adversity, and plenty, is remarkable. It is also possible to trace this measure further back in time than many other measures of living standards. As figure 9.3 reveals, the average height of male, white, Australians and New Zealanders has, for over 2 centuries, far exceeded the average heights of males in other countries. Data on male heights are more numerous than female data in the historical record, as they are frequently collected at enlistment, imprisonment or slave sale. Given the external food and disease environment generally impacts equally on men and women, they are taken as a reasonable measure of the whole population. The record also shows some remarkable increases in heights in recent years, as food supplies, medical treatment, and the disease environment improved with GDP, particularly in Thailand, Malaysia and, more steadily, in Indonesia. The height record can also reveal the impact of deprivation and adversity. The steep decline in heights in the second half of the 19th century in Cambodia and Myanmar, and to a lesser extent in Indonesia in the 1870s, are clearly evident, as are the large declines in Vietnam, Myanmar, and Cambodia heights in the second half of the 20th century. The economic and social ravages of war and civil disruption are ultimately reflected in the very stature of the population. Even the few available observations on male heights in Papua New Guinea confirm that country's ongoing difficulties with low living standards. In contrast, the recent rapid increase in height among male Thais and Malaysians is consistent with a significant improvement in economic and environmental health factors. The more recent improvement in the heights of males in Laos, despite their current low living standards, is also cause for optimism, as it suggests that the basic elements of food and health are being enjoyed by a significant portion of the population. The ultimate measure of living standard for the individual, life expectancy, also responds to the factors that impact on a person's health and well-being. Like height, it not only reflects the full combination of factors that affect the individual, but also the living conditions of their mothers prior to birth. Before the 1850s, average life expectancy in many European countries was between 30 and 35 years old, a figure that was not achieved in the Philippines even at the beginning of the 20th century. In Indonesia, average life expectancy was below 30 in the 1940s, and in Timor-Leste this was still the average life expectancy in the 1950s. Figure 9.4 reveals the very rapid improvement in life expectancy that occurred in many countries in the 20th century. This has been a particular dimension of living standards that has improved in Southeast Asia. In the mid-20th century, average life expectancy at birth in Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam were the same as those in more developed nations in the 19th century. As recently as the 1960s, average life expectancy at birth in Papua New Guinea and Timor-Leste were equally low, at under 40 years of age, but both countries have exhibited rapid improvements in their population's life expectancy in recent decades. Nonetheless, there are still clear gaps in life expectancy. More than a decade of life expectancy separates infants born in Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore from those born in Thailand, the Philippines or Indonesia. Infants born in Cambodia or Timor-Leste face the prospect of lifetimes that on average will be 2 decades shorter than their contemporaries in the wealthiest countries. Just as the closing gap in urbanization and per capita GDP means that more of these countries are encountering the social problems that exist in more developed countries, so increasing longevity means they will, in the future, face the social problems of an increasingly aging population. In several cases, however, they will not have the time or resources to develop the same levels of health and infrastructure support as the richest countries, suggesting a potentially bleak outcome for many of the aged in the poorest countries. A critical factor associated with average life expectancy and living standards now and in the future is education. With the transformation of economic development, first from agriculture and commodity production to low-skill industry and manufacturing, and in the second half of the 20th century to high-skilled manufacturing, the importance of education has increased continuously over the past 2 centuries. The response of many Southeast Asian nations is represented in Figure 9.5, where the sharp increase in average years of education is clearly evident in most countries, especially after the 1950s. Once again, Australia and New Zealand are at the top of the graph. While Singapore and Malaysia have been improving rapidly, the much slower improvement for Cambodia does not bode well for their future. The average number of years of education in Vietnam, despite recent post-war improvements, Laos and Myanmar are still less than half of those achieved by the leading countries. Commitment and investment in education is one government policy that can be implemented relatively quickly, even though the economic benefit of such investment may take decades to emerge. Even in the more developed countries, it was only after the Second World War that larger proportions of the population began to undertake tertiary education. While the first step in any education investment must be in basic and widespread primary education, for several of the Southeast Asian countries in this study, the creation of larger numbers of highly educated citizens is well within reach. Many of the economies in this region changed significantly after the 1960s and have changed again in the past decade. Improving their living standards initially via the production and export of labor-intensive, low-cost manufactured goods, many of them achieved high rates of economic growth. More recently, a number of countries have become part of regionally integrated supply chains with a focus on regional cooperation. Through the 1980s and 1990s, many of these economies imported capital, had current account deficits and faced pressure to depreciate their currencies. Today, several export capital have current account surpluses and their currencies are viewed by some as undervalued. Not all, unfortunately, have prospered. Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea, for example, remain in need of continued external aid to supply their citizens with basic infrastructure. While Australia, New Zealand, and more recently Singapore, have enjoyed high living standards, even these countries have had to adjust their economic settings to maintain those levels. In the case of Australia and New Zealand, for example, the 1970s and 1980s were periods of significant economic adjustment. Tariff barriers, a long-time policy of Australia, were significantly lowered, and the exchange rate allowed to float. New Zealand undertook substantial economic reform to lessen regulation. While these policies in many ways followed the trend initiated in other parts of the developed Western world, they also facilitated a more international aspect to these countries' economies and helped sustain their growth rates. After the retreat from globalization between the First and Second World Wars, the second half of the 20th century saw trade openness again emerge as a critical factor advancing nations' living standards. Countries that were able to participate in trade, that produced goods the world wished to buy, and that developed their human and physical infrastructure to engage with other countries, prospered. Table 9.2 provides one representation of this for the nations of Southeast Asia and Australasia. It measures the value of exported goods, adjusted for population size. The table shows Singapore, as a trading hub with high levels of re-exports, Australia, New Zealand, and Malaysia in a group of countries with high levels of exports. Their level of exports, and the fact that their relatively high export levels per capita existed from the 1940s, place them in a different group from the nations of Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Laos, or Cambodia. The table also suggests that Thailand has been rapidly improving its export performance, while for Vietnam it took until the cessation of hostilities for it to increase exports. It has been rapidly increasing per capita exports since the 1980s. Unfortunately, the per capita value of exports for Timor-Leste lies well below those of other countries, although the rapid improvement that is seen in many of its Southeast Asian neighbors since the 1970s raises hope for the future. For many of the nations of Southeast Asia, trade would appear to be a critical element for their future well-being, a fact that their forebears many generations earlier would have understood. Concluding remarks. A generation has passed since the end of the Second World War, and while memories of struggles for independence are still fresh in the minds of some citizens, for many born after 1960 their world is unrecognizable from that of their parents. For several countries, the cities, health standards, and educational expectations of their citizens are among the highest in the world. The economic well-being of citizens in less developed countries, however, remains decades behind, despite the technology of the Internet allowing them to communicate ever more immediately with the rest of the world. Australia and New Zealand have achieved and maintained some of the highest living standards in the world for over a century. By contrast, the changes that have occurred in Singapore and Malaysia and, to a lesser extent, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand over the past half-century have been dramatic and far-reaching, from well below the global average to above many other parts of the globe. The material standard of living enjoyed by the citizens in these countries would have been unimaginable to earlier generations. Lagging behind the surge in economic growth, but for different reasons, are the countries of Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, but even here there has been great improvement, especially, in recent years, in Vietnam. The living conditions and economies of Papua New Guinea, Myanmar, and Timor-Leste, however, would still be familiar to an earlier generation, even if the technology would not. These countries include around 10% of the world's population. Changes to government policy that create even small improvements to their population's standard of living, therefore, will impact on the lives, health, and life expectancy of millions of people. The diversity of growth paths in each country reflects a range of different influences. Trade, war, peace, social and civil unrest, institutions, governance rules, geography, educational opportunities, all have played a role. Fundamental building blocks to improving living standards are common: peace, the opportunity to trade, good governance, property rights, markets, education and good health. Understanding the history of these countries, the paths they have followed and the lessons they have to teach us, will help many countries better address the challenges of the present and future. H9.1 Prehistory, Ancient, and Classical Periods of Southeast Asia. Martin Shanahan. Little is known about the prehistorical migrations of people through Southeast Asia and Oceania. Archaeological evidence suggests waves of migration, perhaps corresponding to changes in sea levels and climatic conditions. These factors influenced hunter-gatherer communities for over 700,000 years, although archaeological records are only reliable for the past 40,000. The original inhabitants of Australia and Papua New Guinea are believed to have migrated from the Asian mainland perhaps 50,000 years ago, while the Maori in New Zealand, probably originating in Southeast Asia, arrived via Polynesia around 1,000 years ago. Insights into migration patterns are found through similarities between language groups. Linguistic scholars trace the influence of Thai speakers in Thailand, among the Shans in Burma, in Laos, and northern parts of Vietnam and in Cambodia and Malaysia. Austronesian, linked to the Indonesian/Malay language group, is detectable in Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and coastal regions of Thailand, Cambodia and Vietnam. The peoples of Papua New Guinea and New Zealand appear to be linguistically distinct. While there is now considerable diversity in national, ethnic, and religious groups across the region, there are also ancient connections. Southeast Asia and its peoples has always been much more than simply offshoots of Indian or Chinese civilizations, despite these cultures' important long-term influences. Agriculture emerged in different locations sometime between 11,000 and 6,000 years ago. Climatic conditions meant that more intensive rice farming was favored in mainland Southeast Asia, while in the equatorial regions, tubers, sago palm, and some fruits were prominent. Proximity to water and the sea made fish an important source of protein. Notably, the indigenous populations of Australia did not develop intensive agriculture, and their protein sources depended on what they could hunt, fish or gather. Although it is difficult to reconstruct the history of migration in Southeast Asia, several ancient civilizations are known through their archaeological remains. Mughal invasions and wars, such as the one between the dynasties of Vietnam and China, also shaped today's cultures. These hostilities, for example, ultimately shaped the Vietnamese identity as one quite separate from its northern neighbors. In the West, the interplay was between Indian influences and the emerging Khmer dynasty, and between India and the people of Pagan in northern Burma. While the dynasty in Pagan collapsed in 1289, it was gradually absorbed and replaced by the more northern-based Ayutthaya Empire, an empire modern Thais still regard as a building block of their identity. The Angkorean, Khmer, Empire in Cambodia, which existed from around 800 AD to 1400 AD, stretched over much of modern Cambodia, southern Vietnam, and southern Laos, as well as influencing more distant territories. Today its most famous legacy is the temple complex centered around Angkor Wat. This empire ultimately relied on investment in canals, reservoirs, and irrigation that enabled 2 or 3 wet rice crops per year rather than one. Increased climatic and political challenges in the 15th century and declining human and physical capital meant the demise of the empire and city that the 13th century Chinese envoy Zhou Deguan had described as the richest in Southeast Asia. The southern Sumatran trading empire of Srivijaya dominated maritime trade between India and China and especially the western section of the Indonesian archipelago and southern China from the 7th to the 13th centuries. Although this empire worked cooperatively with the Chinese, as the Chinese began to use their own fleet, other trading regimes based in Malacca emerged to challenge Srivijaya's dominance. These trading empires were scarcely known to the Portuguese, who arrived more than 2 centuries later, and who continued rather than founded a tradition of international trade. Other important and long-standing empires are today also lost from direct view. Majapahit, the last of several trading empires in Java, existed between the 8th and 15th century. It influenced trade from the western tip of Sumatra, to the Philippines in the north and New Guinea in the east. Evidence of its inhabitants' wealth and economic control remain in walled terraces and massive monuments. The importance of trade in spreading populations and linking regions should not be underestimated. Centuries before the empires of Pagan and Angkorian, maritime traders from Southeast Asia were known to the Chinese, Indians, Arabs, and Romans. Small quantities of high-value goods from cinnamon to gold were traded between Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East and Europe. By the 15th century, European awareness and demand for these commodities began to match their navigational and shipbuilding ability to reach their source. Motivated by the desire to convert, conquer, and consume, the empires of Europe began to send out traders, sailors, and soldiers to the Molucca and Banda Islands, Spice Islands, and beyond, where they hoped lay opportunities to grasp, wealth to amass and souls to save. I-9. Institutional Development in World Economic History. Joerg Baten. Institutional differences are among the most prominent candidates that might be able to explain the contrast between rich and poor countries and regions. Following a long tradition of institutional economics, Acemoglu and Robinson, 2012, recently discussed the role institutional settings played in historical developments. They emphasized that inclusive institutions of private property encourage investment, whereas extractive institutions are poison for economic development. The latter effect occurs if a large part of the population is at risk of being expropriated by the government, ruling elites, or other agents. The former set of political, economic, and social arrangements, abbreviated inclusive institutions, ensures that a broad cross-section of the population can benefit from their investments, not only, for instance, a small group of large landowners. One example for their view is the different behavior of the inhabitants of the mainland of Southeast Asia on the one hand and the Australia/New Zealand region on the other. Southeast Asia was traditionally characterized by institutions that were not conducive to economic growth. The most extreme case was Kambodscha during the 1975-78 period, when the Red Khmer aimed at creating an extreme version of agrarian communism, with the effect of 2 million human victims. Other countries were much less inhuman, but mainland Southeast Asia was, until recently, ranked low for its institutional and political institutions. Only during the 1990s were economic and political institutions substantially changed. The other extreme of this region is the Australia/New Zealand group that was characterized by growth-conducive institutions over the whole last century. Taking Australia/New Zealand and Southeast Asia together, the Institutional Quality Index has the largest variability compared to all other world regions during the early 20th century. Another very famous example discussed by Acemoglu and Robinson are the cities of Nogales, Mexico, on the one hand, and Nogales, U.S., on the other hand. Both cities are adjacently situated at the border between Mexico and the U.S. However, the citizens of the northern city enjoy a far higher standard of living. The argument of Acemoglu and Robinson for the role of institutions is that entrepreneurs in Nogales, US, can be sure that any investment in their businesses, and any sacrifice and effort to create innovations, will pay off in the future. The institutional controls of the executive in the US are designed in a way that guarantees the security of investments. In contrast, Mexican institutions are described by Acemoglu and Robinson in a way that they sometimes allow expropriations of returns. Business success is influenced by contacts with political power. For example, the richest Mexican businessman, Carlos Slim Helú, accumulated his wealth not with an innovative product but by obtaining government licenses in the telecommunications market. In contrast, Acemoglu and Robinson mobilize the Silicon Valley entrepreneurs as examples for the U.S. focus on innovation. Acemoglu and Robinson focus on cases such as the Nogales Twin Cities because their geographic proximity makes it unlikely that other factors, such as geography and its implication on the prevalence of disease, could explain the substantial difference in welfare. Sachs and Warner, 1997, emphasized malaria in tropical countries, for example. Early human capital differences are also unlikely to be an underlying explanatory variable in this particular case. On human capital, see Glaser et al. 2004. Institutional designs have been described by a number of earlier studies as growth determinants. Already during the early development of thinking about the political economy, property rights were recognized as important, for example, by Hayek, 1960. Most notably, Douglas C. North received the Nobel Prize in Economics for applying the institutional design idea to long-run developments in economic history, North and Weingast 1989. One core issue of institutional influences on economic development is the direction of causation. Are institutions really influencing development, or are simply high stages of development associated with good institutions? To tackle this issue, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson developed their famous settler mortality variable, which can be used in statistical analyses such as instrumental variable estimation, Acemoglu et al. 2001, 2002. The idea is that European settlement decisions were influenced by the disease environments and population densities in the target countries. Where disease environment was more benign, as in countries that became the US, Canada and Argentina, large numbers of Europeans were willing to settle, and they brought their growth-enhancing European institutions with them. In contrast, areas where the first settlers faced high mortality rates, as was the case in West Africa, Europeans tended to implement more exploitative institutions. These types of institutions survived the end of colonialism. Post-colonial governments continued with institutions that were not growth-promoting, with catastrophic effects on growth that have persisted until today. Alba, 2008, and many others formulated doubts about Acemoglu et al.'s measurement accuracy, although Acemoglu et al. Responded with many arguments. Glaser et al. 2004, suggested another causal channel to explain the growth process, namely migrant human capital, which implies criticism of the settler instrument. If potential instrumental variables are related through another line of causation, they fail to be good instruments. Settlers might have brought their institutions with them, but primarily, they brought themselves and their embodied human capital, as Glaser et al. Stressed. Ogilvy and Karras, 2014, wrote recently an interesting critique of many hypotheses of the historical institutional economics literature. Perhaps most provocatively, they reviewed North and Weingast's, 1989, view that parliaments of wealth holders usually promote economic growth. Acemoglu and Robinson, 2012, stressed the point that one of the main reasons Egypt, for example, was poorer than England is that the latter had its glorious revolution, which changed the political and, subsequently, the economic system, as well as installed a parliament of wealthy people. The institutional protection of capital owners is shown in Figure I 9.1, and it becomes clear that England and the Netherlands developed much better and earlier than other world regions. Ogilvy and Karras first consider the issue theoretically and argue that a parliament of wealth holders does not automatically promote growth policies for the whole economy, but the wealth holders might be more interested in serving their own aims, for example, by supporting privileges for merchants and craftsmen. They then discuss several cases in which they do not see a growth-promoting effect of wealthy parliamentarians. For example, in the southwest German state of Württemberg, a widely unknown parliamentarian system was created quite early, from the late 15th and early 16th century. This political system stimulated surprising statements by early political thinkers such as Charles James Fox, who remarked that only two constitutions existed in Europe, namely that of Britain and that of Württemberg, Anonymous, 1818, p. 240, cited from Ogilvy and Karras 2014, 420. However, in spite of the industrial and commercial strata being represented in Württemberg's parliament, its policies consisted of preventing economic growth by establishing monopolies, cartels, and keeping guilds even longer than the much more autocratic Prussian state. The Prussian rulers were less constrained and, after being motivated by Napoleon's military successes against Prussia, they were able to abolish the old and rather exclusive institutions such as guilds after 1808, whereas Württemberg kept the guilds until 1864. However, this argument might be counterbalanced by many cases in which autocrats installed economic reforms after military defeats, which were, however, not always long-lived or systematic. Ogilvy and Karras add other cases, such as the Dutch Republic between the late 17th century and 1800, which caused stagnation, at least partly, by serving the power of already established business elites, at the expense of potential newcomers, although it might be remarked that the Netherlands had already the highest GDP per capita and that zero growth rates might not be as surprising. However, Ogilvy and Karras point that the wealthy parliamentarians might serve their own interest rather than the national welfare is well taken. It is the empirical question of how often in human history this was a more substantial growth obstacle than autocratic expropriation threats. Epstein, 2000, had argued contrarily to the North-Acemoglu-Robinson view that in the Middle Ages, guild-based regimes were often quite successful. A compromise interpretation was recently put forward by Dinseco, 2011, who argued that the combination of constraints on the executive and a high capacity of early modern states to tax would be growth-promoting. The latter capacity enabled important infrastructure and human capital investment. The interaction with constraints is important because otherwise, taxes were mostly wasted in wars and other unproductive purposes. In Figure I 9.2, it becomes obvious that Russia, Poland, and the Ottoman Empire had very low capacities to tax, in contrast with the Dutch Republic and England. In sum, the debate about institutional sources of growth and poverty is an exciting one. Institutional quality has many facets, and it will be important in the future to develop measures and estimates for the various components of institutional quality. WTH in African Economies, Journal of African Economies 6, 335-76. 10. Sub-Saharan Africa. Gareth Austin. Almost all the literature on the economic past of sub-Saharan Africa has aimed at explaining, directly or indirectly, why the subcontinent is relatively poor. At the end of the colonial period, which for most African countries was about 1960, it was conventionally assumed that very little had changed in African economic history, especially before what, for most of the continent, was the relatively short period of colonial rule. The focus on poverty as the problem requiring explanation sometimes obscures other aspects of African economic history, such as the achievements of African farmers, traders, and states, including improvements in food security, and episodes of economic growth. On the whole, however, the historical research carried out over the last 50 to 60 years, since Dike 1956, has used these achievements as means both of qualifying the notions of general poverty and stasis, and as sources of insight into why the overall economic development of the region has not been faster. This chapter begins by introducing alternative explanations of Africa's relative poverty, and then traces the history of poverty and economic development in African economies over successive periods. Finally, we will review the overall descriptions of African economies as historically static and therefore remaining poor, and comment on the major interpretations. Interpretations. The main explanations for Africa's historic, if relative, poverty can be grouped in different ways, perhaps most fundamentally, external versus internal, and institutional versus resources. The two most influential strands of external explanation for Africa's historic poverty, dependency theory, and its rational choice counterpart, are themselves institutional, in the sense of focusing on the way resources are controlled, organized, and exploited, rather than on the resources, natural and human, as such. Dependency theory, which was brought to Africa in the 1970s, Rodney 1972, Ammon 1976, see also Wallerstein 1976, is the view that the development of the West was simultaneously, and by the same process, the underdevelopment of the rest. A rational choice counterpart of dependency theory was provided by a group of growth economists in the 2000s, Acemoglu et al. 2001, 2002, Acemoglu and Robinson 2010, Nunn 2008. Both externalist interpretations are ultra-Eurocentric, attributing Africa's fate to European decisions, during the external slave trades, the largest of which was carried on in European and American ships rather than by North African desert caravans or Arab dhows, and then under colonial rule. Crucially, both externalist interpretations also agree that in Africa the process of establishing capitalist institutions, such as private, as opposed to communal and public, property rights, has not gone far enough to promote market-based economic development. They argue that colonial governments, despite representing capitalist states in Europe, were content to draw Africa deeper into the world market, without establishing the institutions needed for self-sustaining economic development. One of the two most influential strands of internal explanation also gives primacy to institutions as determinants of economic outcomes. Specifically, it sees indigenous institutions and organizations, from the nature of the state in Africa to such cultural features as extended kinship systems and communal land tenure, as constraints on economic growth. This view with regard to kinship and land tenure was common, though far from universal, among colonial officials, and was reiterated in the modernization theory of the 1950s to 60s. While the reasoning behind the earlier formulations has long been discredited by research, their conclusions are partly revived, in a much more informed and nuanced way, in the best of the recent critiques of indigenous institutions, Plato 2009. Meanwhile, states in Africa, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, have been criticized from many angles, but the most influential academic analysis, from the early 1980s to the present, has derived from rational choice political science. This approach, pioneered in African studies by Robert Bates, examines how far the private interests of rulers align with those of the population as a whole, distinguishing the conditions under which rulers will have an incentive to facilitate economic growth from those in which they stand to gain by predation, rewarding themselves and their supporters at the expense of general prosperity. In this framework, Bates has analyzed aspects of pre-colonial, colonial, and especially post-colonial political economy, insisting that it has often been rational, for rulers, to maintain policies obstructive to economic growth and public welfare. Bates 1981, 1983, 2005, 2008. The other main strand of internal explanation starts from an analysis of natural and human resources, or factors of production. This factor endowments framework offers four main propositions. The first is that most of sub-Saharan Africa, until well into the 20th century, was land abundant and labor scarce. That is, with the technology of the time concerned, the expansion of output was constrained by the supply of labor, rather than of cultivable land and other natural resources. The second proposition is that most of this relatively plentiful land was resistant to intensive methods of agriculture, soils were thin and therefore easily eroded, for example by heavy plowing. Animal diseases such as trypanosomiasis, sleeping sickness, prevented or inhibited the use of large animals over much of the continent, whether in transport or farming, and the extreme seasonality of the distribution of rainfall over the year in much of tropical Africa severely limited the productive uses of land during some months of the year, the heart of the dry season. Proponents of the factors of production approach go on to argue, third, that these resource characteristics help to account for choices of technology, such as the preference for extensive rather than intensive use of land, until the latter became scarce. Hopkins 1973, Austin 2008. Finally, characteristic institutions of pre-colonial and, often, colonial Africa such as diverging rather than converging inheritance systems, and reliance on coercion as a means of recruiting labor from outside the household, have also been explained in such terms, respectively, Goody 1976, Hopkins 1973, Austin 2005, Fenske 2012, 2013. A related argument is that low population densities and the constraints on the productive use of land combine to inhibit state formation by making it difficult for would-be rulers to extract large revenues from farmers and pastoralists. Kokorevich 1969, Herbst 2000. The famous exception that proves the rule is the Kingdom of Ethiopia. Situated in a relatively fertile region, suitable for plows, this monarchy and its ruling class was able to extract an agricultural surplus from peasant cultivators, Crumme 1980, sufficient to sustain what turned out to be one of the most enduring polities on the planet. See also the highlight chapter 10.1. Finally, scholars writing broadly in the tradition of Karl Marx have long contributed to the debate on African development, without ever becoming the orthodox view, even on the political left. While they share with dependency theorists the proposition that capitalism came to Africa from outside, they reject the radical pessimism of the dependency, and Acemoglu et view of the impact of colonialism in Africa. Instead, they propound a tragic optimism, that out of violence and exploitation came advances in technology and the organization of production. They emphasize the extent to which capitalist development has actually occurred, citing in evidence the growth of wage labor over the last century and more, and the growth of education and manufacturing. Sender and Smith 1986, Sender 1999. African Economies, 1500 to 1650. In this period, even more than later, sub-Saharan Africa is most accurately seen as comprising a number of regional economies which were not necessarily strongly linked with each other. An example of such a region was the Central Sudan, comprising a series of local savanna economies united by trade networks centered in what is now northern Nigeria and southern Niger, extending into Burkina Faso and engaging also in trans-Saharan trade. Lovejoy and Bayer 1975. However, African networks were not only regional. Trade via the Sahara and the eastern seas was already ancient in 1500, see map 10.1, and the institutional framework for long-distance trade across political and cultural boundaries had long been strengthened by the adoption of Islam as a cultural and moral foundation for trust among and with traders. This applies especially to the Swahili Arab towns of the East Coast, and to the courts and trading networks of the West African savannas. The 15th century had seen the beginning of direct trade with Europe. Portuguese navigators had explored the coasts, partly in order to bypass the Saharan middlemen in the trade of West African gold to Europe, and partly en route to India. They acquired a string of coastal bases, and inaugurated the Atlantic slave trade when they purchased captives from the Kingdom of Benin, in what is now Nigeria, and sold them to African merchants on the coast of what is now Ghana. Rodney 1969. In 1652, the Dutch East India Company founded a colony on the southern tip of Africa. Evidence on what was happening in the interior is thinner. But archaeologists have shown that islands of intensive agriculture existed across the continent. Sutton 1984, Widron and Sutton 2004. Intensive agriculture was old, but where it began, it often proved temporary for environmental or political reasons, example Delius and Schirmer 2014. The great majority of land continued to be used extensively, either cultivated under some kind of rotation system with long fallows, or used for itinerant pastoralism. Likewise, large states existed in certain areas, tending to reproduce themselves in some form over centuries, as around the Great Lakes or the Niger Bend, as well as the Christian Kingdom of Ethiopia. But there was no clear trend towards a long-term increase in the proportion of the African population living in states. There is some evidence of expansion of extra subsistence production and trade in the Zambezi Valley, along the east coast and in West Africa. Concentrated settlement, including towns, was also marked in certain areas, such as Zimbabwe, along the east coast and along parts of the Niger River, but without necessarily continuing to expand. While specific local histories were undoubtedly involved, the general constraints of low population density and environments hostile to intensive agriculture are surely part of the explanation. Yet evidence of cumulative expansion of markets, apparently with expanded production for sale and denser commercial connections, can be found in this period, especially in West Africa, in Akori 2007. Africans took advantage of the opportunities presented by the Atlantic trade in an era where slaves were still only one of several major commodities. A significant feature of Africans' external trades was the large-scale importation of currency materials, such as cowries. This is best documented from trade with the Europeans, who did not accept these materials back in return for other imports, so we can deduce that they were used as currencies only in trade within Africa, testifying to the vitality of internal commerce, in Akori 2007. Africans also used the Atlantic trade to enlarge their crop repertoire. Following a long history of African imports of crops and crop varieties from Asia, the Portuguese inaugurated an equally important series of imports from the Americas. African farmers adopted these selectively. Maize and cassava enhanced calorific returns to both land and labor, Miller 1988, McKen 2005. Meanwhile, however, the emergent plantation system of the European empires, in the Atlantic islands, and then in the Americas, expanded the demand for captive laborers from Africa. Arguably, the size of the African population is unguessable before its parameters were shifted by the combination of more efficient food farming and much increased slave exports. There is no reason to assume that they cancelled each other out. Africa during the peak of the Atlantic slave trade, 1680 to 1800. For West and West Central Africa especially, this period was dominated by an escalation of the Atlantic slave trade to unprecedented levels, responding to the expansion of the Atlantic plantation system. The effects on peaceful production and trade were dire. Not only did the Atlantic market encourage private and state enterprise into slave raiding and slave trade stimulated warfare, but wars and raids made the pursuit of peaceful forms of production dangerous. At least parts of the Gold Coast even became net importers of gold, Rodney 1969. On the other hand, those enslaved were overwhelmingly foreigners, or people excluded from society for heinous crimes, as far as those who sold them were concerned. Contrary to the myth that Africans tended to enslave kin and fellow citizens, the exceptions were mainly in Central Africa, as a last resort, see Miller 1988. Admittedly, the Atlantic trade as a whole still brought certain advantages. Besides the new crops, the currencies that the West African merchants adopted were technically more efficient than their earlier commodity currencies, as was reflected in the expansion of a dual cowrie and gold dust zone in West Africa, Lovejoy 1974. This can be seen as an institutional reform that reduced the cost of doing business, though the developmental benefits of this were limited as long as the business including slaving. It is impossible to estimate with any precision the demographic impact of the Atlantic slave trade, still less that of the other external slave trades, which are much less documented. For the Atlantic slave trade, at least, we have a pretty good knowledge of the numerator, close to 13 million captives embarked, see Table 10.1, but only a rough idea of the denominator, the population of Africa, see Thornton 1977, Hennig 1986. What is clear is that population densities were low relative to Eurasia, Austin 2008a, 590 to 1, and that, as noted, labor rather than land was the crucial supply constraint on production. We can, however, observe that the external slave trades, including the Atlantic, presumably enhanced inequality. Slave holding within Africa increased as a joint product of the supply of exports, and there was also a high entry threshold of slave raiding and trading as a business. All these developments made aggressive states profitable, and aggravated shortages of labor, and of effective demand, Hopkins 1973. Overall, in this time of mortal danger for stateless societies, there was probably a net increase in political centralization. This period has been a focus of the scholarly debate about economic cultures in Africa, specifically on the question of whether resources in pre-colonial economies were allocated by the price mechanism, or by non-economic principles such as command and custom. Karl Polanyi devoted his last book to a study of the Kingdom of Dahomey, claiming that the prices in its many markets were fixed. Polanyi 1966, a view comprehensively falsified by subsequent research. Hopkins 1973, especially 6, 69-70, 112, Law 1992. At the Cape, the importation of slaves, who were primarily used on large wine-growing estates, made for high living standards among the white population in the 18th century, Fourie 2012. Within sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, however, European rule remained rare, localized and literally peripheral. On the East Coast, the late 18th century witnessed the start of a fight back by the Omani dynasty against Portuguese control of towns, forts, and harbors, Sheriff 1987, Alpers 2009. Markets, slaves, and states, 1800-80. This period can be characterized by two contrary impulses, both of which lasted into the colonial era: the pressure for abolition, first of slave trading and then of slavery itself, and, in contrast, the continuation and actual expansion of the other slave trades in and from Africa, and the expansion of slavery within Africa. We saw from Table 10.1 that the British Act to abolish the slave trade, in 1807, was unable to prevent an additional 4 million slaves being embarked to Atlantic destinations, especially Brazil and Cuba, before the last ship sailed in 1867. Meanwhile, the Saharan, Red Sea and Indian Ocean slave trades appear to have reached record levels. The latter was especially intense in the 1850s to early 1870s, with the development of elaborate slave raiding and trading networks, notably via Tanzania. At the same time, there was a major expansion of commodity production for both regional and extra-African markets in West Africa and parts of East Africa, such as the Kingdom of Buganda, which until mid-century had no regular or direct trade with the coast and beyond, read 2002. The expansion in West Africa was partly a function of the transition from the export of slaves to what abolitionists called legitimate commerce, especially palm oil and peanuts, Hopkins 1973, 124-35, Inakori 2009. Much of it, however, was an unintended consequence of the creation of the Sokoto Caliphate in 1804. At its height, this was the most populous African state of the period, occupying most of north-central and northwest Nigeria and parts of what are now neighboring countries. Its commercial prosperity was based on internal peace and market integration, an extensive export trade network run by Hausa merchant diasporas and regular enhancements of the labor supply through the importation of pagan captives as slaves, Lovejoy 2006. Kano, its commercial capital, became the biggest manufacturing center in the region, exporting cloth all over West Africa, as was described by the German explorer Heinrich Barth from his visit in 1851, Barth 2011 1857, 125-9. The growth of commodity production both increased demand for, and was facilitated by, the increased use of slaves within much of the region, especially in West Africa, almost ubiquitously, but also on the eastern coast, from Somalia down to Tanzania, Cooper 1977. Labor coercion in the pastoral economies of South Africa took a different form, the appropriation of the labor of young adult men for herding and warfare by the Zulu monarchy and its imitators. With both models of labor coercion, the position of women tended to be reduced relative to men. Females are thought to have comprised the majority of slaves within Africa, Robertson and Klein 1983, and the elevation of the warrior role was at the expense of the status of ascribed female roles, Mandela 1984. Historians have paid much attention to the issue of changes in the character of African states in this period. Several partly distinct tendencies may be distinguished. First, there was a jihadist wave in western, central, and eastern Sudan, the savannas south of the Sahara, from Senegambia to what is now the Republic of Sudan. This wave, of which the formation of the Sokoto Caliphate by Uthman Dan Fodio was part, made Islam a mass rural religion for the first time in much of the region concerned, as distinct from being limited mainly to rulers and merchants. The Caliphate introduced the Islamic repertoire of taxes, a feature of which was light taxation of artisanal production and commerce, facilitating economic expansion, Lovejoy 2006. Second, the Zulu kingdom has been seen as a new kind of state in southern Africa, a patrimonial military autocracy rather than a tribe, which became the model for both offensive and defensive states in the region, such as the Ndeb and Lesotho kingdoms, respectively. This view has been much debated, Hamilton 1995. For economic historians, it is worth noting that Lesotho, for example, showed that defensive 19th-century states, at least, could provide a setting favorable to the growth of agricultural and artisanal production for the market, Eldridge 1993. Third, the late 19th century saw major efforts by kingdoms to modernize to meet the threat of European imperialism, as in the cases of Ethiopia, with some success, defeating the Italian invasion of 1896, and Asante, in Ghana, ultimately unsuccessfully. One can again argue that the greater success of Ethiopia was made possible by its long-standing environmental exceptionalism, which permitted the rulers a logistical foundation inconceivable for other African kingdoms, see Highlight Chapter 10.1 by Marjolien T. Hart. The Colonial Era, 1880 to 1960. Within the long history of European overseas empires, the partition of Africa is notable for its compression in time, and even more for its relative lateness. The timing does not fit everywhere south of the Sahara, but most of the territory and population were subjected to colonial annexation sometime during the European scramble for Africa, 1879, c. 1905, and most recovered their independence around 1960. Both the lateness and speed of the partition are partly explained by technological changes which made it both more attractive and less costly for European countries to invade Africa. The progressive industrialization of Europe and North America created new or at least massively enlarged markets for a range of agricultural and mineral products from Africa. Meanwhile, the cost of coercion for the European powers was reduced by the adoption of quinine against malaria, and by advances in military and transport technology. While none of this made the partition of Africa inevitable, European confidence in their own power, coupled with fears within individual European countries that their rivals would make further annexations in Africa and monopolize its resources if they did not do likewise, helps explain how the scramble began and was sustained. It is important to distinguish different types of colony in Africa, settler economies, or settler elite, when compared to colonies elsewhere in the world where the indigenous population were almost totally displaced, unlike in Africa, in which most of the land was reserved for European use, especially that of individual farmers, peasant colonies, where Africans retained almost all the land, and plantation/concession colonies, in which large areas, but not necessarily the majority, of the land was alienated to European companies. To simplify the comparison, we will concentrate here upon the extremes, the settler and peasant colonies. In the settler economies, African farmers responded rapidly to opportunities to produce crops for the markets provided by towns and mines, Origi 1973, Palmer and Parsons 1977. Initially, African real wages also tended to be high, reflecting labor scarcity and the fact that Africans still often had access to land. For example, Harry's 1982, 143, 161 N. In response, the governments of settler economies embarked on policies aimed at driving Africans out of the produce market and onto the labor market, by reserving land for European use, and restricting or prohibiting African tenancy on European-owned land, Origi 1973, Palmer and Parsons 1977, Mosley 1983. By the late 1920s and especially by the mid-1930s it was clear that African production for the market in southern Rhodesia and Kenya was resilient despite these policies, even during the Great Depression. In response, government policy shifted towards taxing such production, directly or indirectly, rather than trying to eliminate it, Mosley 1983. In South Africa, with by far the biggest proportion of whites to blacks, the original colonial policy against high income for blacks was more successful. Black real wages in gold mining were ratcheted down during the 1890s and 1900s by the creation of a private monopsony as well as by the state policies mentioned above, and did not regain their 1911 level until 1972, Lipton 1986, 410. Charles Feinstein has illustrated quantitatively that without such wage repression the South African gold mining industry could have been only a small fraction of its actual size by the early 1930s, Feinstein 2005, 109-12. Meanwhile, the peasant colonies were the setting for the cash crop revolution, a widespread expansion of export agriculture by African producers during the early colonial period, Austin 2014a. But their participation was varied in nature and degree. The growth was dramatic in a handful of colonies, where African traders and farmers responded as risk-taking entrepreneurs to the opportunities presented by the continued expansion of markets in the West for produce that could be grown efficiently in Africa. Where farmers could produce for export without imperiling their own food security, they did so with alacrity, as with cocoa beans in Ghana and Nigeria, and peanuts from northern Nigeria. Elsewhere, they resisted, until reassured by improved provision of transport or storage, as in western Uganda, Tosh 1978. The demand for labor created by this expansion attracted seasonal migrants into the cash crop zones from areas that lacked the soils and/or access to transport required for profitable production. Thus male migrant labor flowed from Rwanda into Ugandan cotton production, from Mali into Senegalese peanut cultivation, and from the savanna of northern Ghana and what is now Burkina Faso, into cocoa growing in the forest zone of southern Ghana, see map 10.2. In the more prosperous peasant colonies, Nigeria and Ghana, whose main actors are more accurately described as indigenous small-scale capitalists rather than peasants, Hill 1997-1963, Africans were not only pioneers of the adoption of exotic crops, notably cocoa beans, but also of lorry ownership, Hopkins 1978, Drummond Thompson 1993. Colonial rule was intended to be cheap. The local administrations faced a combination of constraints on their fiscal capacity and therefore on their freedom of maneuver. They encountered broadly the same obstacles to political centralization as their African predecessors had faced, especially the difficulty of extracting revenue from domestic agriculture, Frankema and Van Weyenberg 2014. In addition, they had problems arising from the nature of the colonial enterprise, the imperial requirement that colonial administrations balance their budgets, and the need to avoid provoking resistance and thereby the expense of suppressing it, Gardner 2012. From these constraints followed the characteristic colonial reliance, more so in the British case, less so in the French, on indirect rule, i.e., rule through the chiefs or emirs. This system was intended to harness the legitimacy of indigenous authorities to colonial ends, especially in order to limit the need to employ expensive European personnel. In c. 1939 the supposedly 43 million, actually many more, inhabitants of British tropical Africa were presided over, at least nominally, by a combined total of 2,339 white administrators, judges, police, and soldiers, over 18,000:1, Kirk Green 1980. Foreign investment in the African colonies, private as well as public, was similarly minimal, only mines attracted large flows of capital. A study published in 1938, by S. H. Frankel, remains the only attempt at a comprehensive count. According to his figures, 42.8% of all overseas investment in European-ruled Africa south of the Sahara went to South Africa. This represented £55.8 per head in South Africa, but only £4.8 per head in the peasant colonies of British West Africa, and only £3.3 per head for the French colonies, Table 10.2. Settler administrations employed indirect rule, but were less constrained fiscally than the administrations of other colonies, especially where they became self-governing. South Africa became independent, as a dominion within the British Empire, in 1910, as a white minority regime. Southern Rhodesia became self-governing internally, with the same type of regime, in 1923. Both settler governments, especially South Africa, had the advantage of access to royalties from mines that were unusually lucrative by colonial African standards. The distinction between types of colony had important effects on the medium and long-term economic outcomes, for African welfare and structural change. European colonization did not in itself alter the economic incentives to holders of power to use coercion in labor recruitment. Hence, besides using forced labor themselves to varying degrees, many colonial administrations took years or even decades to implement their international commitments to abolish slavery. In the peasant colonies, where most of the slaves were located, it was the growth of export agriculture that allowed the formal abolition of slavery to become an economic and social reality, by providing opportunities for former slaves as hired laborers or as small independent peasants, Austin 2009. The growth of export agriculture enabled the African real wages to rise earlier, higher and more resiliently in the more prosperous peasant colonies than in the settler colonies. Until the Second World War at least, real wages in the cities of British West Africa were equal or higher than in those of South and East Asia, Frankema and Van Weyenberg 2012, see Figure 10.1. Crucially, the retention of rights to land going further than the minimum subsistence plots onto which Africans were mostly crowded in settler colonies, gave the inhabitants of peasant colonies greater bargaining power, Austin 2005, which was reflected in higher incomes and physical welfare, Baten et al. 2008. This also had implications for human capital formation in African countries, because parental investment also depended on wage expectations. In Africa in general and West Africa in particular, numeracy was also higher than in South Asia, Figure 10.2. We have noted that African opportunities for entrepreneurship in the broader economy were also greater in peasant economies. This was least so, however, where a significant proportion of African labor was commandeered by the state, as in the French system of corvée, abolished only in 1946. Again, even under the relatively liberal regimes of British West Africa, Africans faced a fundamental asymmetry in the structure of competition. Whereas the markets peopled by Africans were highly competitive, those dominated by Europeans had a very strong tendency for competition to be restricted by collusion, including formal cartels, Hopkins 1978, Olakoja 2001, 02, Austin and Ush 2007. African traders, farmers, and pioneer bankers struggled against this with varying degrees of success, Hopkins 1966, Nwabugwago 1982. Still, the economic space for African initiative was even less where they lacked a foundation in commercial agriculture, as was very largely the case in the settler colonies. The story was different with manufacturing. In 1960, the two African countries with the largest shares of manufacturing in output were South Africa, at about 20%, Lipton 1986, 402, followed by another settler economy, Southern Rhodesia, and then the Belgian Congo, where industry was concentrated in the copper mining province of Katanga. According to Peter Kilby's data, see Table 10.3, in no other country in the subcontinent had manufacturing reached 10% of GDP. In various ways, the precocious development of manufacturing in South Africa, Southern Rhodesia, and the Belgian Congo owed much to their mining sectors. But political conditions were critical too, as an unexpected result of a free trade treaty during the scramble for Africa, manufacturers in the Congo benefited from access to neighboring colonial markets. Above all, in South Africa and Southern Rhodesia, settler-dominated parliaments gave governments the mandate to pursue import substitution industrialization, from 1924 and 1933 respectively. By contrast, in the largest peasant economy, Nigeria, and in the, also peasant, colonies with the highest income per head in colonial sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana, and Senegal, even the modest levels of manufacturing recorded in 1960 reflected very late expansions, as European firms sought to preserve their markets by establishing factories before independence arrived, Kilby 1975. We can roughly distinguish three overlapping sub-periods within the relatively short period of colonial rule. The first saw the conquests and the establishment of colonial administrations, overlapping with the time of relatively high prices for primary commodities and general expansion of world trade, which ended with the First World War. The second was the heyday of colonial rule, when it was seen as fundamentally stable, but troubled by the disruptions to the world economy of the Depression and the Second World War. The third was late colonialism and decolonization, characterized by greater government taxation and regulation of produce markets, the introduction of export marketing boards, giving the state a monopoly of exporting, which became a key source of taxation, somewhat greater willingness of imperial governments to spend in the colonies, and the emergence of explicit struggles for independence rather than simply reform. This periodization works best for the peasant colonies, the largest category, and least well for the settler colonies, where the white population sought to avert majority rule, and for the colonies of Portugal, which fought wars against independence movements from 1961 until the revolution in Portugal itself in 1974. In the long run of African economic history, arguably the two most positive developments of the colonial period were the introduction of mechanized transport, partly by African initiative in the case of lorries in West Africa, which was particularly important in a region over much of which disease had previously prevented the use of animals in haulage on the farm and in transport, and the beginning of the continuous increase in population, a trend which began at different times in different colonies, but in most places probably within 10 to 15 years after the global influenza pandemic of 1918, Manning 2010, Frankima and Jervin 2014. Independence and African Economies, 1960, present. The economic policies and performances of individual African countries have varied and changed across the half-century and more that has now elapsed since independence in most of Africa. Subject to that crucial qualification, two generalizations can be made, that it is possible to distinguish two sub-periods of policy, with the 1980s as the watershed, and that we can identify three sub-periods of economic performance, with 1973 to 75 and c. 1995 as the turning points. On policy, the 1960s and 1970s saw an intensification of the trend, in place since 1939, towards greater state intervention in African economies. Conversely, structural adjustment, in the 1980s, was a crucial transition, from administrative to market mechanisms of resource allocation. The liberal economic regimes established in that decade essentially continue to the time of writing. In the earlier period, a handful of countries adopted far-reaching socialist policies, whether African, Tanzania, or scientific, Guinea, Benin, and from 1975 the newly independent former Portuguese colonies, including Angola and Mozambique. But the main difference was between the Franc zone countries and the rest. The former comprise most of the former French colonies, deciding against monetary independence, and therefore retaining a freely convertible currency. State intervention in the franc zone mostly stopped short of quotas on imports and internal price controls. Before structural adjustment, on average they had lower inflation and higher economic growth than most of their Anglophone counterparts, plus Zaire-Congo, who adopted their own currencies. Except for Kenya, which in most years maintained a fairly high degree of convertibility, in tropical Africa most non-franc currencies became highly overvalued and not freely convertible. This in turn generated a proliferation of other controls over volume and price. In some cases this led to episodes of economic contraction rather than mere stagnation, for example, in Congo, Zaire, Ghana, Guinea, Tanzania, and Zambia. Because the proliferating controls created plentiful economic rents, such policies tailored easily with kleptocracy in the more extreme cases, as in Ghana in much of the 1970s, and most notoriously, under Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, now DR Congo, for decades before his overthrow in 1997. In the era of economic liberalism, the franc zone countries stood out in the opposite direction. The value of their currencies was fixed, albeit to a European currency that was itself floating, the French franc and then the euro. In 1994 the African franc was devalued by 100% against the French franc, to try to assist African exports. On the whole, the franc zone countries, now numbering 14, totaling about 150 million people, including Guinea-Bissau and Equatorial Guinea, respectively former Portuguese and Spanish colonies, have not outperformed the rest since structural adjustment in the 1980s. The years c. 1960, 73/75 saw economic growth outpacing population growth in most countries, but on average only by about 1 percentage point. In the second sub-period, 1973/75, c. 1995, the aggregate story was slow or negative growth. The early colonial, and post-Korean War, boom was ended for most countries by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, oil shock of 1973, though often with a slight lag, whereas a handful of major oil exporters, Nigeria, Angola, Gabon, jumped into rapid growth and forms of Dutch disease. The oil-fueled appreciation of the currency diverted resources away from alternative exports. The adoption of structural adjustment produced dramatic economic improvements in Uganda and Ghana, but in aggregate, the decade or so that followed the policy transition was one of stagnant or even negative growth, figure 10.3 and 10.4. Finally, the years from 1995 to the time of writing have seen aggregate growth at 4 to 5% a year, including at least 2% a year per capita. A striking feature of post-colonial economic history is that, except for Botswana, the single year 2010 apart, no country in sub-Saharan Africa has grown well throughout the whole period to date. Jervin 2014, 75 to 102. Many have had a major period of fairly fast growth, sustained for a decade or more, and a similarly extended period of stagnation or actual decline. Barthelemy and Soderling 2001. A classic comparison is Ghana and Ivory Coast, two neighbors with very similar environmental and demographic characteristics, both of whom have boomed and slumped, but at opposite times. Figure 10.4, Eberhardt and Thiel 2010. Pessimists might suggest that the alternation of boom and bust conceals a very low natural rate of economic growth, but the ups and downs have both lasted too long for that to be plausible. A more likely explanation is a combination of policy mistakes, often reflecting both vested interests and, albeit in exaggerated form, the conventional developmental wisdom of the time concerned, and political instability, the latter tending to be partly the result of the former, but to then be reinforced by it. The first decade or so of economic liberalization has been described as lost in terms of economic growth and declining expenditure on health and education. As signaled above, two of the most spectacular underperformers of the era of state-led development policy, Ghana and Uganda, recovered rapidly. Figure 10.4, but the general picture was dismal. The major issue is how far this was the result of the new policy paradigm, and how far it was attributable to the fact that the introduction of structural adjustment policies roughly coincided with a severe downturn in world commodity prices. Proponents of economic liberalization argue that the post-1995 boom would not have been nearly as large, nor sustained through the Western financial crisis that began in 2008, were it not for structural adjustment in the 1980s, and 2008. Politically, South Africa rejoined the continent just in time for the post-1995 boom. The economic significance of the fall of the apartheid regime needs to be seen in context of the reinforcement to the system of segregation that followed the National Party's introduction of formal apartheid, separate development, after its victory in the 1948 election, in which blacks and most other non-whites did not have the vote. The party's narrow victory represented a path not taken. The ousted United Party government had started to advocate a loosening of the existing segregationist rules in response to evidence that the migrant labor system within South Africa was breaking down, with soil erosion in the overcrowded African reserves, the growth of illegal African townships around the white cities and unrest among the black population in both rural and urban areas, Walt 1974. Until the late 1960s, or even the beginning of the 1970s, the National Party's reassertion of militant white supremacism seemed to pay off economically, with rapid growth and an influx of foreign investment, figure 10.3. But even before the Eton-Hague massacre of 1985 triggered the township revolt that cost the government its control of black urban areas, undermining foreign confidence in the regime and specifically in the currency, the economy had fallen into stagnation and then decline. GDP per head fell at an average of 0.6% a year over the period 1973 to 94, Feinstein 2005, 145 to 7. Already from 1967, well before the international oil price shock of 1973, the marginal efficiency of investment had been falling, gradually then rapidly. In other words, the amount of additional units of investment required to generate one more unit of output rose, Lewis 1990, 132 to 3. While short-term events contributed to this, the most plausible interpretation of the underlying upward trend was that the economy needed more skilled labor if it was to continue growing, but was being held back by the apartheid premium, the fact that highly discriminatory education provision, as well as de jure and de facto racial discrimination, made skilled labor in South Africa very expensive by international standards, Lipton 1986, Nadras 1991, Feinstein 2005. The economic logic of the political events that were to come was illustrated by the fact that, in practice, blacks began to move into semi-skilled positions vacated by the increasingly educated white workforce, Mariotti 2012. This context does much to explain the encouragement given by big business in South Africa for the negotiation of a transition to black majority rule, which culminated in the first universal suffrage election in 1994, won by the African National Congress under Nelson Mandela. At the time of writing, economic growth has never been as widespread across sub-Saharan Africa as it has been during the last 18 years, if the distinctly problematic national income statistics are to be believed, Jervin 2013. In the perspective of African economic history, the question is whether this boom will lead to greater structural change than its predecessors. Like the pre-1914 and post-1950 booms, it has been led by high overseas demand for African primary products. This time agricultural exports have been less important than in the past, compared to mineral exports, including energy, which are non-renewable and, because of their huge economies of scale, more conducive to inequality. On the other hand, it is arguable that Africa is now better placed to receive the flying geese of manufacturing investment, thanks to a relatively cheaper and better educated labor force than it had at the time of independence, Sender 1999. South Africa aside, why have African economies not grown faster since independence? While externalist arguments focus alternately on protectionism and excessive competition in world markets, the most influential analysts have concentrated on domestic political economy, perhaps in interaction with foreign elites, as with Bayard 2000. In the early 1980s, Bates argued that post-colonial governments represented distributional coalitions. In most cases, the coalition was primarily urban, hence governments were content to tax export agriculture, even when the result was to so discourage farmers from reinvesting that the economy as a whole shrank. Ivory Coast and Kenya, Bates suggested, were exceptions that proved the rule. Their rulers were themselves large cash crop producers, and they desisted from imposing penal rates of taxation of export agriculture, with the result that their economies were doing well. Bates 1981. However, the proposition that most African governments were overtaxing exporters but had no reason to change their behavior, a stable high rent-seeking equilibrium, was surely falsified by the fact that, within a few years, almost all of them had adopted structural adjustment. Indeed, by its nature, the general switch from administrative to market means of resource allocation entailed in the World Bank-sponsored structural adjustment programs must have reduced drastically the scale of economic rents, which may be defined, in effect, as surpluses above what the recipients would receive in a competitive market. Thus it seems odd that in the late 1990s leading economists reiterated the claim that rent-seeking was Africa's main economic constraint, albeit now attributing it to ethnic fragmentation rather than urban bias, a much criticized move. Easterly and Levine 1997, compare the comments of Hopkins 2009. Economic rents remain part of economies in Africa, as elsewhere, being generated in recent years by such redistributions as privatizations and, in South Africa, the Black Economic Empowerment Program. The view that structural adjustments were captured by the existing elites, Chabal and Deleuze 1999, fits some cases, but does not do justice to the much intensified competition in other economies. But again, not all economic rents are negative for economic growth. Austin 2008b, 1017-19. It can be argued that the most fundamental change of the whole post-independence period to date was demographic. The growth of population accelerated after 1945. There were signs in some countries that the final phase of the demographic transition had begun by the 1980s, with the fall in mortality being followed, after a gap of decades, by a slight downturn in birth rates, especially among educated women. The tragedy of HIV/AIDS, which became manifest in the 1990s, especially in southern and parts of eastern Africa, particularly affected able-bodied people, and thus reduced the growth of the labor force. Land surpluses persisted in some areas, especially in DR Congo and South Sudan. Even so, the late 20th century and the start of the 21st century saw, on the whole, further steps in the historic transition of sub-Saharan Africa from relative abundance to relative scarcity of cultivable land. For the extreme case of Rwanda, see André and Plateau 1998. In agriculture, the result was to create new pressures towards intensification, i.e., raising the ratio of labor and/or capital applied per area of cultivated land. The question is, what sort of intensification is predominating? Is it the negative sort, where more hours of labor increase output, at least in the short run, but with lower overall productivity, for example when the often major reductions in fallow periods permanently depleted the soil fertility? Or is it the positive kind, where increased pressure on land stimulates innovation? That debate continues, with international program of research into higher yielding varieties of seed aiming to resolve the question positively. The queries, however, remain the environment and the extent to which African farmers can shape the pattern of innovation. Mutzers and Clean 2012. So far, higher yielding varieties have required more water and more petroleum-based inputs, chemical fertilizers and insecticides, neither of which are cheap for most African farmers. Richards 2010. Review, 1 Africa, Poor and Static. Let us return to the traditional description of sub-Saharan Africa, as poor and economically static. According to a classic study, in 1800 in what is now mainland Tanzania, men measured out their lives in famines, ill of 1979, 13. Land abundance was no guarantee of subsistence where population was scattered, soils infertile and animal assistance lacking in arable production. But very widespread access to land certainly helped, in sub-Saharan Africa generally, ill of 1987. In West Africa, despite the Atlantic slave trade, evidence on heights for the first half of the 19th century suggests that people there were, on average, as tall as those in southern Europe, figure 10.5, Austin et al. 2012. For the colonial period as a whole, Africans grew taller. In certain countries this applied even from the early part of the period, according to detailed studies both in the relatively prosperous peasant, or small African capitalist, economy of Ghana, and more surprisingly, also in the settler colony of Kenya, figure 10.6, Moradai 2009, Moradai et al. 2013. A larger sample of countries, however, indicates for males that average heights in Africa slightly declined during the early years of colonial rule in most of Africa, being 0.57 centimeters less in 1930 than in 1900, before rising quite strongly in the late colonial era, 2.43 centimeters more in 1960 than 1930, Baten and Bloom 2012. See also interlinking chapter I8 by Baten and Inwood in this volume on the average decline from pre-colonial times and the substantial increase during late colonialism. Tanzania in figure 10.5 is an example of this pattern. The reported decline in heights for the early colonial period in mainland Tanzania is consistent with strong evidence that the late 19th and early 20th century saw a devastating combination of animal and human epidemics, as an unintended side effect of the local German invasion, and of the Italian invasion of Somalia, Köppen 1996. The latter brought Indian cattle to Africa, introducing the Rinderpest virus. This devastated herds in eastern and southern Africa in the 1890s, damaging or destroying livelihoods and in some cases leading to famines. Turning to infant mortality, differences between the political forms of European domination made for contrasts between countries that would not be predicted on economic potential alone. Given the much greater mineral wealth and investment in South Africa, compared to anywhere in tropical Africa, it is remarkable that the infant mortality rate among the black population actually rose, from 254 in 1910 to 20 to 302 in 1920 to 30. In Ghana, the rate moved in the opposite direction, from 295 to 110, Baten et al. 2008, 161. In the 1980s and early 1990s it was commonly suggested that, with the notable exception of Botswana, real incomes per capita in sub-Saharan Africa were generally not significantly, if at all, higher than at the time of independence. Yet there had certainly been major advances since independence in education and health, including of women, Sender 1999. Between c. 1995 and the time of writing, despite violent conflicts in several countries, the overall economic trends have been positive, in incomes, education, and public health. On the productivity of labor, as the scarce factor in pre-colonial times, and often later too, we have already noted that there were major environmental constraints on productivity in agriculture. This applied also to the supply of raw material for a key pre-colonial industry, cotton textiles, because planting more cotton meant less time for planting food crops, Tosh 1980. The antiquity and longevity of the external slave trade seems to imply that the productivity of unskilled African labor, in commercial terms, was higher outside than inside Africa during that era, Austin 2008b, 1006, for context and perspective, Austin 2008a. The external trades did not end because that had ceased to be the case, but rather because they were suppressed. Again, pre-colonial technologies tended to be relatively simpler and less productive than those used in Eurasia, Austin and Hedrick 1983. But there were qualifications, The iron smelting technique used in Western Africa produced higher quality metal than the imported competition, and declined because of exhausting the supplies of fuel, charcoal, rather than because of competitive inferiority. Goucher 1981. The environmental obstacles to agricultural intensification in African conditions remained costly, helping to account for the failure of European plantations in Ghana and colonial mechanization in Tanzania. Austin 1996, Haagendern and Scott 1981. But in the 19th and early 20th centuries, Africans, especially in West Africa and Uganda, took advantage of the emergence or expansion of overseas markets, following the Industrial Revolution, for various crops that could be grown profitably in African conditions, to turn the availability of land into a competitive advantage, raising their own labor productivity in the process. Austin 2014b. Indeed, despite the difficulties of quantifying income per head in pre-colonial and even colonial, and post-colonial, Africa, it is clear that there were episodes of economic growth in particular regions, sustained over decades, for example in much of West Africa in the period of legitimate commerce, between the beginning of the decline of the Atlantic slave trade and the onset of the European partition of Africa, and again in the more prosperous peasant colonies and, accompanied by coercively squeezed African wages, in South Africa. Austin 2008a, Jervin 2010, 2012, Feinstein 2005. Since independence, the aggregate picture was of slow growth until 1973 to 75, then a period of stagnation and even decline, followed by faster and more widespread growth since 1995, sustained by the Chinese-led commodity boom. Overall, the general view of sub-Saharan Africa as characterized by low average real incomes is broadly upheld during the long period reviewed in this chapter, but with significant qualifications. There were episodes of economic growth, especially at national and regional level. Very importantly, economic development is more than economic growth. Africans have worked for centuries towards improving their food security and incomes in agriculture, above all by the selective adoption of exotic crops and crop varieties, and by further trial and error experimentation with those already adopted. In this sense, attempts to achieve a green revolution in food crop production in Africa fit into an old, indeed ancient pattern. Africans have also worked to improve the productivity of labor during the dry season, taking opportunities to extend the agricultural year where possible, and/or to develop off-farm sources of income. Austin 2008a. Review, 2 Economic Development in Africa, Dynamics and Constraints. Returning to the interpretations introduced at the beginning, it is clear that interactions between internal and external elements, and between resources and institutions, have been critical in determining the paths and patterns of development in African economies. This is exemplified by the external slave trades. The internal constraints on labor productivity in agriculture and manufacturing in Africa made it possible for the export of captive labor to be profitable for the parties to the sale, but without the external market, there would have been no slave exports. While the resource endowment of the time helps explain why the external slave trades were rewarding for captors and buyers, they damaged the wider economies of the region, notably by the violence they entailed and encouraged, and by their reinforcement of labor scarcity. Thus an economic explanation for the export of captives from Africa, while necessary, is insufficient. A political condition was also required, the willingness of political authorities, small or large, to participate. Joseph Inakori has argued persuasively that this was facilitated by political fragmentation, the absence of huge empires capable of enforcing, on a wide scale, the interest of states in avoiding the large-scale sale of their own subjects. Inakori 2003. The old claims that Africans were unresponsive to market opportunities are refuted by numerous examples, including the cash crop revolution in the peasant colonies, and studies of more recent African entrepreneurship. Forrest 1994. Indigenous institutions, such as systems of group purchase of land used by the pioneers of the Ghanaian cocoa industry, Hill 1997-1963, illustrate that in some cases African institutions were well suited for exploiting the opportunities presented by the growth of overseas markets for crops that could be grown on African soil. Crucially, an institution which facilitates economic growth in one period may hinder it in another, when resource ratios have changed. The colonial government of Ghana repeatedly debated whether to introduce compulsory registration of individual titles of ownership. It never did so, not least because the existing indigenous system of land tenure had proved to provide the security of tenure needed by farmers wanting to plant tree crops, a form of investment that took several years to begin to produce a return. Though the soil itself belonged to the community, presided over by a chief, crops planted on it belonged to the person who planted them. This guarantee was evidently sufficient to induce farmers to plant on such a scale as to raise Ghana's cocoa exports from zero to the largest in the world in 20 years, c. 1891 to 1911, and then proceed to multiply it 5 times from that level in the next 12 years, Hill 1997-1963, Austin 2005. But by the beginning of the 21st century, the situation in the same region of Ghana had changed. With land now very scarce, because of population growth and expanding markets for agricultural produce internally as well as externally, the elders of the land-owning communities tended to assert their own property rights, but to limit and dispute those of stranger farmers, even when the latter had been there for decades. The result was that, in total contrast to the period when cocoa farming began, strangers were now investing less in their farms, now commercial food farms, than the locals, not daring to leave their land fallow for long in case someone challenged their ownership. Goldstein and Udry 2008. Another example of an institution that favored economic growth, though in this case, at high human cost, in one period that became a hindrance to it later, is labor repression under the system of segregation and apartheid in South Africa. The cheap labor produced by this system made possible the early success of the South African mining industry, facilitating the import substitution industrialization on which the government embarked in 1924. But we have seen that, by the 1970s, apartheid had become a brake on corporate profits and macroeconomic growth, hindering the transition to higher total factor productivity, because the latter required the employment of much more skilled labor, which the apartheid system made relatively expensive. Both the changing significance of indigenous land tenure systems in relation to agricultural investment, and the declining utility of labor coercion as a tool of profit and growth, illustrate the necessity of considering the changing historical contexts when we search for the long-term determinants of economic development. This sense of changing contexts is, arguably, insufficiently present even in the sophisticated reinvention, as in Plato 2009, of the traditional argument that indigenous institutions were a brake on development. It is even more lacking in attempts to find causal relationships for changes over very long periods by a static comparison of two far separated periods, without tracing the intervening changes. Austin 2008b. A static geography approach to the analysis of African economies has no attraction for economic historians, who are highly aware that resources change, especially because of human responses to the resource ratios that happen to prevail at any given time. In a dynamic context, it is useful to think of paths of development. Austin and Sugihara 2013. In this case, the characteristic pre-colonial choices of technique and institution are to a large extent explicable as responses to a situation where land was relatively abundant but labor scarce. One example is land-extensive agriculture, maximizing returns to labor and conserving and restoring soil fertility by extended land rotation, growing more than one crop in the same field, and leaving occasional trees, and more than occasional roots, in place. Austin 2008a. Another is social applause for high fertility. When mortality rates fell in the early and mid-20th century, the preference for large families helped to produce a population explosion. Illiff 1989. Conversely, an institutional approach needs to be tempered by realism about resources. If the main obstacle to foreign investment in Africa was institutional, there would surely have been a very high level of such investment during the colonial period, when the risk of expropriation was generally negligible. Rather, the main problem was a lack of opportunities for embodying capital in forms that would be profitable in African environments. Austin 2008a. As already hinted, this grim situation may be changing. The population of sub-Saharan Africa increased at least 6 times during the 20th century. African workforces are not only much better educated than at the time of independence, in global terms African labor is also cheaper than before. This strengthens the logic for re-embarking on industrialization, using labor-intensive methods where possible. Austin 2013. At the time of writing, however, African real wages are only now being overtaken by Chinese ones, and most African governments have a long way to go before they can promote the process as effectively as the developmental state model requires. Compare Mkandahire 2001. This chapter is not the place to examine the political dimension in detail, but it can well be argued that the most damaging colonial legacy for economic development was the impetus that indirect rule gave to the strengthening, in some cases, creation, of ethnicity as a mode of mobilizing support in struggles over limited resources. Momdani 1996, qualified by Spear 2003. This is as distinct from the creation of a sense of national solidarity, which makes it easier to ask citizens to accept sacrifices, as is necessary, for example, when states seek to accelerate, by policy interventions, the transition from a comparative advantage in primary products to one in manufacturing. Finally, and in contrast to the Eurocentric interpretations of dependency theory and of some rational choice writings, it is necessary to underline the importance of African agency, i.e., African influence over African history. Even under colonial rule, Africans' decisions were decisive in the achievement of the cash crop revolution in the more prosperous peasant economies, and in the failure of the attempt to drive Africans out of the produce market in settler economies, except, very largely, in South Africa itself. In the post-independence era, specifically in the 1980s, the decision of most African governments to agree structural adjustment programs with the IMF and World Bank, in exchange for big loans, was, in case of the economies in greatest difficulty, often in large part the result of a fiscal crisis resulting from producers and consumers bypassing official markets, and thereby not paying taxes. And, literally at grassroots level, African farmers continue to produce new varieties of seed through trial and error on their own farms. Richards 2010. Conclusion. The study of Africa's economic past has been overhung by the question of abiding poverty. Why has economic growth south of the Sahara not been faster? This chapter has emphasized both the validity of the question, and the need to qualify it by recognition that there have been both episodes of economic growth, usually concentrated in particular regions, and trends towards economic development in the broad sense, including greater food security. The major theoretical and historiographical approaches to African economic history variously emphasize external and internal influences on economic growth, and the respective importance of institutional and resource conditions. Such economic development as has occurred over the centuries, and the constraints upon it, are indeed the result of the interaction of both pairs of opportunities and constraints. Despite the importance of foreign slave buyers, colonial administrations, and multilateral financial institutions, African economic history has always been greatly, often decisively, influenced by the decisions of Africans themselves, especially in responding to their own environments. Finally, as is also hinted above, there is much research to be done in African economic history, a field in which there is probably more new work being done today than ever before. Austin and Broadberry 2014. H 10.1. Why was Ethiopia not colonized during the late 19th century scramble for Africa? Marjolian T. Hart. By 1870, 10% of African territory was controlled by Europeans. 20 years later, this had risen to 90% due to the infamous scramble for Africa. Only 2 African states, Ethiopia and Liberia, remained independent. Liberia had been colonized by Afro-Americans, which explains its special position, but what lay behind Ethiopian resistance to European colonization? And why did most of sub-Saharan Africa succumb during the scramble? Let us begin with the last question. The obvious differences in military technology were not decisive. Various trade linkages ensured that rich African rulers were able to procure guns. Sub-Saharan Africa had counted several powerful and vast empires for centuries, such as Mali, Songhai, Asante, Oyo, Kanem-Bornu, and Mutapa, often supported by rich mineral resources such as gold. However, the political economy was usually founded upon patrimonial linkages and loyalties, not upon land. In contrast to Europe, clear-cut boundaries did not exist and territorial control was weak. This precluded the levying of substantial taxes upon the populace of a particular territory. In addition, population densities were low, and most inhabitants subsisted on herding or rain-fed cultivation with plots that lay fallow for most of the time. Austin 2008. It is virtually impossible to levy taxes upon nomads or wandering farmers. As a result, the bulk of the revenues of African leaders came from trade in slaves, ivory, or gold. Fiscal proceeds consisted mainly of export duties and tributes imposed upon neighboring populations. Herbst 2000, Lonsdale 1981, Thies 2007. These fiscal resources proved extremely vulnerable when Europeans expanded their control over African territories and trade. Law 1989, Falola 1989. In addition, the logistic advantages of the European military, based upon sturdy fiscal structures at home, secured regular funding for African troops and the development of superior communication techniques, telegraph, that turned out decisive time and again. A further problem was the sudden inflation after 1850 of the cowries, the dominant currency of numerous African states, which directly affected the revenues of local rulers. Europeans had started to ship large loads of these shells to Africa in exchange for African goods, Nwani 1975. By contrast, the political economy of Ethiopia was much more robust. Its fiscal revenues stemmed mainly from taxes on land. Moreover, effective control over territory and boundaries enabled the rise and persistence of powerful institutions supported by writing and administration, just like in most advanced states in Europe and Asia. Trade was less dependent upon cowries, since payment was made in gold, salt, or iron. In the last decades of the 19th century, tax revenues were plentiful, which facilitated the defense against European incursions. These developments, in turn, ultimately relied upon the advanced agriculture, which was based on a long-standing environmental exceptionalism of the area vis-a-vis most other sub-Saharan societies. Ethiopian peasants were among the few African peoples to have adopted the technology of the plough, and some areas even yielded 2 or 3 harvests per year. The spread of domesticated crops and animals was substantial, and was facilitated by the temperate climate of the Ethiopian highlands, which was closer to that of the Mediterranean than tropical Africa. This allowed for irrigation and intensive food production and ensured a steady income from taxation. Pankhurst 1961, McCann 1987, Crumme 1990. In short, state formation had been much more resilient and durable in Ethiopia than in most of sub-Saharan Africa, thanks to highly developed agricultural production and fiscal structures that facilitated the maintenance of a permanent governmental administration. Conclusion. Joerg Baten. In this volume, 27 authors from many different countries and all world regions have jointly written a history of the global economy. They have considered a set of development indicators for income, health, height, education, numeracy, democracy, and institutional quality that allowed the identification of periods of welfare improvement or decrease in all world regions. Insights could be obtained into the economic history of Africa, Asia, the Middle East and other world regions, important parts of the world that could not be studied using such a comparative, non-Eurocentric, and long-term development approach before. This global approach changes the way we understand the economic history of the world. What can be learned from this book? It is certainly impossible to summarize all the results regarding global economic development of this volume in a short conclusion. The only strategy that we can follow, in order to round up this volume, is to emphasize some recurrent themes that were discussed in several chapters. One of the most fascinating findings was the large mobility between countries that developed faster and others that lagged behind. It has often been overlooked by historical descriptions of Africa, for example, how some countries and regions experienced growth spurts and rapid educational development during phases of their development. In West Africa during the 19th century and again during late colonialism, the development of rural capitalist peasants, Austin, was quite promising, even if later civil wars and problematic institutional designs ended this. Similarly, Poland and other parts of East Central Europe experienced a period of surprisingly high welfare after inviting skilled Jewish immigrants and setting constraints to the king in the 16th century. Again, this governance system became problematic later. These less well-known examples of development episodes are not as present in the historical narratives because they later failed. However, failure was not always predetermined. Economic history allows us to identify the reasons for success and failure. In this volume, we also included the hitherto little discussed countries and episodes of development. A number of factors have been identified in the chapters as promoting or retarding growth, and these apply to many of the historical cases discussed here. One factor about which many, but not all, scholars agree is the role of inclusive institutions that encourage entrepreneurial talent and innovative ideas and ultimately stimulate growth. However, it has proven difficult to install this set of institutions. For example, when Acemoglu and Robinson published their book Why Nations Fail: The Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty in 2012, they introduced it with the great hopes of the Arab Spring. The authors hoped that after removing extractive tyrants, inclusive institutions would lead to higher welfare in the Middle East. However, it turned out that many Middle Eastern countries did not follow this path but rather turned to civil war and religious struggles. Similarly, when Eastern Europe adopted seemingly growth-promoting, capitalist institutions in the 1990s, the scale of unwanted side effects and backlash movements was shocking. In contrast, for countries that had accumulated human capital over a long period, changes in institutions appear to have been accomplished more easily, such as in South Korea after the end of its dictatorship phase or in Germany after the end of National Socialism. Human capital consists of many different components, such as reading, math skills, and other abilities. Recent research identified numerical skills as the most decisive human capital component for economic development. Therefore, the authors of this volume studied numeracy intensively. For example, basic numeracy was quite high in East Asia, and this fact might explain the growth of the world region during the last century, first in Japan, then in South Korea, finally in China. Part of the decision about human capital investment is exogenously driven by religious motivations as formulated in specific traditions, reading the Torah or Bible, for example, or by the heritage of ancient traditions, as in the Chinese case. Specific views rather than the religion itself are decisive. For example, the Jews were not exceptionally skilled before the Pharisee Reformation in the 1st century CE. The East Asian obsession for astrology and calendars kept numerical skills alive in a period when income was low and schooling difficult to finance. Gender equality is also crucial here because it often had a strong impact on the education of subsequent generations. Only educated mothers can provide homeschooling. In addition, an important determinant of development is the ability of the central government to tax. Several authors described how the interaction between this ability and the constraints on the executive authority had an influence on infrastructure and schooling investment. Ability to tax without constraints on the ruling powers leads to increased levels of warfare in contrast. If a ruler did not need a justification of his expenses, he often overinvested in military equipment and armies. Of course, wars and civil wars were not only detrimental because less was invested in education and infrastructure. Fishback addressed this issue using the example of the U.S. during and after the Second World War. he observed that some Americans have a misguided notion that wars are good for the economy. The Second World War provided a counterexample. While of course the main losses of lives and physical capital took place in Europe, the North American war production did cost 40% of overall gross domestic product, GDP, during the peak period. After the Second World War, a substantial amount of GDP was used for Cold War armament. In the economic history of the last 5 centuries, colonial empires played an important role, and their economic effect was repeatedly evaluated in the present volume. For example, Roy draws a multifaceted picture of South Asia during the colonial phase, while he finds that agricultural real wages, or grain wages, stagnated during this period. He obtained the impression that some Indian historians overemphasized the colonial exploitation effects. While agriculture tended in fact to stagnate during the colonial phase, this period was not only a dark age, because in the urban centers there was a surprising diversification and development. For example, after independence in 1947, GDP growth was faster, but productivity stagnated. Finally, openness in labor and product markets was a recurring theme in this volume. However, while in the last decades the effects were on average positive, trade openness did sometimes have adverse effects on poor countries, as stressed for the Latin American case for the early 20th century. Williamson described how the developing world grew in the early 19th century, but its income increased less than that of Western Europe and North America. He identifies trade specialization and subsequent deindustrialization in some regions as a main determinant of global inequality. In conclusion, a substantial number of factors influences success or failure in certain periods and countries. Our list of growth factors is certainly incomplete, but those mentioned above have played a role in a substantial number of situations. Young adults deciding about their economic future and policymakers and those that influence political and economic decisions, can all improve welfare on this planet by gaining insights from economic history.